we're so oblivious to the realities and perspectives of what young boys and men are going through. You don't get it that for many men, they don't see feminism. It doesn't matter if they don't have the great working definition of it. Their experience of all these people who claim that identity. You don't actually care about equality. That's a woman advocacy movement, or at least was up until recent debates about who can or can't be a woman. But prior to this debate, it's always been, for many people, and particularly many men, it's more so a women advocacy program, which is totally fine. But you cannot say that you care about men and that you're advocating for equality. And I'm going to list these things off, and I wrote them down to make sure I don't forget it. You don't care about mandatory paternity tests. You don't care about paternity fraud. You don't care about male suicide rates. You don't care about equalizing hard, laborious jobs outside. You don't want to equalize that. You don't care about what happens to people that are falsely accused, which is almost always exclusively men. You don't actually care about the declining school performance, the rise in ADHD diagnosis, and the psychiatric medication that comes from it. You don't care about the lack of homeless shelters for men. You don't care about the weaponization of the family court, the equal custodial rights, reproductive say for men, reduction in child support and alimony, pathologizing of just men and masculinity in general, negative attitudes towards even men that want a nuclear family. You don't think or care about any of these things. And I'm not even saying it's just the feminists that don't care about it.
Nobody
I'm
does.
saying
Yes.
most people who don't do what I do don't care about this at all. And you're creating, and we talked about this 80-20 rule. What's happening to the 80%? You don't care.
Not good.
And the beauty is, if I just get the man I want, if I just get the partner I want, I don't care about what's happening with men. Let's bring the attention back to women. That's what the detective did in that show.
Right.
And that is what society in Western cultures is unfortunately like. Most people only care about males or boys or men if they are their brother, their son, or their father, or their uncle, or their close friend. This society, in the quest to be fair to women, to improve their rights, allow the worst representatives to take it to its furthest extreme.
Right.
When we talk so much about misogyny, most women can't tell you what the term is for a strong distaste and hatred for men. What's the term? What's
Misandry.
the misandry? Being a misandrist. Most men's experiences that we keep labeling as incels, we keep labeling as misogynists. Their experiences in co-worker situations, in the schools, dating, on dating apps, is that a lot of women are either misandrous or they're so reductionistic of men that if you don't have the money, you have no say and you need to shut up. And even if you do have the money, it's happy wife, happy life once I'm in your life.
Yeah.
I done told my wife, we joke around about it all the time. When we're amongst other couples and friends, she sarcastically say all the time, the one thing I appreciate about Jeff more than anything is he's the same exact person in home as he is in public.
Right.
He doesn't change. So if I'm going to say no, I'm going to say no. If I'm going to disagree, I'm going to disagree. And men not going through the natural maturation process as teenagers, as early adults, because they literally don't have the opportunity to with women. We can't be shocked anymore that there's an environment that's festering of boys and young men who unfortunately have a strong distaste. And I would argue, not even for women in general, women in the Western cultures and countries.
Yeah.
This is why they're running to the other countries and cultures where men are at least still seen as valuable, relevant, important.
No, I think they're all very good points. Wait.
Yeah.
I think that, like anything in the West, to redress any imbalance in anything, we've had to go to some crazy level to the other side, and come to a middle thing? And why are we so surprised? Why do we have to have shows like Adolescence that, quite frankly, are pretty late in the game in terms of culture? We're very late in the game. And like you said, I talk to quite a lot of my friends, who are all parents, and they had no idea I knew about it because I'm doing this podcast and I see these comments all the time, and I was very aware of it and I've read a lot about it. I had no idea about it. And I'm like, you have teenage children and young adult children. How do you not know? How are you that ill-informed? I agree with you. To me,
you know what's crazy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you want to know what's crazy? When you're in a market and environment where both parents got to work long hours, and both parents are out of the home for extended periods of time, and both parents have to figure out so much, and you don't even have one parent that's like really super involved, versus they both are kind of got 40-hour work schedules, and one may have to do additional overtime, and the cost of living is exploding. It's harder than ever before.
Oh yeah.
For parents, men and women, fathers and mothers, it's a lot harder now. We are living in an area in New Jersey where our property taxes per month is the cost of most people rent across the world.
Yeah, of course.
Where our daycare is more than the cost for daycare for 1 to 2 kids is the equivalent of what 50 to 60% of people in the world make.
Yeah, of course.
So it's kind of difficult to be super duper involved and actually know what's going. You know what she saw? My son's home. He turns the light off when I tell him to turn the light off, and he doesn't get in trouble. He goes to school every day. He gets good grades. Parents are just surviving. Mothers, fathers, people are just trying to figure this. You know what I'm saying? Like this is. I'm not saying it's a complete. Like there's no. They get no fault. They get no blame. I'm just saying that the context for what we're in is what's also creating this type of dynamic and environment. So it's. And then lastly, I meant to say, the dynamic. Why is this exploding? And why is this so big in the UK? And why are these government officials getting all involved in this? I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you are a young woman or woman, period, and you're thinking about, well, oh my gosh, this incel thing, and all these men want to harm me and hurt me and do this or do that. A huge percentage of the boys and men that feel that way, there's a reason why they're leading the statistics of being 4 times more likely to take their own life.
Right.
They're actually far more of a danger to themselves
than to anybody else.
Even in a relationship. You take a woman who's in a relationship with a man and a relationship with a woman, her domestic violence rates is significantly higher with another woman than with a man.
Really?
DV rates are up. Divorce rates are up when same-sex relationships between 2 women than her with a man.
I know. The highest divorce rate is lesbian couples.
Yeah, and so is the DV rate.
What's the D?
They should be having the most orgasms. That's unbelievable.
Domestic violence.
Yeah,
DV rate.
That's right.
Yeah. So again, this show is so popular, it's so big, probably 250,000+ people are probably going to watch it. And now they're again adding to this narrative that the most unsafe you can be is dealing with and doing life with men or males. And what I'm arguing is a huge percentage of them end up taking their own life. A very, very small percentage of them, if they get successful enough, end up finding a suitable partner, or they're going abroad to find a woman who can meet their needs. So it's not to say that there's violence between men and women that doesn't exist. Of course it's a thing. All I'm suggesting is that the show, there may be ulterior motives for why the show is being pushed. And whenever politicians or celebrities or anybody who's not a normal person jumps in on a wave, always be wary of what's the thing that they're pushing and what's the policy that's going to come down as a result of this. Is this going to be a social media crackdown? Is this going to be a monitoring thing where people have to register their social ID numbers or something in order for them to even have access to a website or have access to the internet? I'm going to argue this. Prime time. It's perfect to push something like this in a political environment when Gen Z and some millennials, between men and women, are splitting further than they've ever been.
Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt and Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you will see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family-owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt and Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. It's go time. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trey Smooth, Shan Monet, Ty from the Shy, Sweeney, Dar McPherson, Bo, Miss Jasmine. Welcome back, Miss Lady. We also got Laisha in the house. We got Marcus in the back. We'll be bringing up him shortly. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Doing good. Good. Jasmine, I like your hair. That's cute.
Thank you.
Show out, man.
Yeah.
Jasmine got Hollywood on us, man.
I do.
Yeah. Well, shout out to y'all, man. Great to see you guys. Welcome to the Thursday show. Let's see who we got in the chat so far. What's going on? Tiny 2.0. Nike's in the house as well. Willie, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Construct Icon. We got Ask a Brother Podcast is in the house. Black Squad TV is in the house as well. Zero Tolerance. Dory G. How you doing? Edward Gilbert. Ilkan Ali. What's going on? How you doing? How you doing? BTK is in the house. Dale Matthews was good. Let's see who else we got. Who else we got? Sweeney in the chat per usual. Got Flavor One. As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. My Life, Your Entertainment. Mrs. Hink is in the house. Welcome, man. Hit that like button. If you are catching this on the replay, hit the like button as well. Shout out to Anson Belt and Company. It's a sponsor of the show. That link is in the description. Let's go ahead and get our belt game up, peoples. We got an excellent show ahead for you guys. Excellent show. The title of this broadcast Has Modern Feminism Gone Too Far? I think this is an excellent topic to discuss. Very important topic, man, especially since it's been making its waves around the internet for a while now. But we're going to see if we can really get into it. And I do want to bring our guest for the night to the show. Mr. Jeff is in the back. I am about to bring him up. Welcome to the show, Jeff St. James. bring him to the show, man. Make sure I give him a warm welcome. How you doing, Jeff?
What's going on, y'all? Thanks for welcoming me.
What's happening? I see you repping Jersey.
Jersey, Philly. That's where I live and work at this point.
Okay.
Welcome to the Smoke Show, man.
Appreciate
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's a smoke show. All right, I'm gonna bring Marcus up here shortly, man. But Jeff, how you doing, sir?
A lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, a lot of stuff is coming my way. So I'm just trying to adjust to the new norm.
What about the hate mail?
Say it again.
The hate mail.
I don't
You
really
getting that yet?
yeah, of course. If you're speaking on anything this controversial, you're going to get some of that. But I laugh at it. I've been called, I don't know how many times I've been called gay, incel, that my wife must be white. Just funny stuff. So she sees all the comments and sends them to me, and we both laugh. So I don't take this stuff too seriously.
So you're taking the high road, man. That's a good thing. If you guys don't know, Jeff St. James is a licensed trauma therapist. So we do have a professional. So when he speaks, he does have some experience. He's not just talking from the side of his neck. He actually know what he's talking about, man. Unlike a lot of us that may not have such experience as him, man. So I'm glad to have him today. I do want to open up this show by discussing the viral moments. He was watching that show. And in particular, I know Laisha and Sweeney was having a good dialogue back and forth. Remember that, Laisha? Now you want to talk about, you looked over there to your husband, huh? You said, oh shit, here we go. But it was a great discussion. One thing I like about having these talks is that we bring people in with all different type of perspectives, and everything is welcome, which makes for a great dialogue. But let's go ahead and take a little glimpse to see what that discussion looked like for the folks that haven't seen it. We ain't gonna play the whole thing, just a little snippet. I'm gonna start with you. I seen you breathe in, and I caught you on the exhale. What are your thoughts about what you heard thus far?
Caught me on the exhale is crazy. Am I going to give this my am I choosing nice, or did I wake up today and I just chose flat out honesty? Because that's two different responses. Because me being flat out honest wants to just kind of be like, who cares? Like I am sorry. I don't have it in me to like give a damn. Like when he summed it up with oh, that's why the men are going to the other countries. And it's not like I can't speak for other women. I'm speaking for myself. Like if I was a single woman and I walked out into the world, it is not a shortage of men, because I am a married woman and it's not a shortage of them. Like it's not hard to find a man who is like sitting around having these conversations where they're just like, oh my God, you're so right. Let me change everything about myself or how I believe because men are going to other countries. Men don't want me. Oh my God. Like the men that are sitting there saying, we don't want you. Okay, cool. Let's focus on the other 80% that do. I don't understand why like everybody wants to sit around and tell a woman that she needs to act a certain way because men won't want her. Maybe that man won't want you, but I don't know. Like I'm not seeing how like it's just gotta be this deep dived into thing. Like, and I also feel like that's not what feminism was ever about. It was never about, do we care if we're striving to get exactly what men have? It was never about that. The feminism movement was only about getting equal like rights, equal pay, equal representation. When it comes to like work, no, you're damn right. I don't want your sledgehammer outside sweating in the heat job. You don't want it. Why should I want it? I don't think anybody wants that. I don't think that that's a feminist thing. Like we've got to stop like doing these extreme sides to things. Like men hear feminists and they think, well, if you want equal, everything needs to be equal. No, she can say which part she wants equal. And like, if you also want to be real about it, that privilege that women feel like they have wasn't part of the feminist movement. That was built from the patriarchy. Men gave us those privileges to pick and choose and to be coddled and to ask for it our way and happy wife, happy life. All of that stemmed from men. So if men are so tired of things, like, why are they talking to us about it? They built it. They have the opportunity to change it. Don't talk to us about it. Change it. Do something about it. Leader. That's just how I feel. I'm tired.
You just
I'm
proved this
sorry.
entire. You just proved
Oh
this
my
entire
God.
point in like 3 minutes flat.
That's
Right.
really how I
That was-
feel, though, y'all.
And you know what's
is.
fun? And you know what's interesting? This kind of goes back to last week. And what you just said this week is far worse than what you said last week.
Which is what? What did I say last week?
Last week you at least said that you would sign a paper. This week you flat out just told me.
Oh,
you
I
don't give a
would, but
shit.
I'm not like I said last week. I'm not marching in the streets. I'm not putting in this massive
but
effort
the thing,
for it.
The thing is that you basically just told us you don't give a shit, and you heard all that man spoke for at least 5 straight minutes.
Yes.
And you listened to all that, and all you took away from it was passport
Yes.
bros. So you didn't hear.
I was
none of the
tired
issues.
of that. I was tired of hearing about like
He only-
feminist means
Wait,
we
wait,
need
wait,
everything
wait,
to be
wait,
equal.
wait. Slow down. All the stuff he mentioned that men go through, all the issues that men go through, and all you heard was passport bros.
No, what I heard was him talking about it to women. What does he want us to do about it? If he's saying men are going through it, then get your brothers together and make a manist movement. I don't.
So if that's the case, then why do y'all come to us about y'all issues? If we can't come to the women that we supposed to rock with and talk to them about the things that affect us in real time, in real life, you talk about the 80%, the stuff that he was talking about that men go through is the 80%. That's what men go through every single day. And if we can't come to you as who's supposed to be our counterpart, who's supposed to be the person that walks this road with us and talk to you about the things that we go through in life, then what fucking use are y'all?
I actually felt the pain in Sweeney's voice when he was responding, man. But it's a week later. I just wanted to kind of get how you feeling about looking at that, Lasia. I mean, do you have a change of heart? You still stand 10 toes down on what you said? What's going on? What are your thoughts, man?
Did you think I was gonna change my mind? Is that what like people thought, that I was gonna like change my mind? As I said what I said. I was tired last week. I'm tired this week.
Period.
All right. Well, with that being said, I just wanted to see how you felt, man. That was last week, man. A lot of people had a lot to say. Laisha obviously doesn't have a change of heart. She's standing 10 toes down. Let me get some of the other folks involved with the conversation. Also, factor in what Jeff said as well during the timer. Bo, what are your thoughts about what Jeff said and the response, if you want to add on to it?
I saw that clip a little while ago, and I don't deal in like invalidating men's experiences because I'm not a man. I can't do that. But what I was concerned about was the charge that was made about women not caring. And I think that we have to be very careful about telling people who they care about and what they care about, especially when we see every day that women care about everybody, everyone, because us being nurturers say that we have to care about everyone's well-being. We have to be in service of everyone. Do some women do it more than others? And are some women incompetent about it? Sure, why not? But as a whole, the culture says that women are to be nurturers. So of course we care about that. Now, I think that women have cared less about it here lately, mostly just because we can't care if men don't. And sometimes as a woman, it comes across as men don't care, even about their own well-being and safety. And so we can't care for you. If you don't want to express your feelings, if you do not want to deal with your feelings, if you do not want to do the things that you need to do to be mentally well, then we can't do it for you. And also we throw around this word feminine. We want women to be more feminine. And I'm not going to be soft with you if you're some man off the street. It is unreal. It is not realistic to expect softness from a woman if she don't know who you are. Just like it is unrealistic to expect a certain level of protection from a man if he doesn't know you. They go hand in hand. So we have to stop playing like women are not these soft feminine beings. I'm just not like that with you because I don't know you. And I don't have to know you. You don't have to know me. And I don't owe you my femininity. And you don't owe me protection. It'd be nice, but it's not realistic to require that from men. Just like it's not realistic to require femininity from women. If in fact you want femininity from that woman, then you need to be a man that demands it. And not through words, but just by your integrity and your character. That is how we save these relationships. If you are the man, you are going to command and demand it from that woman. Because I'm going to tell you, y'all hear me saying all this rah-rah stuff and all of this, you know what I'm saying, independent stuff. But I can guarantee you when a man comes and he commands that softness and that femininity, I'm a little quiet, little church mouse, little girl. And I'm going to cower down and I am going to be like, yep, you are the man. And I think that we need to think about those things. Women are not walking around here smiling at you, asking you, can we fix you a plate? I don't know you. So that's unrealistic to demand of women, just some man off the street.
All right, I appreciate your transparency there, Bo. I want to make sure we have a real discussion tonight, man. Let's really unpack this. So let's just make sure we're attacking the arguments, man, so we can actually see if we can get somewhere with it. Jasmine, I know you saw both clips. Maybe the first clip was your first time, but what are your thoughts?
Just from what I gathered from the back end of the clip, it seems as though they were talking about masculinity, not masculinity, but men being feminist in a sense. And I want to make sure I wasn't missing the wrong thing. It was a lot in the clip, but overall, I feel like men don't go through as much as women go through, though they do have their own set of problems, their own things that they're up against. So I feel like I am a little bit of a feminist and I do practice masculism as well, just because I want fair for my brothers and my uncles, like my dad, like, I want them to still have autonomy. Like, I don't believe on a woman hitting on a man, just like I don't want the man hitting on the woman. Or if say if a woman gets pregnant by one of my brothers, like he should still have say in whether they have the baby or not. Like if they both participated in making it. So, I want them to both everyone to still have the same rights as such, but men can't act as though it's balanced, like it's just like that they have the same amount of problems as women. Like there's not people out here making laws about their bodies like they are with women and shutting down programs for us and things that we actually need to function, or policing how we dress and all these different things. Like those things aren't happening, but they do have mental health issues that they do need to address. And I do agree with what Bo said when she said, like, we can't, want it more for you. You have to want it for yourself. There's a lot of men that don't talk. They don't open up. They don't express. And it's hard to get through that outer shell if you don't say anything. Like we can't force it out of you. So I don't know. What's that?
Jasmine.
Yes.
Jasmine, what do men go through?
A lot. Like, where do you, like, in what space? Like, you have to be specific.
in the world. I mean, I'm sure if I asked you what do women go through, you would probably be able to rattle off a list of things for me.
Oh yeah,
So
because
off the top of the head, what do men go through?
I would say I'm gonna speak for Black men in general, just because I only kind of interact with them. Discrimination in workplace and just going out to buy groceries. Somebody could think they're about to rob them or do something to them. Like they just can't exist peacefully in a lot of spaces. They feel like they can't be emotional or sad about things because they feel like they just have to be super tough and take it on the chin for everything, so they can't really hurt or be vulnerable without feeling like they're going to get clowned or called gay or something.
Jeff, can you tell her what men go through?
I will, but I actually wanted to give the entire panel an opportunity to speak, just to make sure I got a really well-rounded perspective on where everybody stands.
Wait, why are you gonna ride his coattail? Why don't you just go ahead and tell her?
No, I'm just.
No, I'll let the professional say something.
Say it, Sweeney. Go ahead. You
go ahead,
engage
Sweeney.
with Jasmine. Go ahead and tell her what men go through, Sweeney.
You know what's interesting? Y'all only bring up the things that y'all believe that we go through at the hands of other men, as if we don't experience y'all in a negative way.
I didn't say
everything that you. I just said it's interesting that that's what you brought up. You brought up the things that we
men too.
But we experience y'all in a negative way as well.
Of course.
We experience parental alienation. We experience problematic women when it comes to custody issues. We experience postpartum depression when it comes to, you know what I mean? We experience depression in general. We experience being afraid to be falsely accused. We experience emotional abuse, a lot of times physical abuse, because when you talk about within relationship dynamics, when you talk about a lot of the times women initiate the violence in the relationship. We experience being gaslit, dog whistled. And these are all things that y'all do to us, on top of the things we experience in the world. So how is it that you can say, oh, men experience stuff, but they don't experience nearly as much as what women experience? You know what? You know what's crazy? Y'all are talking about us rolling back laws for y'all, and the only one that y'all pretty much mention is the AB law. But we can't. The thing is that we're fighting to even get laws put on the book that protect us. And that's kind of the thing. You notice
the ones making the laws, though. We barely get to the floor.
No, we're not the ones making the laws. Some people are making the laws. And as of right now, a lot of the laws are slanted in women's favor, especially when it comes to men and women dynamics. If you want to talk about the world, okay, but when you talk about men and women dynamics, a lot of the laws that we have issues with are things that we have an issue with when it comes to y'all or our fair shake, and when it comes to how we should be treated within our families, within our communities, the protection we should have. And those aren't even on the books yet. Are we starting to change those? Yes. You're starting to see a lot more men win custody battles. You're starting to see a lot of laws change in certain counties and certain states. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. But before, there was none. And it might have been because we might have overcorrected when women complained. Because when y'all complained, men said, okay, we see y'all going through some shit over here. Let's put some laws on the book to make sure that we protect y'all. Is it perfect? No, but we acknowledged and we addressed it. Violence Against Women Protection Act. The child support laws literally came from women saying, hey, look, we're tired of men leaving us and not taking care of their children. Y'all wanting the right to vote. Men said, okay.
the fact that we didn't even have it at first. It's crazy.
It doesn't matter because y'all got it now. We're talking about things that's happening right now, not what happened 40, 50 years ago.
Right
What's
now,
happening right now?
But right now for beating her husband. So there is laws in place that will handle women that are out here acting crazy. Like they're still like you just have to be reprimanded, but the man has to also speak up. There's a lot of men that don't speak
Do you know
up.
how many men actually do speak up and they still wind up being the ones getting taken to jail?
Yes.
Or they get laughed out of the precinct?
Even so,
Or
so-
just because she shed tears, that they look at him and say, "Oh, you must have been," and they ain't got. There was one guy, if it wasn't for the eyewitness, he was going to jail. And she was the one beating him upside his head through the car window with his phone and everything else. And if it wasn't for the eyewitness, her tears would have sent him to jail. And oftentimes there's no eyewitness to protect men. So even when they're being abused in their households, even when they're being harmed by their women, there's nobody there to protect them.
Let me try to interrupt it. One of the points you made about the fact that child support laws wasn't even there was shocking, right, Jasmine? Like they should have been in there in the first place, right? But a large reason why they were introduced because initially those laws didn't compensate for women who wanted to be promiscuous, or men who wanted to be promiscuous, or couples who wanted to create children out of wedlock. Those laws were initially set up for marriages, but they didn't compensate for people being reckless and having kids out of wedlock. So they had to create these laws. Because when you got out of a marriage, traditionally or initially, then those laws would cover that. So they had to create these other laws as women were like, well, dang, Joe down the street knocked me up. Shouldn't he be on child support? Okay, so now they got to spread it out for people who weren't doing it the traditional way or the moral way. Now you understand why they weren't there?
I agree. I feel like there should be some women on child support. So I'm not.
But if you just look at that concept, just see how it creates a trend whenever we start bending the laws or expanding the laws to compensate for people just want to act immoral or just do whatever the hell they want. And we are at nearly, one could argue that we're at a Sodom and Gomorrah type society now because of all of the pushing. Let's push for this. Let's push for it because we feel like this is what should be right. But the end result is not even supporting that is the actual way to go. The end result is we live in a disastrous type society. We got the most technology, the most resources, the most wealth. Everybody is completely free in this country. But we are the worst, I think, in parenting, dual parent households, and all these other things. It's because of the push, because of I feel like this is right. And I'll yield. I don't want to stay on this too long.
I wanted to jump in and give a different perspective because I actually agree with him and what he stated in the video. And I do think that Lashia made his point that most women, especially in Western civilization, do not care about the welfare of men or what they're dealing with. And we don't even acknowledge it, right? Like we've come to this time in space and society where we only think about our needs. Let's take something as small as paternity of a child. A woman can say that a child is a man's, right? Put his name on a birth certificate, and he's automatically obligated to take care of that child. A man could ask for a DNA test. They don't necessarily have to give it to him. And let's say down the line, he gets it and finds out that that child is not his after he paid child support for the last 10 years, 15 years, however long. The courts, the way they're set up right now, they won't even, for me, I feel like, for one, the woman should go to jail, right? Or at least owe all of that money back. Because now you've stolen all of this man's money. You've broken the household. You've created some type of mental trauma, not only for that man, but also for this child. And the only person in that situation that knew exactly who the parent would be the woman, right? Because it's mama's baby, daddy's baby. But the laws are not set up on behalf of men. And I feel like it's, extremely negligent of us as women who say we are the nurturers, we are the carers, we are the ones that care about society and how our children grow up, to totally negate the experience of what men are going through. There are laws in place for us. Now we can walk around, you can go around with almost no clothes on and you should still feel protected walking down the street. But a man that's actually screaming out and feeling like he's not, right? He's dealing with this trauma. He's dealing with these financial issues because he has to take care of children that might not be his, or dealing with everything else that goes on in life. We turn around and we tell them, that's your problem. Deal with it.
And I can tell you what, when I listen to Ask a Brother, I think it's St. James or something like that. When I listened to you talk to those women, I saw a man who was passionate about being accurate and saying what needs to be said. You probably said it 1,000 times, but it finally fell on the right ears. But it's something I think most of the guys on this panel can argue that we probably fucking wrote a book on that over and over on this particular show right here. But we understand, and you sounded like you understood as well, that whenever you spoke to those women and they listened to you, what happened was an exchange from two groups of people that had been exposed to different realities. And when I say different realities, and this allowed me to understand people like that, those women that you spoke to, they have a different algorithm. They have a different thing they ingest and digest every day. So I'm able to understand that some of the things that I digest and ingest is different as well. Because if you look back in time before algorithms or the internet, we lived in a newspaper type society where everybody who got the same newspaper believed in the same things for the most part. We read the same headlines. The same jargon or the same slander was on a particular political figure. We all went that way. Now, your algorithm is curated for
what you're
you.
Interested in.
For you, we can be in the same house. My wife can have a different algorithm that'll position her against my ideology, and that's what we deal with sometimes when we come together. But what happens is you have to figure out how to look at the results of all of the matters that you talk about. What are the results? What's happening? Is it destruction? Is it success? And I think what you did was showcase that you were on the side of success, but you were speaking to the destruction that was happening and asking the women, hey, look, open up your lens. Don't just focus in and lock in on what's in your reality. Sometimes you gotta maybe create, like sometimes I create a burner account and I follow all the damn feminists and panders. That's how I make up a lot of my content. I create a burner account. I follow all the Derek Jacksons and some GQ Perry dude. Y'all know who that dude is. All the sexy panders and stuff. And I get the algorithm so I know what reality they're living in. And it is.
How you judging if they sexy or not?
How do I judge if they sexy? Well, I'm an image consultant, so I can acknowledge flattering features in both sexes. I studied it, so it doesn't intersect with my own personal preference. Nice try, I'm white. But anyways, man, let me just go ahead and pass the mic because he just derailed my whole point. Soliloquy. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, so I did have an opportunity to look at the video, and I will say a lot of the things, if I take myself out of what's going on today and I listen to what you're saying, I agree with a lot of things that you're saying. I think that people don't overlook these things intentionally. It's almost like that quote, you got 99 problems until your health comes. If something happens to your health, now you only got one, right? I think the problem is people are so engaged with their own problems. They don't have time to think about other people's problems, because I would say that there are probably men who don't have these issues and they could care less, right? It's men who are getting women and they don't know that there are guys who are going through this. Let's just say you're married, you guys are Christian, you don't cheat on each other. They may care less about a guy getting a paternity test. You understand? So I don't think it's just women not caring about men, right? I think it's a human thing. Humans have a tendency to only care about the things that directly affect them. And so I think that that's one of the things I disagreed about. I agree with, I'm trying to get my glasses on, young lady with the red on. I agree with her. As far as the paternity test was concerned, I mean, I know this is digging deep into what you were saying, but as far as the paternity test is concerned, I agree with that. So I don't agree that it should be mandatory to have paternity tests. I think that, but I think it should be suggested. I think it should be highly recommended that men get a paternity test, $75. Because my thing is, who's going to pay for that? You know what I'm saying? Is it going to be taxpayer money? Is it going to be your insurance that's going to pay it when you could just go and take a test? But I do, like she said, believe that there should be a consequence. I think that that's the better solution. Saying, hey, if you commit fraud against somebody, whether you falsely accuse them of essaying you, or if you falsely accuse them of being the father of your child, knowingly, knowing this man was not the father, I feel like you should be criminally charged like any other fraud case, right? So, and that to me will take care of that issue. And I can't remember, I mean, you have so much to say. But I do agree with most of the things that you were saying. But I think that it's not coming from, we just don't care about men. I think it's that we have so many things we do have to care about that are right in front of us, that we can't, if it's not directly affecting us, it's kind of hard to be like, okay, we're on these panels and we're talking about it. So now you're bringing it to my attention like, oh, wow. But what if these panels didn't exist? I wouldn't have known that these things were going on. You got to have that discussion. Because it can easily go past people, right? And I think that what is happening in the young lady who spoke last week, I think that she likes men. I would assume that she cares a lot about men. But unfortunately, Jeff, in these spaces, women have been, let me just say this, and it's not your fault. It's almost like this. Let me get my point. Everybody wants to be heard, but nobody wants to listen, right? So unfortunately, in these spaces, we do a lot of talking about what women don't do, and we never talk about and what men don't do. And what happens is it feels like you want me to understand you, but you don't want to understand me. And unfortunately, there's a backlash. Like now you're just mad and I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. But if we can just be honest with each other, let this person vent and we hear them, we really understand where they're coming from. And they do the same. We have an understanding of why we feel this way about each other so that we can really come up with a solution. But again, I heard everything that you had to say. I agree with you. I wish we can point them out, because it was a lot, each thing that you had to say, I agree. And I hate that that's going on. There is something I could do about that, how do we get this law passed? I'm on board with that. But
Check.
Yes.
Why are you speaking as if it's a problem that just came out? You said come up with a solution. Mm-hmm. What if it's just destroying something that didn't need to be destroyed, creating a problem? And all you have to do
what do you mean by that? Can you be more specific?
For sort of like just undoing the destruction. The problem was already solved. Like all of our problems were solved years ago. So you're saying come up with a solution.
The solution is already there. We just need to go back.
Just have to undo all the bullshit that we created.
No, I agree with that. Like when we get further along, I agree. And I know you said something about happy wife, happy life. We ain't wise. Most Black women are not wise. Yes, a few of us are. We ride the eyes and we got your backs. But
because what it sounds like,
never make it to the finish line, but that's neither here nor there.
Because if you use the paternity fraud issue,
sure.
The way you're framing it sounds like, okay, women are out here just putting anybody on a birth certificate. And
no, that's what I was just saying.
Let me just finish the point. Sure. It's just what it sounds like. This is an example of what it sounds like. Women are out here putting any name just name dropping people on a birth certificate, and men are just coming up on summons and notices that they got to go take a DNA test, and if they don't, they're gonna have to pay arrears. Mm-hmm. And then the argument or the yell out is we need to come up with a solution for these deadbeats or for these men that are getting falsely accused of paternity or whatever, ended up taking care of a child or going to jail. Just stop fucking doing what you're doing.
When
Just
you say
stop.
stop doing what you're doing, like spell it out, like, because you're saying it like we understand.
Stop
what you're
just name dropping names. We had an argument a long time. I don't want to revisit it because it was long, but I'm just saying, like, some of the stuff you just have to just stop doing.
So let
And
me ask you a question.
and the reason why a lot of women are not doing it is because it's an incentive behind the exploit. They can exploit without any consequences, and it's incentivized.
So people we know that there are bad people in the world who do things they're not supposed to do, right? And that's the reason why I said there should be a consequence to those people. This is not every woman. This ain't normal crap that's going on, that women just out here picking a baby daddy. You understand? Yes, it happens, but it's not the majority. But what I'm saying to you is, my solution to that would be, it should be fraud like anything else.
What if I told you that there's research and statistics to back that a woman more often than not would choose the man of higher status if she's having sex with multiple men, and she knows that the man that she's with, or the man she's in a relationship with, probably the one who got her pregnant during her ovulation period, she would still want or even choose the man of higher status to be her baby father.
I understand what you're saying. So are you not liking my consequence of it should be a criminal charge, or is that what you're saying? I'm confused that we're not on the same page.
He's saying that the woman shouldn't do it to begin with. She shouldn't decide to just pick that man knowing that there are multiple partners. But
some people need a consequence. People do things all the time until they get a consequence. And then if you put consequence, let me just say, if you put consequences in law, trust me,
I agree.
Will stop.
Here's the problem, Shane.
The consequence.
I agree, but I think it should be mandatory paternity tests. You don't have to worry about that, whether you're married or not.
Who would pay for that?
All right. Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Hold on, wait. I'm glad you asked that question. How much do the average childbirth cost?
If you 25 to 30.
All right.
About 10,000.
Wait.
Go back and forth. I gotta let everybody else speak.
I know. I want to get you, but I wanted to make sure we did. I know this point home because she did ask who's supposed to pay for it. How are these childbirths mostly paid for?
Through insurance.
So, hold on, wait. Okay. So about roughly 59% of them are paid through private insurance. 41% are paid through Medicaid. Are you telling me that it'll be a problem to add a paternity test to childbirth?
I have a question. For you. So co-pays cost $45, right? So it depends on your insurance. Are you telling me for a man, a paternity test is $75? If you tell women to protect themselves by going to get a pill, you tell them protect themselves in any, I'm just saying, and all you have to do is, if you have a doubt and you have a problem with your child, you feel like this woman is playing you, or you feel like there are tests on Amazon that will come with Prime. Listen to what I'm saying. The next day listen, $75. So you saying, as a man, that's too much for you to do, to go grab a $75 test and swab your child's mouth. It won't even hurt. She doesn't even have to know, just for the safety of your own.
Shan, why can't we just cover that base at the beginning and throw it in there with the same bill as the private insurance or the insurance that we already use? Why can't you just lump it all in? And why do you always, like, your bill gets to be passed on to your insurance and to Medicaid, but when it comes to just finding out the paternity of the child, now you want to say, let's put that on the man that wants the paternity test, rather than just finding out at the beginning, hey, who's the parents of this child? Let's get that out the way. That way we don't have to worry about paternity fraud no more. It's already nailed in the ground. But JR's in the back. Hold on, JR's in the back. He's been telling us to get Jeff in there. So let's go ahead.
Hey, Jeff, interrupt when you want to, because we don't want to force you in whenever you ain't got nothing to say, but just pause. But just go ahead and interrupt whenever you need to.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. Can it not be requested? Like, is that something that, like, we can't put in the birth, like, bill? Is that what the men are saying?
No,
that even if y'all requested it to be a part of the birth bill, the hospital is saying no?
They actually ask you before you sign the birth certificate. They're like, do you want to get, well, in my state anyway, They ask you before you sign the birth certificate, do you want to take a paternity test?
Okay, so what are we actually complaining
That's
about
not
then?
in every state.
That men don't want to
Well,
offend
I'm
the
just saying
women
that's
by
in my
In the
saying
United States,
I don't know.
yeah. That's not across the board.
So
Hold on.
you're
And
making
hold on,
it you're making it an issue that you don't want to offend a woman? Not that you can't do it, but that you don't want to be offensive?
Let Jeff go.
Yeah, just let him go. I don't understand it either, but maybe I'm just.
Of course y'all don't.
Right.
Of course y'all don't.
Okay.
It's not y'all issue. That's why y'all don't give a fuck.
No, we do care.
No, y'all don't care.
I just gave you a consequence. So that's not being fair.
Why do we have to
don't
wait till
speak for
after
me.
the problem? Why do we have
That's
to wait
not
till
being fair.
after the
I
problem?
acknowledge that it was a
Shan,
problem.
don't speak for me. Shan, don't speak for me.
I'm talking about me.
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
You
acknowledged
care.
there was a problem, and I said that it was a problem because I don't have the solution that you have there to the same problem that we both acknowledge is a problem. Now, me saying that acknowledging it as a problem is now a problem. Like, I don't understand.
We got it. We got it, y'all. Now, please let the guests speak.
Hey, everybody. So for starters, I've been doing this for about a little over 10 years. And when I decided to start this podcasting mode, I kind of tried to bring some of the therapeutic approaches that I typically do with my patients and clients. The first is I typically try to make people a little bit aware of potentially what it is that they're doing during conversations. And it starts with the type of listener people can choose to be. And this includes the viewers as well. One type of listener is somebody that's more interested in whether or not something is true. And the other listener is more interested in how said truth or said statement makes them feel. And based off of how it makes them feel, that determines whether or not they'll receive it and accept it. I did a pretty lengthy interview with those ladies. The first thing I'll say is I think it's very interesting and ironic that the irony of two white women from Canada were far more interested in what a Black man had to say about masculinity and what's happening with men than many of the women within our own community. One of the things and reasons for why they actually selected me in the first place is because there is a probably a noticeable gap between most people who don't do what I do for a living in terms of skill, knowledge, experience, and expertise. My graduate thesis was actually on men. So a lot of times when these type of social media related conversations kind of pop up and people just give their short opinions on 15 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute clips. That was a very, very extended conversation, which had a lot more than just that clip. But for what I do, what I'm responsible for and how I give back and how I actually strive to fix some of these very issues that we're going to be talking about. It's kind of the equivalent of like a child on Christmas getting a drum set and they're banging away a 5-year-old and mom and dad is like complimenting them and saying how great of a drummer they are. And then the kid walks outside and basically says they're as good as Beethoven. No, there's levels to this discussion. There's surface level ways of how we can approach it, which unfortunately appears to be what seems to be going what's most viral. And then there's more in-depth, nuanced ways of kind of how to approach it. So in terms of how, I'll start with the beginning on my end, what my target audience is. And this is why I don't react or get as reactive as maybe people would like me to be. My target audience is actually people who are intellectually curious, especially about perspectives that they don't have or may not have known about. That's actually my target audience. My target audience isn't people who are intentionally obtuse. My target audience isn't people who aren't interested in learning. My target audience is not people who don't want to know certain things. My belief system in these type of discussions and just in how I carry myself, believe it or not, is that I actually try to promote and tell men, because the topic actually was about men and masculinity, to believe all women. I think we should believe all women when they tell you where they stand and where you stand. I think we need to believe all women when they tell us that their femininity is conditional. I think we need to believe them when they say that they will or won't care about certain things that pertain to you and that could directly affect you. And I really, really do believe that when they are showing that when something is brought up, that they have a special ability to flip it back on to how some way and somehow they have it worse. You really need to kind of believe them. Like Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. So, in terms of how I typically approach these conversations, my goal for the listeners, men and women, feminists or not, is really to introduce potentially new concepts, or at least concepts not only that people haven't heard of, but B, if they have heard of it, okay, well, what do we do about it? So in terms of like a breakdown and argumentation, for the people, this is more of a general thing. I'm not asking anyone specifically on the panel. Name of the podcast. What show were we reacting to? How many episodes did we shoot? How long were the episodes? What was the overall purpose of the interview? And the reason for why the guest, meaning me, was even selected in the first place to even answer these questions. Because not only was I brought in to talk about masculinity, there was a section where I was specifically asked about feminism and how it's been affecting men as well, and going over the origins of feminism and who funded it, who staffed it, how women back then kind of felt, what was the split between how many women liked it, how many women didn't, as well as the Marxist influence that kind of has shaped what we're kind of dealing with right now. So people who don't know or have any of the answers to those questions I just asked, that's kind of like reading the table of contents and thinking you're prepared to do a full book report or presentation. So it's kind of tough for me sometimes to kind of jump into trying to deal with people that I know pretty much just read the table of contents of a book that I pretty much wrote verbally. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's part of my field. It's what I do for a living. Much of maybe 80 to 90% of the things that I referenced and quoted are pretty verifiable and easy for people to kind of look up. The only significant difference between myself and the only difference between myself who's being asked in these conversations to give like nuanced, adequate answers to hopefully explain some of the results and consequences of intersexual and intergenerational decisions on the individual, governmental, or societal levels is that actually I tend to read books, articles, studies, and many of the people that don't are probably typically preoccupied with social media trends, their feelings, Love Island, what Angel Reese is wearing presently. That tends to be what they're preoccupied with. And I don't judge people for it. We all have our interests. I'm actually very, very, very interested in a whole host of things related to this topic because it actually affects what I do for a living. This isn't happening on this panel specifically, but I've been accused of hating women, which is fascinating because I run the largest mental health nonprofit in Philadelphia, in a Black city. 85 to 90% of my staff is women and Black. And, every promotion, every salary adjustment, every move that needs to be made in terms of trying to service over 1,000 clients per month, it's because I care. And it's not only that I care about my city, which that is my home. I care about the residents. I care about the city. I care about the state of the Black community. I've just I didn't realize until social media, believe it or not, that some of people's reactions about why a man would even say this out loud. I look at it through this lens. What problem in life gets resolved when it's ignored or downplayed or not acknowledged? None. So clearly there's still an issue. There's still the gender war is filled with people that aren't interested in knowing what's going on with the other side. That includes men and women. So me being brought on in that space, and just to clarify, the podcast was called Sharing My Truth. Like I said, it was two white ladies from Canada. They knew my background and they asked me and brought me on. It was a 2-hour conversation where we covered a whole host of different topics, both pertaining to men and women and how it affected men and masculinity. And by the time we got done with it, obviously, I think in the last 4 or 5, 6 days, I think over 250,000 people have kind of seen it. It is what it is. But in terms of the reason why I'm entering into this space, believe it or not, is because I want to get us to a place to kind of start to raise the standard, raise the bar in terms of how we see each other, what we expect, and how we talk to each other. So long story short, I won't disrespect the ladies on this panel because I know that the intentionality of what I said and why I said it, I'm very, very intentional and cautious about the image, not only of my own image, but actually yours. So when people watch us on social media and all they see is us cussing each other out, talking over each other, disrespecting each other, my reason for joining the podcasting space is I'm new to podcasting. I'm not new to what I do. So I've actually been doing this quite a while. And I realized that the reason why things are so bad and why people look at our community as the worst of the worst in every major statistical category is because part of the stereotypes are true, but then also we oftentimes will live out those stereotypes on screen in these type of formats. So everything that I'm going to offer as far as suggestions later in this conversation is actually genuinely stuff that I try to apply myself, and that men and women and families and couples are actively trying to do as well to fix their marriages, to fix their homes, to fix their lives, to get their lives back from the trauma and PTSD that they may have developed. So, that's just my initial thesis / synopsis. And I'll give each of you opportunity to kind of respond, and then I'll circle back to kind of give some suggestions on things that I could offer for people who are more or less interested in hearing about it and wanting to know what we can do.
Well, let me throw a question.
Go ahead.
First of all, good that you said the president is on respect, because had you not said that, your ass probably would have got disrespected. We don't know about that. Don't worry. It's going to happen. But I will say that in your line of work, it sounds like you said, boots on the ground, you in the trenches, real deal, 10 years of experience.
Yeah.
Would I be a fool if I was to believe that everybody who had your kind of exposure or your kind of experience in that field as a licensed therapist would have the same sentiment or belief?
Mm-mm.
I wouldn't be a fool?
No. You'd be a fool to think I'm an anomaly. I'm an anomaly. There's most therapists have feminist leanings. So by default, they don't think about male communication styles. They don't think about how sometimes in couples therapy, one party tends to kind of dominate and kind of bully to kind of basically try to get the therapist on their side. I recognize that dynamic.
So even at
bring attention to it.
Expert level, dealing with real-time data and real-time people.
Yeah.
We still have the issue with bias, which makes one turn this way or turn that way. Nobody want to just stand on what is the actual problem. See, that's where that completely fucks up my whole mind, because I would think that if you become an expert and you see this shit in real time, there's no way you can lie about it. But then we still got to deal with, well, I want to side with this person or this side. That is so fucked up. Even though you're sitting here in the truth, in the reality, you can't still just say, you know that this shit is fucked up. This is the reality. You don't have to take a side. Just look at the damn data, look at the results. And that right there just, it pisses me off, because I want to believe that once you become an expert and you get in this field and you deal with people in real life, you can put away how you feel. But you're telling me on the record that people are still inserting or injecting it into their overall thought about it.
It's in every field. It's in every field, though. People are people. The main thing when I say, is it true? It's what are the things that I need to do, regardless of what the expert or the person on social media or the podcast person said. What do I need to do with this information now that I've received it? You need to go out then on your own as an adult and now verify it, see where they got it from, and then see if there's any contradictory evidence that says otherwise. And again, like whether you're getting your master's or getting your doctorate, you typically had to learn that you had to defend your position. You had to defend why you and what happens is when people get behind these microphones and when people start posting things on social media, they forget that what you do on social media, where you really don't have to have a legitimate argument, you can operate with using a whole bunch of fallacies and moving off of feeling and emotion. When it's time to have an actual conversation with somebody who's trained to do it, whose job it is, whose background is in it, you can't get away with that no more.
It makes me feel comfortable that you said it, because I used to feel convicted whenever people used to get on me about using my own, because I have the luxury to pull data from the people that I deal with in consultations and work with one-on-ones, and get statistical data based on my own research instead of the statistical public research. And they used to bury me for that. But the reason why I was doing it, because I had a fear, and it's not a confirmed fear. I just have a fear that the people who are taking these experiments or doing these researches may have some bias in that, and maybe reporting it in a biased way. I haven't confirmed that now. But it's just a fear that, damn, maybe I need to just go ahead and do the work myself, get about it, start recording data on hundreds of people that I deal with, and see if I can come up with the same pattern or a different pattern.
It's hard. It's hard because people who haven't taken statistics in any graduate or higher level course, they don't know what can ruin the study that they're trying to do in terms of what can affect the data. So as long as you're even if you're like, oh, I don't have the degree, I don't have the background, at least find a statistician to kind of help you to kind of build the study that it is that you're trying to measure. And then, you'll probably have the most objective study that that you can trust. But then people will say, well, where'd you get it from? And how do we know that? So it's that type of loop. But anyone else, I'm welcome to hear what you all have to say.
I did want to say something. When I saw that clip, when I tell you, I prejudged the mess out of you. And I will admit that. I mean, but of course, it's to be expected. It's the only thing that I've ever heard from you, right?
It was a clip. I get it.
Yeah, for sure. And hearing you speak today, I'm like, okay, he got some sense. Like I can listen to you. We good, right? And I want to address something that you said about men's communication styles.
Yeah.
So they are different. Women's communication styles, men's communication styles, they are absolutely different. And both of us would benefit from learning that from each other, right? And I'm really glad that you said that, because we do have very different ways of communicating because we're both socialized differently. But to Shan's point, everyone wants to be heard, but no one really wants to listen. But also, I think, from my opinion, and I'm a woman, right? And I experience men. I don't have men's experience. But in me experiencing men's communication style is also limited. Am I wrong?
Yes and no. The yes part is I agree with you. Obviously, they're different. But the reason for what they're different matters. So number one, women just by nature use more words, and I actually don't think it's a socialization thing. In the actual interview, I had broke down about a socialization theory called blank slate theory. This is a ideology or a viewpoint that people who tend to lean more feminist operate in. If you don't know or understand what blank slate theory is, you're entering into arguments about something that you do not know is influencing why you think and see things the way that you do to begin with. Blank slate theory is the concept that outside of just some physical differences between men and women, psychologically, and yes, psychologically, they're basically the same. If blanks, I'll explain why that's a problem. Much of the data and research shows we are not the same physiologically or psychologically. And we see it most expressed in our hormones. We see it when we have orgasms. We see it in terms of testosterone versus estrogen levels. There's so many things that's built in hardwired in terms of how we react and respond to sex or after sex, even in terms of being ready for sex. Point by point by point, you'll see that we actually have a lot of differences. Even if we're 98% the same, we have these very, very noticeable differences. A blank slate theorist ignores all of that. So when you hear feminists talk, and they're always talking about equality, equality, equality. We need to be the same. We need to be the same. We need to have sex the same way men do. We need to be able to do the same type of work that men do, even if their bodies are better built for it. The blank slate theorists, because they want to disregard science, they want to disregard biology for the sake of the ideology that says we're equal in all things. When you think about it, it's problematic because now the sex that's not acting like the other sex, you think they're doing something wrong. So this is what happens whenever men or women are trying to have this conversation and they're trying to almost get the other to conform versus almost more so understanding and integrating within their system. So I'll give you an example. And this isn't even relating to blank slate theory. This is about women and accountability as an example. Got all these Black women on the panel, and I'm about to bring up women and accountability and see how this is going to go. A lot of men will joke around and they'll say what? Women don't accept accountability. They always shirking from it. They running, they bringing up other issues, right? I said in a previous podcast, what if the issue is not that women don't seek or accept accountability? What if their relationship with accountability is just a little bit different than ours? So for men, how are we held accountable when we do something wrong? When we're told or informed that we did something wrong, we're just like, oh, okay, I did something wrong in terms of my actions or my behavior, and I'm not going to do it again. Therefore, I'm going to hold myself accountable. Women don't have that same linear, straightforward approach. When I say to you, or when I say to Ty or Jasmine, you did this, their initial response is not based on the fact of what I'm pointing out that they did wrong. Their initial response is the feeling that it's not that I'm saying that you did something wrong. They're interpreting and reacting to it as if I said something's wrong with them. Men that understand that will have a much better understanding of being calmer with women, especially when he first brings something up to his girlfriend, his wife, his female friend. He knows that there's the strong potential that when I point something out to you that you did wrong, her initial reaction and response is not going to be, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It's usually, it doesn't go like that. Initially, she's like, what's wrong with me? And you'll hear when it's like, so now I'm not a good wife. Now I'm not a good girlfriend. Now I'm talking about the act and you're making it about your identity. You weren't socialized to do that. No one taught you how to do that. My role and job, both as a clinician and now entering into this podcast space, is actually to have those types of conversations, to get us to understand each other's differences, what each other's going through, how we see and internalize things that could be different. And I'm not trying to socialize it out of us. If men just act like women, we'll all be fine. If women act like men, we'll all be fine. No, I said we have unique differences. We got to figure out how to get back to integrating with them. And part of that discussion was literally that. They asked me for 2 hours, why can't we understand what's going on in the dating market? Why are things so bad? What's going on with men? And I'm answering point by point by point. So that's why. So believe it or not, despite the quote unquote mini viral clip, I'm not I get that people prejudge, but I'm highly encouraging all of us, believe it or not. My goal with my podcast is to get people to start to read again, to actually watch documentaries, to actually have a slightly higher level intellectual conversations. I think a lot of the stereotypical stuff with our community, we don't display this type of conversations. So for me, I want us to be the new wave of millennials and Gen Z folks that really, just have higher ideals of what we're capable of. So for me, if at the end of this conversation, when we're done this tonight, Lachey, is it Lachey or Lashia? Laisha, sorry. If Laisha has a slightly positive, better attitude towards me than she did a week ago, then I did my job, you know? But even if she doesn't, did I plant the seeds for her to be at least intellectually curious to explore beyond this conversation? That's the goal.
But are you going to accept that? I mean, I know you watched this panel before. And you see the decorum of the women.
Mhm.
You know that there's some polarity in that. And the reason why is because we have a licensed expert here. Me personally, and I'm not projecting onto you, I'm just saying I wouldn't buy it because I know how they truly behave. And I know that these women, particularly, are putting it there in character.
Darwin, did you listen to anything that he just stated?
I understood exactly what he said. I think
like
he
a lot
understood what I was
of
saying too.
differences
I'm
between
telling
men and
you,
women.
you know
and yet
they
you
in character
still
right now.
came the
I
way
don't
you
like
just
it.
came and
You
wonder
don't know.
what
You probably ain't been watching, but yeah.
responses you get, Darwin.
Ty.
And then you said these women as if all of us have the same opinion or same approach to the same topics when we both know that's not true.
No. Listen, I'm not talking about y'all position on a particular topic. I'm talking about y'all etiquette right now. Like I think Sweeney been recording. I think you just set the record this year for 2025 for being able to go longer than any man on this panel without being interrupted. Congratulations to you. I don't know why that is.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You could listen. No, I'm saying you could say it's the degree, or you could say it's a whole host of different things. My field is dominated by women. I primarily work around women. I think it was Jasmine that kind of alluded to this whole transactional process of like what you'll get out of me when you kind of set the tone. When you kind of act this way, then I'll act that way. I see it.
I'll believe you if and only if you visit this show maybe 4 or 5 times. I guarantee you by the 3rd time, they're gonna tell you ain't shit. They're gonna wipe your ass with the microphone.
Now, Darwin, when have we ever told you that you
right? You just making up.
Now
stuff.
you know I don't do that.
A hit dog holler.
That's fine by me, but I ain't never did it.
You called a whole woman
Mary.
a Jezebel and got fully out of character before, Darwin, and you know what I'm talking about because I had to tell you, like, Darwin, I have never seen you act like this before.
Oh, she was.
But you,
I heard her.
I'm just saying.
I get it.
Don't put it all on us.
There's levels to it. I get it. Yeah.
So Jeff,
yeah,
I like what you spoke about when you talked about accountability, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how when we say that they've done something, how they were internalizing it actually goes on to explain to Shan why DNA tests would need to be mandatory. Because, and I created this slideshow while we were sitting up here, and it kind of just shows exactly what women would do if we asked for a DNA test. And I'll put it up here again so y'all can just kind of see the responses after the question. JR, if you could put me on the big screen. Hold on, wait. JR, calling JR. Marcus, put me on the big screen. One of y'all niggas put me on the big screen.
JR said he had to use the restroom, bro.
I'm not in that account right now.
Oh, damn. Oh, well, I basically the slideshow. Oh, okay. And so this question was asked, and this was kind of the women's response. This was almost half of the women responding this way.
They'll leave. You single.
Yeah, that's kind of fast. Who's a speed reader here?
I mean, I can't pause it.
That's changing super fast, Sweeney.
I don't know. Let me see if I can change the speed.
Because that was like a bunch of paragraphs.
Hold on,
so can I say
all negative response?
While you're trying to pull that up, Sweeney.
It's not all. So all the responses in there weren't negative, but more than half of them were. And the thing was that the women largely were basically saying, if you doubt me, we're gonna have an issue. And that's what happens if a guy comes to a woman and asks her, hey, I need a DNA test. Can we get a DNA test for this child? Her immediate feelings, is it gonna be for his assurance or anything like that. It's going to be, how dare you doubt that this child is yours? What are you accusing me of? Are you telling me that I'm not? Are you telling me that? Are you accusing me of cheating on you? So that's the reason why a lot of men, because I know that Laisha was like, so y'all telling me that y'all won't ask because of hurt feelings? Yes, because we try to spare y'all feelings when we're involved with y'all. If it means the end of my relationship, if I ask for a DNA test from my wife, or if I ask for a DNA test from my long-term girlfriend, someone I'm in a relationship with, then why would I ask? Why not just have it mandatory, which it'll eliminate your ability your ability.
I guess I'm sorry, Sweeney, but I'm trying to understand that, and I hate to say this in such a vulgar manner, but we're saying that you trust her enough to raw dog it, but you also need to ask for a DNA test? Because the same girl you're asking for a DNA test from is the same girl you should be using a condom with.
You see the response you just gave?
Can
nothing about the insurance. It's all about how, oh, well, if you raw dog her, then why don't you trust her? Well, that's just because I raw dog her.
That's all I'm asking.
Doesn't mean that somebody else also did.
Grant her argument. Grant her argument, Laisha.
Yeah.
What is do you think it's fair to draw a parallel between an immediate result or immediate proof or confirmation whenever you're inserting into the vagina raw versus something that's got to take a 9-month process and a DNA test on top of it?
Yeah, because AIDS is worse than a baby. So if you're willing to gamble with AIDS, syphilis,
Ask Brother Podcast.
I mean, I don't know. I just would feel like if you don't feel the need to protect yourself from a disease,
blank slate.
Laisha, you trolling.
I'm not.
You are trolling.
Can I say something?
I'm not.
So you know what? Y'all just confirmed that y'all ain't been to therapy.
You are trolling right now at this point.
Because
I'm saying that if you look at this woman like I have to question where her body has been, I would think that you would look at her in the same way when you're on the aisle picking up the condoms, is all I'm saying.
Golly.
What the
So Jeff, I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna ask a question if I could.
Trev, you said you about to ask a question?
I'll let you finish your point, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay. Yeah. In regards to why, the reason for why I'm in the camp with Sweeney and some of the other panelists in terms of why it should be mandated is for this very reason. There would be no more arguments. 1/3 of all paternity tests already currently come back with the person who they thought would be the father is coming out as not the father. So that's just the ones that's being tested. Depending on the age range, men and women are cheating at the same rates. And then when you factor in a heavy percentage of men are not even having sex at all, we're in a sexually liberated or libertine environment where the opportunity, or really the optionality of giving women the benefit of the doubt in the West, we have too much data now to just assume that women will listen well, respond well. All women will just handle it in the greatest way. No, even just having conversations about the idea of it in panel conversations like this, it can kind of go left. Now reimagine, like Sweeney said, doing this when she's pregnant, doing this when she's close to delivery. If anything, this is one of the few things that men are bitching about that every reasonable human being, I don't see a single argument outside of because the woman would be upset. Outside of if we remove the component of she'll be offended, she'll be upset, you should have thought about this sooner. Outside of these like subjectively semi-superficial justifications, it protects both parties. If anything, I think if it became mandated in a particular region or state, we'd actually start seeing women who are the ones that's popping up as that 30% of people who are lying or who are doing paternity fraud. I actually see the women that living in that region, they actually would start to change and adapt and their behaviors would improve.
No, they won't. I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. They're going to go to other states where it's not enforced to have a baby.
Listen, but every woman's not going to jump up and leave the state. So for the women who choose to stay or have to stay, more than likely when they know that, oh snap, from the very beginning, this guy didn't sign, he's not the biological father. What you're going to see is a cascading effect of women are going to start to learn from other women's mistakes. And they're going to start to observe where the homegirl that just is getting all these perks, and this guy is working to himself to the bone, and he's paying for a kid that's not even his. Like, a lot of that's going to go away. So no, there is no perfect strategy, but it absolutely, to me, is one that's very logical. It makes sense. And because of the jurisdiction by state and city and region, the rules aren't uniform. If we had one uniform policy, now, and when people say, well, how can we do this, or what would we do this? All the women that say, you know what, Jeff, you're on to something. You know what? You're saying we don't care about men, and this is clearly something that only impacts men negatively. How can we move in this direction? Stop voting for people that you know will continue these policies. So the very group that girl power and the future is female and this and that, is that the political group that's probably going to run with this agenda? Probably not. So if you're not willing to make that jump, then you're not actually serious about actually caring about doing the work of actually addressing these types of things. Shayna.
So I wanted to clarify my response. I was basing it off of, why would you need her permission to swap your baby's mouth?
Because it's illegal in some states to get it without her permission.
Yeah, like what
is what now?
It is illegal in certain states and cities to without both parents' consent to get a DNA test. That's what I was saying about it's not consistent across the board.
Okay, that information for me to, so that's why I wanted to clarify. So in what I thought was the paternity test, I know that they do have swabs online that you could swab the baby mouth. It doesn't hurt the child. It's just a simple swab. And my thing is, why would you have to ask somebody to swab your baby's mouth? Like, why do you have to have this person permission to swab your baby's mouth? Well, so I was thinking of it as,
you don't know if it's your baby yet.
But if she has you in there, that means she's saying it is your baby, right? So you could take on that ownership. Okay, if it's my baby, I should be able to move as the father of this child. So I have equal rights to my child, like you have rights, right? Because she can make decisions about the kid too. So I'm moving from that standpoint. This is the father. He has the same rights that I have. His say is no different from my say. So if he feels with his child, when he has his child in his possession, just wants to swab the kid's mouth. It's not harming the kid for his own self.
Why you acting like? Let me finish. Why you acting like y'all breed of women? Don't be like, hell no, you go get a court order. You better go get some paperwork before you touch. Even if it's just
Darwin, can I please finish? And I promise I will answer your question within that. As I was about to say was, thank you, Jeff. I did not know that it was not legal. So now it does make sense, because if she has to know, that changes everything. I did not know that she had to know. I was under the impression that if it's your child and it's a simple swap, you had the decision to do that. But thank you. So because of that information that was shared with me, I can understand your stance on it.
It's definitely based on the state and jurisdiction. And there's actually, I want to say a week ago, there was a bill. I have to find it. There was a bill that was trying to be introduced to ban paternity testing. So we are in an environment where things have so overcorrected and skewed. You now have a demographic of men that's feeling stuck because a huge percentage of the other half of the population either doesn't care, isn't interested, sees it as a benefit for them and doesn't want to give it up, or they're sympathetic, but they don't know the next logical steps of how can we kind of come beside you and kind of support you guys. So
would I be wrong? Would I be wrong if I said Shan is an example of the side that doesn't show interest on these particular things? Therefore, she didn't know that there was a law preventing a man from swabbing it because of her position on these things in a biased way.
We all have things that we don't know. But when we receive new information, now we get to reflect, reevaluate, even look into it further. That's what happens. She hadn't heard that information before.
Right, but that wasn't my question. But I get what you're saying. But I'm saying, like, before she got the new information. Like there's information about this stuff that's critical to the whole reason why men are getting dragged or disproportionately put through the system because of these matters. And the reason why a lot of women don't know about this little fundamental thing that you can't just go up there and swap the kid is based on the reason that they maybe they don't even have any interest on peeling back the layers to figure out all the things that's preventing this man from rightfully finding out whether this kid is not. It's no interest in. So they're not going to go and peel back the layers to figure out if there is any law preventing them, period.
It's going to sound, Shayna, I'll let you speak in a second. What Shayna, the process of what we just had is actually a human thing. There's a whole host of things that women will report and say that that's a unique concern to them. And it usually takes a man kind of being sat down, or it happening to his daughter or happening to his mother, for him to start to gain much more understanding of what certain things that women have to go through. So I don't look at it as a unique thing from the female population as much as it's probably a human thing. And unless we have conversations like these, or someone who's intentionally choosing to try to share a particular side, but communicating in a way where people can receive it, it makes sense where it's not until something like this happens where they're like, oh, I didn't know. So yeah, I don't look at it as like a female thing or black woman thing or anything like that. I think it's like there's a whole host of things that's unique challenges to black women that a whole bunch of black men make it very clear they're not interested in. They're not interested in knowing. They're not interested in learning. I'll give you an example. Interracial relationships. A lot of black people, men and women, have their views and attitudes about it by default. They just feel how they feel about it, right? They either support of it or they're not. They may be on the Dr. Umar types, where they think they're a race traitor and all this other stuff, and he hates his mother and that he hates black women. And me, and other friends of mine who have dated all women of all over the place, it's always interesting to hear how people talk about something they've never done and never been a part of. And they just have these certain assumptions. And then when we sit down, when we talk, and they start, yo, you dated a Belarusian before? Yo, you dated a Brazilian? Oh, okay. Well, what was going on with that? Didn't hate black women. Don't hate my mom. Got a great relationship. She was just here 2 days ago. And what you realize is, like, once we have those breakdown conversations and those walls come down, people's perspectives change. But unless the conversation was allowed to happen, it makes sense why people just have the views that they do until they receive more information. So that's just how I see it.
So I wanted to ask you about the point you made about communication, right? And I feel like there's a serious disconnect. We all realize that, right? So in your opinion, what do you think that men could possibly be doing wrong, and vice versa, of course, to why we always miss each other, why we can't have a civil conversation sometimes, why don't we come to a conclusion, why can't we come to solutions, what are we missing?
Well, okay, so for starters, with women, I'll start with women. With women, they struggle with trying to project the way in which they relate with each other onto the men that they're talking to and trying to do life with. So as an example, they will talk to their girlfriends about all kind of different things, about work, and so-and-so did this, and a lot of times they will talk about issues, but just the nature of talking about the issue is a bonding experience for them, where it's like a connecting thing for them. Them bringing up issues and talking about problems with their girlfriends is not usually about bringing it up so that you can help give me an answer to solve it. Men's way of communicating is the opposite. If I'm actually bringing something up, it's solely for the purpose of how I need help with resolving this. Women feel better talking about the situation, and sometimes it will often kind of work itself out. Men, if they are going to bring it up, it's because they want an answer. So when men are being forced into treatment, forced into therapy, and we've been talking about this for the last 4 weeks, it's like, what's the point of this? The wife or the girlfriend or the woman, I've seen her for the last 6 months. And she's never running out of stuff to talk about. And she feels connected. She feels heard. She feels validated. And he keeps coming in feeling like my problem isn't getting solved. And if he feels like the answers to his problems get solved or fixed, he feels better. For her, it's actually not always about whether her actual problem, if anything actually happened with it. It's about when I'm talking about it, can you at least understand how I'm feeling in this moment? So when men don't understand that and when women don't understand that, they're now trying to force the other to conform. So when a guy says, can you stop nagging? Why I got to hear about everything? Why can't you just do this? He doesn't get it. When she's like, I can't ever talk to you about this, and that, they have to figure out a way of compromise to do this dance so that they can be, so that they can kind of do life well together. It's not about the only way me and my wife are going to do well, me and my girlfriend are going to do well is if she only bring up issues that I can solve. Nah, sometimes you just want to talk. Sometimes you just want to bond. On the flip side with him, when the men are bringing up their issues and women say they're not good communicators, they don't this, they don't that, because when they do try to communicate, if you're trying to push the conversation in a direction he didn't intend, now if it's all about now how you feeling, he may have needed that moment. He doesn't need that check-in every day. Or he brings up an issue he's having in the relationship or with her, and she does reverse psychology and flips it on him. And now she's upset. She's upset about the thing that he was upset about that he brought up to her. And now before you know it, he's apologizing when he was the one who had the issue. Once you learn that dance and you both sides kind of stop doing the things that they know is kind of exacerbating the issue, communication styles actually start to integrate and improve significantly. I don't know if Trev, that answered your question.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Man, that dude was lost after 5 minutes of your. No, I'm just kidding. That's a good listen.
So I did want to address something you said earlier about equality, and my position is we're more alike than we are different.
Okay.
Now, biologically, our bodies are definitely different. Socially, we're basically the same. Now, I understand what you were saying. I completely agree with all of that. When you put it like that, I was like, okay, yeah, for sure. But I think a lot of women are asking just for equity, not necessarily equality. Like, we don't necessarily want to be equal to you, but we definitely want the environment to be equitable. We want to be able to have the same opportunities to just function the way we function.
Can you give me an example, just so I know I'm on the same page with you? Can you give me an example?
So I'm much different than the average woman. The average woman does not own a garage full of power tools. The average woman just doesn't do, like, I like getting dirty and doing what I do. And I know that I can't.
Average lonely woman does.
Say what?
The average lonely woman has a garage full of power tools. Trust me.
No, they don't. No, they don't, Darwin.
They gotta get down
No,
there
they
and
don't.
that shit they sell.
No, they don't, because my friends call me to do all of their work. They do not do that. The average woman does not have a garage full. The average single woman does not have a garage full of power tools. They have a Rolodex full of people that they can call to do the work that they need done.
I'm just messing
and they pay those people for sure. But and I know that I am not able to do the things the way a man can do it, because we are different. But the opportunity to show up and have the opportunity to do the things that I do want to do and like to do and I am able to do You know what I'm saying? Like, especially like in my relationship, I don't want to be looked at differently as if I'm masculine just because I'm building a greenhouse in my backyard. A lot of men are put off by that, right? Like, I want to be seen just as a person who has a lot of talents. Like, I'm talented, right? And so I don't want to be looked at differently because of that, because a lot of men have a very rigid view of what a woman is supposed to be. So when I take out my power tools and I'm taking raw materials and I make it something, I don't want a man to be like, I don't want a woman to do all that. There's real manly right there. And I'm like, but I got I got booty shorts and a sports bra. I'm cute doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm very feminine. I just do what I do. And I think we're just asking for equity and just to be seen as people, just like y'all like to be seen as people and not these dainty, feminine, like helpless creatures.
All right. Thank you for that. I have 2 or 3 points I think that could be very helpful with this. Number one, you and Jasmine, are y'all outside of you two being equal in terms of being human beings, like in terms of value? Are you two equal? No, right? So if you're not equal with another woman, then you're not equal with another man. And I'm not equal with Darwin outside of the fact that our equality starts and stops, believe it or not, with our humanity. All other distinctions, our gender, our age, our experience, our skill set, there's reasons for why one person will get the job, another person will get the job. In 2025, there is nothing that you can't do in terms of employment, right? Even in terms of intense fields, physical labor fields, they'll lower the standards now for women so that they can do it. So if you want to be a firefighter, you don't have to have the same standard that a male firefighter has to do. If you want to be in the military, your mile won't be the mile of your male counterpart. You want to be a police officer, you name it. Field after field after field. By default, because you're in America, as a woman, you can already go and do that. The issue for all women, and I'll say this specifically to Black women, is, yes, you're right. You probably had experiences where there were some men that were turned off because you had a certain type of job. A lot of men, I can't speak for your personal experience, but a lot of men are not actually turned off by the job or even the type of job. They're turned off by the traits that are often associated with those women. The behavioral traits that sometimes comes with women that has very demanding schedules, demanding jobs, demanding fields, is that they're highly disagreeable, that they are a little rough around the edges. They assume because I look good that I'm still feminine. Because I get my nails done, I'm still feminine. Because my hair and I got my makeup on, I still let a man lead. Well, I always look at it through the lens: does your outcomes reflect the thing that you're saying that you're doing? So an example of what I'm basically saying is, when I talk to women who are struggling in the dating market and they're saying, oh, I'm doing this and I'm doing that, but I'm saying, but if all the men, your outcomes would typically be different. If I'll say it this way, because you kind of mentioned something in terms of you want to be perceived a certain way from men, right? You want them to still see you as soft, as still feminine, or yeah, in essence, right? And that you don't want what you do to impact how people see you. If we flip it, and this is where I think both sexes can get a better understanding of this stuff. When you all question what it is about men being turned on and turned off about stuff, what's your icks? What's your things that makes it known? I can't do this guy. I absolutely can't take him seriously. I'm not going to return his phone call. That's not my type. Whatever that list of things is that attracts you or turns you away, we have our own version of that. And again, no one has to teach us that.
Well, but my point is that there is a very rigid view of what a woman is. And so I get icks. I promise I do. And I'm not, again, I don't invalidate experiences. It's
Okay.
cool. Like how you feel, how you experience things. I'm never going to invalidate that. But there is a very rigid view. Like you have to meet these certain points to be this feminine woman to men. And for me, and the other women can agree or disagree. But for me, the ick normally is that rigidity and all of the things that come with it. The rigid masculinity, the rigid like gender roles.
Why is it rigid?
I don't like, because it never, like it can never be anything else but what you all see it as, right? Like you're not allowing people to just be people. Like women are not these bullet point things. You cannot list what a feminine woman is because it looks different.
We live
And
in a
it
society.
should look different just like men in their masculinity can look different.
Bo, I have a question. Sorry, Darren. Bo, I have a question for you. And I hope that this question will illustrate the direction I'm going in.
Okay.
Who do you think has more prerequisites or standards in order for them to be satisfied and interested in order to date the opposite sex? Who got the higher? Who has the much longer list of expectations that the opposite sex has to meet in terms of requirements?
Okay, if we're talking about in society, then I guess it has to be women.
You guess.
So, of the few things, so hold on, just 1 second. So, just to clarify, there's actually very few things that men are actually looking for and to satisfy, and I think our standards have had to go down every decade in order for us to be able to still find a suitable partner.
Not mine.
So what I'm suggesting is rather than trying to demonize women with their lengthy list of prerequisites. So for instance, if you feel like you don't want men to be so rigid with their viewpoints, I'm not going to shame women that want a man that's taller than them. I'm never going to shame women that want a man that's not weaker than them. I'm never going to shame women that don't want to be with men that they don't feel safe with and that he feel like that he can't protect them. So rather than being like, well, you just need to change that. No, that's what you can't go through 10,000 years of evolutionary biology and know that who you are and how you've been shaped to be. There's actually certain natural inclinations of what no one had to teach you that you may have felt safer with a man that you weren't looking down on. That's just a hardwired in you. So remember when I mentioned about that blank slate theory thing? A blank slate theorist will have issues with the opposite sex's stances of what they're attracted to that they feel they're not measuring up to. So when you hear these men that's going off and complaining about women this and women that, evolutionary biology is learning about, in order for you to not be a genetic dead end as a man, you have to adapt to what women want. You don't get to dictate what it is that women are attracted to or what they want. What they want is what they want, and they're not going to settle. So if we're going to hold women to that standard, then we have to hold men to especially men who have the choice and option as well. The man that you want has standards just like you do. And just like many of the key core things that you either like or don't like or turn-ons and turn-offs, you get to arbitrarily decide which one of those you want to honor or set aside. So too does he. Now, for you, a guy may look at you and initially think a certain thing. Oh, she's going to be rough around the edges. She's doing all this hard manual labor. But what happens to the guy who has that image in his head and then he talks to you and he gets the total opposite experience? Suddenly your job and field and craft of what you do for a living doesn't matter to him anymore, because experientially, that whatever's happening outside that home, when you walk through that door, he doesn't feel it. Guys don't care. Guys ain't, when women are like, if I went to school or I made all of this money, I didn't go to school to make 80,000, 100,000, 125,000 to date a guy that's making 40. We're never going to shame her into accepting a guy that's making $40,000. It's not going to happen. She put herself in a position that that's what it is that she desires. And either she's the type of woman that can garner and get that type of man, or she doesn't. If he's the type of man that's saying, I want a woman that's feminine, soft, respects my leadership, displays submissiveness at times, and works well with me and is on my program, are you the type of guy that can get that out of women, regardless of what she does for a living? Every guy doesn't qualify for the type of woman that he wants. And guess what? Every single woman doesn't qualify for the type of man that she thinks she wants.
Right.
We have to learn how to adjust to the sex we're saying we want. What we're doing as in dating, communication. This is a great, to me, I think this is a really cool analogy. Imagine going to for a job interview. You get there, you sit down, you're late, you in your pajamas, and you slide over your resume, and it's a whole bunch of irrelevant stuff that has nothing to do with the job position that you want. And as the person's trying to ask you questions, you're talking about how much you want to make and what your hours is going to be, and they're saying, well, this is what our salary is, and this is the prerequisites of what we're looking for in experience, and this is what we'd be willing to pay you, and this will be the schedule. And you say, yeah, I don't like any of this. I want way more money. You say in 5 days, I'll do 2 days. One of those days is going to be virtual. You just making up your own rules. What's the likelihood of you filling that job position? Are you getting picked? Less than slim to none. Men have, each man, if there's different types of men, there's usually general attraction triggers of what most men want. And the men that are of demand, their standards are even higher. So I'll give you an example on my end. When I was younger and I was chasing after and thirsty and trying to, shoot my shot, and I'm sending flowers and doing all this stuff. And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. I said, man, this is a hell of a lot of effort. By the time I got to 30, things were a little bit different. And when I was on a dating app, I was a BLK Black. I had flew to Atlanta for 2-hour layover, and then I flew to Chicago and landed. When I flew to Atlanta, 2 hours, turned my phone on real quick, turned it back off, didn't check the app, got to Chicago. The 2 hours I was in Atlanta to the half hours I was in Chicago till I got in my cousin's car when she picked me up from the airport, it was 72 to 74 women that had matched with me or initiated contact with me after 2 hours in 2 different cities. You don't get to dictate anything to me. The other 69 women I can choose. That's the dating market. So if there's nothing else I'm going to say tonight that's going to be helpful, if we understand the opposite sex better, we'll move different. In the global dating market, we ain't worried about America, in the global dating market, in terms of desirability, it's white men at the top, it's Black men number 2, it's Hispanic men number 3, and Asian men number 4. In terms of desirability, in terms of all the data and stats that they're collecting in terms of marriages, in terms of sex, access to sex, and the dating app data. Black men are second. Asian men are last. Asian women don't want Asian men en masse. On the flip side, depending on the stat, depending on the data, number 1 is either Asian women or white women, depending on the study. And then number 3 is Hispanic women. And then last is Black women.
You just crucified yourself.
It's not crucified, and I'll tell you why. The reason why I'm saying it in that way and breaking it down in that way is a lot of this animosity that we're having with each other, Black men and Black women in this country. Africans don't see us as a part of their tribe. Jamaicans don't see us as a part of their tribe. There are no other groups that do. So if globally you are the least desired, and even the other Black people, even if the other Black people come here, they will look at you different. And they'll still treat you a little bit different, and it takes you a while to kind of warm up. And they'll be honest and say, you know, when I first came here, my parents said not to deal with the Black Americans. I've heard that they have told me this. Who else are you going to listen to in terms of whatever it is that's causing you to be at the bottom of the totem pole of desirability than a Black man looking you in your face and saying, this is what I need to feel loved. This is what I need to feel connected. This is what we need in order to feel like we can get back together with y'all, and vice versa. Black women need to communicate and let us know what it is that we're failing and dropping the ball on. So all I'm saying is rather than trying to focus on men need to adapt to me, that's not the real world. If you want the job, if you want the position, you need to fill the prerequisites. If the prerequisites are softness, feminine, non-argumentative, more agreeable, either you want to be that or not. And if you were like, well, I don't want to do all of that stuff to get with a man, you're going to end up with the man that most women don't want and other men don't respect. The man that has respect has standards. And
hold on. Boeing, are you fact checking him right now? Oh no, you tend to do that. Go ahead, broadcast.
So I'm not in the business of trying to transform and say I'm not getting what I want in the dating market, so the problem is all other women. No, the market's the market. I need to adjust to the women. So if you are a woman by default, you have value in terms of beauty. Ain't nobody on the panel ugly. So if you're a woman and you're single and you're 30 or up, the issue is you probably need to adjust to the caliber of man that you say that you want, if you even know where to find him.
Damn.
In the Black community, I'm in a social club in Philly, working professionals, lawyers, doctors, you name it, right? The women who go to those facilities, to those spaces, have an unusual monopoly on a higher tier. These are dudes that do golf. These are dudes that own yachts, right? All the women who don't know about the social clubs, all the women that don't go to the cigar lounges, they have no idea that there's a whole nother bracket of pool of men that they're not even having access to. A lot of Black women, because they didn't do what's the school? They didn't grow up in environments where they were put into these spaces to be put on game. In terms of when you went to school, why was the Asian women and the white women going for two reasons and you were going for one? You were going to get your degree. They were going to get the degree and to find their partner. So when you walked across the aisle with your diploma in hand, they had the diploma in the ring. It's about mindset. It's about approach. It's about intentionality. And it's about humility of if you are 30 or up as a woman and you are mildly attractive, you're doing something wrong. And your single girlfriends can't help you. And if every man that says something to you, he needs to adjust to me, that's the problem.
The prize, exactly. I was about to say that a large group of them women believe that they're the prize, so they don't even know anything about going to go gain access to a particular plethora of man or a class of man. If they're already predisposed to think that they're the prize.
If they're in an echo chamber all day hearing that they're tens and, oh, you don't have to adapt for a man, you let them come after you, then yeah, of course you're going to yield those results every time. And I think that's the main issue is that, we talked about the communications, and women don't really care to listen to men. They don't want to believe what it is that men are telling them. And they're constantly reinforced that they are doing the right thing and the men are doing the wrong thing. But we've told these women on the panel, not in particular this show, but different panelists that have came on over and over and over again, that you're going to have to make some adjustments. And it does take humility, like you said, but most people aren't willing to because they feel like they're doing the right thing. They're not really trying to hear women are saying it. And I've mentioned the word competitive, and people will get extremely angry because I said the dating market is competitive. But women don't feel the need or have the humility to compete for men in a competitive market. If you won't compete in a field that's competitive, what result can you possibly get?
Well, if when you turn 18, you had access to men that was your age, in their 20s, in their 30s, and in their 40s, and that primarily was offered to you specifically because of your biology and not something you had to earn. You've now had 12-year run of not having to work for attention that's naturally going to be granted to you. Anybody, if I was a woman, I'm sure my mindset would have been very different than what it is as a man.
Wait. Hold on.
I get and understand. I get and understand that.
I got to expose you to something before you go there on the youth.
Okay.
We done did it many times, but I'm gonna let the women question you on this.
Okay.
Because when you talk about a woman becoming 18 and having access to different brackets, age groups of men because of her biological position, her youth, and all these other stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can debunk it or you're gonna actually substantiate it, maybe. But there's this frontal lobe argument. You heard of it? I don't need to say nothing more, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, this, regardless of the development of the frontal lobe and who's develops faster and all this other stuff, I guess the main point I was trying to bring up is you typically had a run that your 18-year-old male counterpart didn't. He has to build up his value. So if the 18-year-old man effectively has very little to offer most single women. So he has to learn what women want and obtain it and become it. By default, a woman who's getting the attention up front, because her value is up front, if you are a poor mate selector, by the time you've gotten to 30, 32, 35, 40 plus, a woman that refuses to adjust to the type of man that she wants is effectively the equivalent of a male incel. Involuntary celibate. Involuntary celibate is a male that can't get access to women and he refuses to do something about it. Damn. So that loser over there to the left, that guy that's not, that no woman's checking for, and he's refusing to put the work in to adjust to the market of what women's expectations are so that he can get not only the caliber of woman that he wants, but access to women, period. Because you're a woman by default, you're going to get attention from the 400-pound life, when you 400, 500-pound life, where them people be on the show and they got to tear down the door to carry them out. All them big women was never single. There was still a man in there. So you getting access to a man is not a flex. You getting access to the man that you want is the challenge. So if you can't do that as a woman that's been getting access to men since 18, you are the equivalent to that.
Damn.
So until you're willing to make that adjustment, that's why your outcome is what it is. I'll never have men or women come into my office and they walk out thinking society and the world has to change so that I can live life. You have to point, the greatest success you can make is to make it your responsibility, even if it's not. If it went wrong, there's something I have to do different. In my marriage, in my kids, in my friendships, in my relationship, the onus is on me.
So let me
go ahead.
Let me test your logic real quick on that. It's going to be really quick. Are you saying that if a woman desires a man that prefers or require a woman to be 140 pounds, but she's 200, are you saying on the record that she need to go lose weight?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. If this is the man she wants,
yeah, I know. I agree with you. I just wanted to go on the record.
Yeah, because only in America can we say only America can we say the type of job and salary that we want, but we don't want to have to show up for the interview and want to show up late and make our own rules. Everywhere else in your life, if you wanted the degree, how many credits did you have to take? How many classes did you have to do? You wanted that job? How many interviews did you have to go through? What's the uniform? How many times do you have to be in the office? Everywhere else in your life, there are steps and protocols and things that will lead you to the outcome you want. But then when it comes to the man that you want there to be no rules. Take me as I am. The
But,
take me as I am men are the men that nobody else wants.
Mayor J. Block. So I know this might be a little bit off the direction that you're going.
Yeah.
But what is your thoughts on the panderer phenomenon? And I've been trying to study it right now. But in terms of how are these people that get behind the microphone and pander able to captivate such a large audience so consistent whenever that large audience can go and look at the facts and see that this guy is playing on your feelings and still turn you into a paying client?
Well, because advertisers know that it's easier to sell to women and children. So if advertisers know that, people that want to get on these platforms know that as well. So if you know that I think it's like 80% of the consumer debt is women. They know they'll spend the money. They know that they'll be on social media. And they know they would love to jump into somebody telling them what they want to hear, even if it's not true. They know that. My argument is to put women on game to what's going on. If everything that's coming out of a man's mouth makes you feel good, you should be running. Unless you think you're perfect. Unless you think you're perfect and there's nothing to change, at some point you should hear something that kind of pricks you. I'm like, oh, I need to tighten up. I need to change that about myself. That's an area I need to grow in. If the guy or the man or woman with the microphone is always saying the blame is the other party, the blame is the men, it ain't you, you're never going to get that. Like, as a therapist, if you came in for 6 months and I agreed with you, all your problems is everybody else but you, what do you have to change?
Well, let's take your morals off the table.
Sure.
If you were making a critical decision to come into as a podcaster, and your sole focus and your only priority and importance was to make as much money as you can, would you come in the field that you're in, or as a panderer? Take your morals off the table. A panderer, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. That confirmed.
And I know with one, and they actually do it now with men and women. With now they're telling men and women what each side wants to hear, which is what's driving the gender war thing even worse. So now you have this whole market of podcasters, red pill space, black pill space, where it's everything that's wrong in society is because of women. That's how they're marketing it. And now the guys who's not getting the success that they want in the dating market, the issue is the women. So that's the reason for why I can't get the type of woman I want. It's because of the women. If the women just was better, then everything will be fine. And then on the other side, all the issues are men. Men ain't men no more. The reality is, yeah, we all got work to do. But to me, if you become more aware of the propaganda and indoctrination and the attempts to pander to you, you'll actually know when politicians are lying to you, when life coaches are lying to you, when podcasters are lying to you. Now you see through it. And you'll know it because if you watch enough of their material, they will never speak on certain issues or issues pertaining to certain sexes. It'll be obvious. So the guys that's going on tour and they sound like they a poet and they say this stuff on stage, but not one time has he ever said something about what a woman needs to change. He's telling her it sounds good. Women fall in love with what they hear. Men fall in love with what they see. So this is why when they want to market to men, OnlyFans, sex sells. They know how to market to us. How do they market to y'all? Tell y'all what y'all want to hear. If you start to learn this and start from an intellectual state, start breaking down why I believe what I believe, and start is the outcomes of what I'm having currently what I want, you'll have to start relooking in. I got to change something. Who I'm listening to, who I'm influenced by, who I'm going to for help and support. It changes the game. So back to sorry, I know we went off on a tangent. Shayna, did you have something?
I just want to say I appreciate you. This conversation, I'm just sitting there like, oh. And the reason why is because we can have, like I said before, we can have an honest conversation when it's a balanced conversation. It can't be always you. Sometimes it's me. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to be a give and take, right? And I think that so often it's like your problem, your problem, your problem. And it feels so good to have somebody on here. It's like, no, we both got problems. Let me list the ones you got. Let me list the ones they got. And then you're backing it up. I trust, you could be, I don't know. I trust it. It sounds great. And I'm like, even when you talk about Black women not being desirable, I can see that. I can see how people would get that just by our representation and how we move, right? We do need to do better. And the way you put it, the way you put it, I at least for me, I receive it. We do need to do better. And it's all about how your delivery, like how you speak to people, and I think that that's the reason why many of us, at least for me, we're listening.
Yeah.
I didn't get offended by anything you just said.
Let me ask you a question.
Offended me.
Can I ask you a question, Sharon?
And I agree with
Has he said, can you ask me? What you say? Has he said anything that Marcus, Trev, Sweeney, some of the guys, Shannon Rawls or JR, has he said anything that was foreign that none of us have already said?
So again, there are things that I agree with you too, producer. I think, like I said, it's the delivery. Let's just talk about earlier. I told you I accept that I was wrong, and you decided to not say, okay, she gets it now. You threw it in my face to be like, okay, but you wanted like a battle, and I wasn't trying to give you that. I said, okay, I see your standpoint. Thank you for enlightening me. I get it now, but that wasn't even enough for you. And it's like, people are tired of the back and forth, It's like, can we find things that we can sit here and stop arguing with each other? Just find a solution. Like, you may think differently than I think. My walk in life is going to be totally different from yours. But can we have a conversation, like a decent conversation, and it not be like?
I thought I asked it with a good. How was my delivery with that question? I thought it was.
Okay, but again, there are things like Bruce. I can say I appreciate you too, because there are things that you say as well that I do agree with. I've seen you on King Talk. You take up for a lot of your beliefs are the same beliefs that I have, and I appreciate that, right? But in this particular, and I've told you that before, but in this particular situation, Jeff is new. I want to say everything that he said. He's pointed out the bad for both, right? And I can tell you from that, I can accept when you were talking to me, I'm like, dang, okay, I need to fix that, right? And it's just a delivery. I can't. Anyway, I just want to say I appreciate it.
So brother podcast, basically, if me, Sweeney, M. White, Trev, and all the other brothers mirror your delivery, we can change the world.
No, do you know the difference? So here's the difference, right? He was actually listening. Like I could, like he. So no, because
you saying we don't listen
to
you?
Something when I said something to him about equity, and I was trying to explain that, he said, "Tell me more so I can be on the same page with you." And so my thing is always, if I say something that you don't understand, instead of rejecting it and putting it on me not knowing what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that all of y'all do it, but the people from last night's panel, but he stopped and he was like, hold on, because I want to understand what you're saying. In conversations, when we are trying to understand each other, because I come here, and I've told y'all this, I come here so that I can understand better, because I know that we're different. And I'm listening to you guys. Now, sometimes I think that it's crazy, but that's just me. That's me and my opinion, and that ain't about you. But I come here to listen and learn. And so I can tell that he is actually listening and he's trying to communicate. And a lot of times, guys do not do that in these conversations. They're here to be right. They are not here to learn the perspective of women, because we have a perspective. We do not solely have to acquiesce to your demands, but all of us have to understand each other so that we can adjust accordingly.
You don't think the brothers, and I'm not speaking to other guys. I don't know what happened last night. I wasn't there. But I'm talking about this crew, this consistent group of men, the M. Whites, the Sweeneys, the Travs, the JRs, the Darwins.
Not all
You
the
don't-
time, no.
Nah,
I
we be
don't
fighting with
believe
them, man. We just not of the caliber to speak in the right manner. So you gotta
No,
chalk it up.
it's so now M. White.
Why you ain't had to do that, but go ahead.
When Marcus is talking to me, he really is, like, he asks me questions because he really is curious about things, and I can tell that. But Bruiser, when you ask questions, they be loaded questions, and you know that.
How?
You ask a lot. Am I wrong, ladies? Don't
You
we
ask a lot of
loaded
questions from a biased perspective, and you can
Give
tell
me
when you
one
ask
example.
certain questions.
Give me one example.
Let me give you this example. In the beginning, you specifically told Ask a Brother podcast that it would be the women who would be disrespectful and constantly cutting people off. But since we've been on here, every woman that has talked, you have cut off. You need to mute yourself in between. You're about to do it now. You need to mute yourself in between when people are speaking to let the thoughts finish first before you respond. In that moment, it's already coming across as if you're not listening because you're already drafting a response to what they're saying before the full point is even getting out. You're constantly showing that. And I just thought that was kind of ironic. That was the main point I wanted to put out there. You said the women were going to be disrespectful, but Darren, you have been disrespectful to most of the women on the panel, and even to Ask a Brother podcast. As he's speaking, you'll cut him off to get your thought across. And I understand we're all extremely excited to say what we need to say, but it's okay to just sit back and listen, take in what everyone is saying, and then give your opinion. But because of how you respond to things, sometimes it comes across as if you already have your own preconceived biased notion and idea or ideology about what that person represents, their thoughts, what they feel, and you want to debunk it instantly instead of trying to understand it. And that's the difference that I feel the ladies are trying to let you understand. Ask a Brother podcast is coming across as understanding. His tone, his demeanor, his message, everything is completely different to what you have displayed just today.
So I think this kind of goes right back to
let me
where we were with the communication part.
Let me respond to it. So I agree that I did interrupt, and I think I set the precedence. Well, he may have talked before, but I did. I don't know if you remember, Brother Podcast. I did say, hey, look, if you need to interrupt, go ahead.
Yeah.
Because we do get feedback in the back checks that, hey, let this person speak, let that person speak.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't want to force you to speak whenever you haven't gathered your thoughts. That's why I say, hey, look, if you want to speak, go and interrupt. I don't care if anybody interrupt. But if y'all take it for a disrespect, that's a whole different thing. But I will say the reason why I do interrupt, because I know that oftentimes people carry a point and they had already drove it home. And I don't want to lose my response to a particular piece of the whatever they're saying. So I will interrupt. Interruption is not a bad thing. Some people take it as disrespect. I get it. You know, you set the terms on what you feel like respect is for you. And the other thing, the other reason why I interrupt on this particular show is because I've been sitting on these panels for maybe 2 to 3 years now. We have built up a habit or a norm here to interrupt. So I could make the argument that interruptions is expected. You get what I'm saying? So everybody.
No, I don't get what you're saying when you begin the conversation by stating that the women are going to be disrespectful. Those are the words you use.
I haven't gotten to that point yet.
I see it as disrespectful, Darren. Hold on.
But you interrupted me, though.
I didn't. You were landing your thought, right? Because you interrupted me the very
You did what I did.
time.
So now you see what I'm saying. That's the case.
But Darwin, the very first time I was speaking, the very first opening to my statement, you
okay, so I gotta wait
me.
till the 50% of your statement is done to interrupt. It's a certain threshold.
No, you don't. I'm proving a point to you that you started off this full conversation by letting him know that the women would be disrespectful, is the word you use,
I was
and
gonna
interrupt
get to that
them. Yet you have interrupted every woman on this panel and have not
I
let them finish
understand.
their thought. JR got on here, and I understand that we do interrupt each other. It gets rowdy. We all want to jump in and give our opinion. But before we even started this, we stated that we're going to be way more calm this time because we have a guest. We're going to let him speak. We're going to let everyone else speak. And you have been the main person not doing that. That's
Well, look,
all.
I don't want to get hung up on this too long, but I will say this, and I rewind the tape to make sure I correct myself. But I do remember saying, I don't remember calling out a gender when I said you will be interrupted or you'll be cut off. I do remember saying that, look, it's, you know what I'm saying, coming here at the, I think I said 2 to 3 or 4 times. You know what I'm saying? It's your first time here, but you set the precedence, but you will be interrupted. I don't remember saying the women are going to interrupt you. But if I did, I correct myself. But as you can see, but I'll take it off of that because I don't want it to be about me.
This it's getting late. It's midnight on my end, so I part of the reason why I wanted to do this is actually so that what's to do, what's the answer, and I have 5 particular points, which apparently is probably pretty relevant in terms of things we can do to kind of start to address some of the issues that we're seeing between the sexes. Number 1 is listen and be intellectually curious about more than oneself. Just a refusal to do this means that you basically either find the subject matter uninteresting. So just to justify why you feel like you don't need to know, don't need to listen, or don't need to be more knowledgeable about a particular perspective. And then B, it reveals traits of laziness, narcissism, and solipsism. So that's a fancy way of saying if you're not intellectually curious about men, you're narcissistic. You're solipsistic. You're extremely self-absorbed when you don't care about the opposite sex. And the same applies to men. So when we try to dominate conversations in our homes and we try to approach things with women in such a way where we feel like we don't have to factor in how she sees things or how she feels or how she internalizes things, we're functionally doing the same thing. Number 2 is observe and inquire about the lives of those that are actively working to address these issues. Myself as a comparison, I with my credentials, I can probably work in any state, anywhere, and I intentionally choose to work in the hood. It's 2 blocks away from my birthplace. People have been shot, stabbed right outside of our property, and I still go there every day. And because I think that the work and the people matter more than my luxury, if you will. And if we were to talk in detail, I would tell you the trauma work we do, the food drives that we do, the jobs that we offer, the 2 programs we just started with the homeless population to help them with getting access to psychiatric and mental health services for individuals that were on Kensington Ave, which is literally known as the drug capital in the country. If you don't know what to do, why don't you align and get with the people who are doing something and figure out what ways in which they're trying to actually turn this stuff around. Number 3 is introspection of your beliefs, your views, your actions, and or inactions. Because if you become more introspective, you'll become a better friend, a better lover, and you'll actually start to think about how you act on public platforms. And when you're out, you'll think beyond just, this is just me being me, to what do people think about Black men when I move this way? What do people think about the Black community when I enter into a space? So when it's the 2 white women and I'm talking to Canadians, I'm representing y'all. So for whatever reason, when we get around each other, we kind of forget that part. People are still watching and they all don't look like us. So number 4 is asking yourself a simple question of, what if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong with my lack of empathy? What if I'm wrong with my lack of being interested in said other perspectives? And what if the people who don't care about women are also wrong? I would argue that the gender war is just filled with people that don't care. And then last but not least, spend time learning about the skill of argumentation, logic, deductive reasoning, and identifying fallacies. At the beginning, I think some of the ladies, either previously or at the beginning, they kind of gave certain arguments and explanations that were just filled with fallacies of assumptions and appeals of emotion and apex fallacies. None of those things apply to whether or not what I said was true. So when we get better at doing those things, we're going to heal. We're going to get closer to each other, genuinely. So those are the 5 things that I think that if we individually try to do them, and we'll listen to this recording and relook at it. If you take the 5 things I just listed, and then you look back at how this conversation went at different parts, you'll know which of the 5 you need to improve on. So you'd be like, you know what, that number 3, I'm not as introspective as I need to be. Or you know what, I don't observe people that's actually putting in the work. And instead of just arguing on social media, maybe I need to join him or her. So, those are the 5 things that I would conclude that can actually radically kind of turn the tide of how we can approach things differently.
I'm glad you said that one piece about that you think that the gender war is a group of people who just don't care.
Yeah.
Because 2 years ago, I found myself hitting a wall of trying to so-called save people.
Mm-hmm.
Then I started to find out that a lot of people that I was trying to help actually knew better. They knew all the stats. They knew all the research. They just didn't give a damn. So that's when I shifted and pivoted, and I was like, well, I'm going to just focus on outcomes, desired outcomes specifically. And how can you optimize yourself to get the outcomes you want? What roadblocks are you unable to see that maybe I can see from based off of what you're telling me? And I found that started to work out tremendously, phenomenally in a better way for what I was trying to do versus trying to call myself educating people or thinking that education was the issue, a lack thereof. It was not that. People were well educated. They knew, men and women knew what the hell they were doing. They didn't give a damn who they were harming in the event of it. So I'm glad that you said that, because a lot of the stuff that you've been saying is giving confirmation for a lot of the things that I've confirmed or have yet to confirm. Because it's hard to position yourself in a circle of people that may be able to substantiate or articulate certain ideas or concepts based on research that come from hard work and time in these trenches or whatever, or whatever experience you have. A lot of people just aren't interested in having those conversations.
Remember at the beginning of this conversation when I said that there's 2 types of listeners, and that one of them are people that's typically more interested in whether or not it's actually true, and then the other group is more interested in how what you're saying makes them feel. What you're doing, what I used to do a lot, is I'm so focused on the outcome and is it true or not, that I was forgetting that second piece. That there are people who, if you don't address how they're feeling and how you're making them feel with what you're saying and your tone and how you're coming at them, they're hitting them with the facts isn't going to make them believe it. I have to address what's the emotional block for why you're not willing to receive this information. It could be timing. It could be me because I'm a man saying it versus a woman saying it. It's a whole host of things. So I don't take it personal. I'll give you an example right now. For Black women specifically, modern feminism, which they got from white women, is a greater risk to Black men in the Black community than racism today in 2025.
She's shaking her head.
No, that's fine. She's allowed to. She's allowed to.
No, I just be reacting historically. Feminism is not from white women. Feminism is from white women appropriating Black women's movement for civil rights. So I want us to be very, very clear. The women's suffrage movement, which is known as feminism right now, was appropriated, was stolen from the Black women when the Black women started the civil rights movement, because we were fighting for everyone's rights. minorities' rights. So that's why I'm shaking my head. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but that's why I don't like being called a feminist, because of the history of that word. That's all I'm saying.
No problem. Yeah. So a couple things. I specifically use white feminism for a reason, because I think that there was a very, actually, I'll read a quote. The nuclear family must be destroyed, and people must find better ways of living together. The breaking up of families now is an objectively revolutionary process. Linda Gordon, socialist feminist. That ideology and the women who when we look back at the time when white women specifically, kind of like you said, started to take over the feminist movement and direction, and they started to infiltrate the other communities. The percentage of women that was against feminism was greater than the women that were for it. Significantly.
They were called the anti-suffragettes.
Anti-suffragettes. So my question is, if feminism came, it is here. White women had their version and spin on it. It was influenced heavily and propagated by the CIA. And today we have the current outcomes that we do. My question is, if you had to choose between the feminism that it's morphed into and is currently present, or Black men and what they are saying about how the direction of our community has to be, which are you going to choose? Because all this back and forth and all this, we'll put it all on the table right here. We'll put it all on the table right here. All the eloquence and all the talk and everybody's respecting each other, that's cool and all. But you're actually at some point going to have to make a choice in terms of the decisions that's brought us here, in terms of the direction of our community. You actually are, you do realize that your decisions, your choices and your actions have helped contributed to the single mother household. Your decisions have contributed to the 7-point-something million babies that's been aborted as of now. Between the abortions, between the single mother households, between being the most divorced and least married, if every single outcome is getting worse every decade, and you did the feminism thing, specifically their version of it, and then the men on the other side, because Asian men ain't checking for y'all. Hispanic men ain't trying to save the day for Black women. Is a Black man standing in front of you and saying, when you go home tonight and you wake up in the morning, which direction are we going to start to have to prioritize? Much of your talking points, not Bo specifically, I'm talking about women in general. If much of your talking points about what's the issue and what's broken and what's wrong with society all sounds like them third and fourth wave white feminists, that's the choices you've been making. You've made it clear whose voice of influence is going to be a priority in this community. And it's led to this outcome, what we have now. So if y'all want to get married, if y'all want to have stable relationships, if y'all want men to lead, guess who you're going to have to allow lead? Either Black men who are qualified to speak on it, or white women who's led you to the current state of what your condition is now. You are worse now than you were during Reconstruction in almost every statistical form of measurement. So in terms of this conversation about has feminism gone too far, you're damn right. My view is there's a place for feminism, there's a place for equality, and there's a place for equity for women and for Black women, but not defined by people that's outside of this community. Let's redefine what feminism and equality and equity looks like between us. Not people that came from the outside who tricked and used and manipulated our community to what we have and looks like today.
Appreciate your time, brother. Motherfucking mic drop.
Yes. Loved it. Loved this conversation.
Nah, man, this was fun. This was fun. I actually genuinely enjoyed it. I think a lot of people who know me personally, they were very interested to see how I was going to approach this panel discussion, seeing what some of the responses. But upon observing and watching several of the episodes, I really felt like trying to come on and go viral and come at somebody crazy, because I felt like they came at my viewpoint crazy. That what was that going to lead to? Nothing. I think it'd been entertaining for a little bit, but it wasn't going to change anybody's minds or perspectives. I actually think this was, from the 2.5 months I've been doing this has been one of the funner, better, more thought-provoking podcasts that I've done so far. I did one last night with Pearl. And that was, it's cool. She got like 2 million followers and hundreds of thousands of people. But this one is people that look like me, that grew up in spots that I probably grew up in. And, I can go and talk to Canadians. I can talk to Pearl, and I can talk to you all. My goal is just to try to model as best as possible what I hope that everybody can do, even when I'm gone. And that this is really my goal. So I appreciate y'all welcoming me into y'all space, genuinely.
No problem, man. We gonna give you your flowers when you come here, man. Take time out.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So appreciate you, man.
Sure thing.
That was fun.
I appreciate you there, Jeff.
I wish you could have gotten more specific about the feminism. Like, I would have liked to have that, but I know
that would be a whole.
That's why it says 2 o'clock.
In and of itself. Yeah.
Eastern time too, so I get it.
Believe it or not, I actually do want to do an episode when I do my individual content where I go over the different waves of feminism, all 4 waves, how things morphed, how things changed, and how it affected various other communities as a result. And how it's brought us to this point and what to do about it. It's on my bucket list.
And see, I'd love to hear about that, because I reject all of that feminist stuff, because they don't have nothing, like, it never had nothing to do with me. It never had anything to do with Black women. And so that's why I get mad when men call me a feminist, because I'm like, I'm a woman. I don't know, like, I don't know what to tell you. Because I don't know anything about that. Nothing. I've never listened. I've never researched, because I didn't care. My mom told me what that was about, because my mother came up in that time. She was the generation that started. Well, she wasn't the generation that started the civil rights movement. She was a little young, but she was a part of the civil rights movement, and she knew the history of the women's suffrage movement. And she was like, that don't have nothing to do with you. So Black women were not raised up in feminism. We were raised up to survive as Black people. And I think that that's I don't know if it looks like it. I don't know, because I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it.
I think he's thinking that the way we're moving is kind of like, whether we know where it's coming from or not, it's just the way we move that is coming from. That's where it originated.
Oblivious.
I think that it mirrors it, and I can give you that. But we are not being intentionally taught these things.
When Black women sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, Bo.
Black women, me in particular, I'm sorry. I was raised to be more than my looks. I was raised to not have to depend on a man because of how. No, because of how. I mean, I'm saying, but okay. Laying it out. No, because laying it out, don't you like, that is a little harmful in the economy that we're in, because most men can't support one household. But also, my mother knew what depending financially on a man looked like, because of the generation that she came from. If I'm being honest, those powers were abused back then. And so you can't fault our parents for looking forward and being like, I don't want you to be like my mother in my generation. And so she just taught me how to survive by myself, because it's a reality for a lot of people. And I don't want to go through all of the reasons and all of the things, because it's a rabbit hole if I'm getting into that. But this is not a you don't need a man. She was just preparing me.
If she would have
Just
prepared you to
in
be a
case.
wife,
Could
you
not
think
have one though.
if
That's
she
what
would
I'm
have
saying.
if she
It
would have
is
prepared
not.
you if she would have prepared you with the qualities of a wife based on the market selection, optimized for the selection, you think they would have been a different outcome? You don't think
No.
you think survival would have been in terms of I get selected by a suitable partner that has the leadership quality and the capacity economically to be able to care for me.
But that's
And that
unrealistic.
be looked at as survivability.
That's unrealistic. When
You
you
realize
are
that's been
raising
happening for centuries before,
when
right?
you are raising your daughters in 2025,
It's not true.
this is where we are. And so I was born in 80. And at that point, the country was going downhill rapidly, economically. And so my mother teaching me how to select a partner that can take care of me and lead, that is a crapshoot.
No,
Because
what I meant
most
was
men cannot
optimize yourself
afford
for
that.
selection, not select. I'm saying if she looked, because we can argue that most mothers are not looking at the market when they're raising their daughters. Can we at least agree to that?
I don't think that as Black people, we can afford to do that to our kids. Because the average earning potential of a Black person in general.
Yeah. So Bo, just to clarify, because I know I don't want to hold everybody up tonight. As a key core example of what you kind of espoused, much of it was feminist talking points and rationale and logic and deductive reasoning. And as an example of you're looking at it through the lens of survivability, the feminist primary perspective was to reduce the role and influence and importance of a man in a woman's life by default. By default. What another way of saying that is feminism is teaching women and has been teaching women about what it means to be autonomous completely from men. So as a child, when you're being taught about how to survive strictly through the lens of through you and through your hands, and not how these Asian and white women today are still being taught, even when going to college, to still prioritize and value not only getting that degree and being able to make and sustain yourself in terms of income, and always have a ability to have a backup plan if things don't work out. The other part that feminism hides and shields certain women from is the other part. Unless you're planning on doing this for the next 60 years of your life alone, you also, at the time period when you're most fertile, you're in your youth, when you're of a certain weight and aren't as jaded because you don't have as many negative experience with men, that's also the time period when you should be also equally prioritizing a partner. So in school, these women, I watched them. They looked at the majors of certain students, men, and they would go to the certain majors and hang out by those doors, the classroom doors. And when those male students, the male engineer student, the doctor, the student doctor, all these guys that haven't made the money yet, they got him freshman year, sophomore year. She's still getting her degree. She's still figuring out, I got to survive. I got to get this money. But she was taught that second piece. Feminism has infiltrated the minority communities. And you've actually seen it as a pattern within all the westernized civilizations. That's why marriage is declining, divorce is up, single mother and parent households are up in all of these countries because it's the same thread. It's the same thread. And what's worse is, you want to know how effective it is? It's so rampant and so effective. The best way to explain for women who espouse feminist talking points and ideology without realizing, because they didn't sit in a class that was called feminism, it's the equivalent of a fish that was born in water that's trying to debate and argue with everybody about whether or not it's actually wet. It is your world. It is our civilization. We are a matriarchal system culturally. We are a patriarchy politically. We are a matriarchy culturally. So if you look at it through that lens, that's why when you go to court, you and me will not be viewed the same way. If you do something wrong, you won't get the same consequences that I will if I do said thing. So it's so much involved in so much of what we do. We have boys growing up in single mother households who doesn't know what leadership and masculinity looks like anymore. Feminism has destabilized our culture. The nuclear family is not seen as essential. Women for the last 20 years are saying out loud, I don't need a man. That is feminist ideology.
But you didn't hear me say that. And I've never been taught that.
What? Oh,
you have never heard me say I don't need a man. I never say that.
You don't say that, Bo.
I never say that.
You don't say that, but your mom raising you on survival and the mentality of you having to take care of yourself. You're living your life.
Smell it.
If you don't need that man, you don't need a man because you can take care of everything.
No, I'm not. I am living my life as if there may not be one. But my mother has always tried to get this I need a man out of me because she wants me to understand that may not come. Not that I don't, like, you don't need no man. No, but I need you to be able to take care of yourself just in case that doesn't happen. She wanted me to be prepared. I have always been the type that I'm like, I need a man. I have always been that type that made myself available, that made myself, and y'all hear me talking like this. It is because of the effort that I have put in. It is because I have been that soft, feminine, soft-spoken, agreeable person. All of these things that you all say women need to be, I have been that. It's me.
Mm-hmm.
But I got married. I'm sorry. But for whatever reason, it didn't work out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, in being that agreeable, soft, serving wife, all of the things, right?
Yeah.
I had to become the person that you see right now because I know that even if you have a man, they're not always reliable. Because men are not raised to be husbands. Men are not raised to be leaders. They're raised to be men.
But would it matter?
Don't lead.
Would it matter? Would it matter if men were raised to be husbands?
Absolutely.
Hold on. Let me just finish that real quick. And I'm just interrupting this quick. Would it even matter if men were raised to be husbands? If in fact the bohemes of society was raised to look at men as second fiddle as far as survival.
That is not. I really, and the thing is, this is what be pissing me off because I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is my mother taught me to have substance. My mother taught me to stand on my own 2 feet in case. She supported the idea that I wanted to be a wife. She supported the idea that I wanted to have a man. My mother was not raising me to tell me that men don't matter. What she was raising me to do is to stand on my own in the case that a man does not come, because it is a crapshoot that you're going to grow up and be married. Especially in the society that I grew up in the times that I grew up in. It was not my fault. You all are looking at me as if, oh, your mama raised you to be an independent woman. No, she raised me to do the things that I needed to do in the case that a man did not come along, because she was not going to have me out here just picking any kind of man. Mm-hmm. She wanted me to have my choice. She wanted me to pick something healthy. She wanted me to be healthy and be self-sufficient so that I wouldn't be a burden on a man and so I wouldn't be dependent on a man because that is a very vulnerable position to be in, and you are vulnerable to be abused. And because my mother was abused,
what about love? Why is it gotta jump
because
to
my
abuse?
mother was abused, because my grandmothers were abused by men who solely took
So that's
care of
trauma
them.
speaking.
She didn't want that for me. She wanted me to have my pick of a man that could treat me right. And she wanted me to be a woman of substance. That does not mean, she never taught me, you don't need no man. No man, and you'll never hear me say I don't need a man. And you'll never hear me say that I can do this without I know that I cannot, but I have to. This is what I'm saying.
Bo,
I
I
need
have a question for
one,
you.
but I have to do it without because they're just not here.
Yeah. So question for you real quick. So when you say I'm trying to choose the right man, right? She's trying to choose the right man. I'm trying to make the right decision. And I'm like, cool. My view is that when we've been doing this for so long and we're kind of, sorry, Bo, what I was kind of alluding to was when you're making statements, and this is how normalized it is, how we don't even realize some of the ways in which we're describing this stuff, how it can be a part of certain systems. Like sometimes we'll espouse things and it actually sounds kind of Marxist in nature. Sometimes it sounds kind of socialist in nature. It's the same thing when it comes to feminism. If the patriarchy was one in which you wouldn't have been making all of these moves and decisions on your own by default when it came to these men anyway. So in order for you to arbitrarily go from man to man to man to date and figure out sexually, emotionally, psychologically, marriage, that sexual liberation, that is feminist. So for you to, you're so far down in the weeds that it's almost like it's like somebody who was born only seeing black and white and trying to describe to them what color looks like. You're describing about the after effects of what's not working and what you've tried and why your mom had to teach you certain things. What I'm suggesting is it's not the issue about the job. It's not every decision that you made was a product of the sexual liberation movement. You got to pick your spouse. You got to pick who you could have sex with. You could decide if you wanted to get divorced. What I'm saying is a patriarchal, and I'm not saying patriarchy is fine. What I'm saying is the opposite of what you did would have been a father figure, an uncle, a father, a grandfather. They would have been the buffer from you making some of the decisions that you made, that you felt that you made out of emotion, out of feelings, and it just didn't work out.
No, they taught me the same thing.
So as an example, unless you think how old are you, Bo?
I'm 44.
Okay. Unless you think that your mate selection option choices is incredible from when you started dating till 44, there was supposed to be a buffering factor so that you're not 44 years old still having this conversation. The issue is not that you're stupid. The issue is not that you're immature. The issue is all these ancient civilizations that did it a different way. We in the modern world think we're smarter than them. Maybe there was something there that they had in place to prevent this thing from happening. And I'll give you an example. When I talk to women about this whole things not working out, in and out of relationships, lengthy periods where they're just not having success. And when I'm finding out what's the reason for why you're leaving, this guy doesn't communicate, this guy cheated, this guy this guy that. And I asked them a simple question. If you had to choose between one man that you gave 20 chances to or 20 men that you give one chance to, which would you choose? Your lifestyle. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying women's lifestyles that are single that are off and on and not successful long-term for 10, 15, 20 years is that they're choosing the option B.
They keep giving these chances to men that were supposed to be vetted by somebody else other than your emotions.
Ooh.
That is feminism. You were not designed to go through 20 men, through 22 decades of trying to figure it out on your own. And now you have to do survivability politics. The job is the job. That's dope. I'm proud of you. You're established. You're independent. You got a lot of dope things going on. The process of what you were doing between dating, sex, marriage, situationships, all that trauma and disappointment, somebody was supposed to stop that shit. And you were never designed to do this. So when I say the level of depth of how much we've been saturated with this shit is why our community is what it is now. So when the black man is telling you, and I'm not saying like you got to listen to me, what I'm saying is a black brother is trying to tell you there is a ideology that influenced and put us in the position that they convinced a generation of women that sexual liberation was a benefit to them and not men. Okay? Men who got the options, love y'all sexual liberation. More power to you. Love it. And hold on, and I ain't got to meet your father?
What?
And some of y'all gonna give me kids and I ain't even got to meet your family?
I ain't even got
Oh,
to
I
know your
love
birthday.
this feminism. Give me more of that. Feminism has so what I'm saying is a lot of the decisions that you think were just yours was really about the environment and time period that you were born into, that some of this stuff is normalized. OnlyFans ain't normalized. Having double-digit men over a 20-year time period ain't normalized. Not being able to know who the father of your child is ain't normalized. Being the least married demographic is crazy when we had the highest during Reconstruction. So much where we got into now is because of feminism.
I do have a question for the ladies on the panel, right? Because I hear both, and I understand that her mother and her grandmother went through some things that would influence her decisions as to how Bo was raised.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question to the women. Let's say for the sake of argument, I grant the argument that a lot of women, there were a lot of women that were put in very vulnerable situations that were taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Do you believe that given time, men would have been able, if y'all came to men and told us that this was an issue that y'all were having, that men wouldn't have picked up the totem and tried to solve it?
I would say, honestly, when I was growing up, the men that I had around me, no.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I'm just saying, not just men around you, but society at large. Do you think that we would have picked up the totem and found a way to try to solve that issue?
Sweeney, let me say this. If I felt that the men that I had closest to me in my life who loved me and were supposed to support me and care for me wouldn't do it, then why would I look outside of that? Because if the people that's closest to me aren't as active, or I don't feel I can turn to them, why would I turn to a stranger? Why would I think that you would care?
I agree.
If I could ask for a clarification, so when you say the man closest to you, do you mean the man that you were romantically involved with?
No,
or
I mean
if your father, like if some dude put his hands on you and you went and you told your father that this man put his hands on you, your father would tell you that's your problem?
Not that he would say that's my problem. In my specific situation, my father was in the military, so I grew up without my father around. He was in active duty. So even though I could call him, he was literally countries away. So it's nothing that he could actively do. There were things that I went through as a kid that my father could only talk to me about on the phone. You know, are you okay? Did that help? It was always the women in my family that were the closest. And for the men that were there, right, that were close, there was no action taken. In my experience, there had always been women that did things.
So what do you mean? So the men that you said that were like there was no action taken, like so are we talking like brothers, uncles?
Exactly.
Things like that. So what action did you want them to take in that moment?
Honestly, any action. So just an example, and I'm not going to use my personal life, right? But just an example, let's say a girl is assaulted, right? You're assaulted somewhere and you go and tell your family members, and the women jump up and they're like, who did it? Where is it? Let's call the police. Let's do this. There's action. And the man is just like letting the women lead the show. They kind of just sit back. They don't take that stance. They don't take that action, right? That's an experience that I had growing up. Either they weren't around or they didn't take any action, and only the women took action in certain situations. So that's who I learned to lean on growing up, is the women in my family. I know that they'll do something about the things that I'm going through, whether it's just giving advice or actually stepping up and doing something. The man didn't do it or couldn't do it.
So and I'm okay, because in my
That's just
experience,
my,
right?
I don't know for everyone else.
In my experience, I know that, and this specific, and I ain't got the greatest men in my family, right? We are a spectrum. You know what I mean? Some of us are great. Some of us, I would say that when it came to the women in our lives, if sister came home and told you that some dude put his hands on her, the whole family stuff. I had an auntie that used to come to the men every single time she got into it, neighbors and everything, and the whole family would show up for her. But I would say, and I said this on a few panels ago, is that oftentimes our advice to y'all doesn't really matter. Because I would argue, I think a lot of men give you advice. We tell you, hey, you need to leave that guy. I don't think you should be with him anymore, but it kind of falls on deaf ears. So the only action that we can take that will matter to a lot of women would be to be physical with the guy that she has an issue with. And considering the fact that vigilante justice is not something that you can get away with in this country, that you can likely go to jail or lose your life over, a lot of men's hands are tied because we don't, if you go to your brother and you tell him, hey, this guy is doing something to me, and he tells you, hey, look, I will leave that guy alone. Stop dealing with him. Don't, you know what I mean? F that dude. And you say, well, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do anyway, then you tie his hands, because the next thing that the only thing he can do after that, when the next time you come to him, is he gonna have to go and show dude what. And then who's there to protect him and his people when shit hit the fan? Or he will have to tell you, because he knows this, hey, look, you're on your own because I tried to give you the advice to leave him alone. I don't want to have to go over there and put my hands on this dude because I don't want to lose my life. So I will hope that you would leave him alone and walk away from this guy. And then also and I would say this, that men have put a system in place that y'all can take actionable steps to get these type of men out of your life. Call the police. You can literally call the police, right now, and put that man in jail. But if you feel like he calls you on the phone and says, baby, please, please, please get me out of here, and I'm your brother, and you say he can't stay in there all night, so you go and you bail that man out, what do you want me to do as your brother in that instance? You want to come back to me and say, hey, look, he put his hands on me again, so then I got to go. So then when I go and put hands on him, you didn't already bail him out. Now you don't even have the money to bail me out. That's like, just to kind of give you the idea of how men see these things. We want to be there. We will love to go to bat for you. But one, vigilante justice is looked down upon in this country. And two, there's no level of protection for men that would do that for y'all. So the only thing we can do is tell you, leave that man alone. But oftentimes, and I'm sure M. White can tell you how many times he done told the women in his life to leave certain guys alone that he recognized wasn't no good. I done told several friends in my life to leave.
Sweeney, would you be surprised if these particular women would actually champion that we do sit in jail without bail and actually do the time as part of the sacrifice that they feel is necessary for their protection? What if I told you there's a group of women that understand that, yeah, there is no protection for you, but do it anyways?
That would be diabolical.
It'd be diabolical, right? But that's not how these group of women see it. They see it as what's the term for that? Noble or some shit like that. But that's what they want. Can they get it? Maybe some guys out there that will do it. But I don't think the women that are raising these men, and the majority of these households that are single parents, are raising men to be that noble or willing to lay his life on the line or his freedom on the line for that. So it's really like, how can you even expect it? Or you're not even raising men to be protective like that when you have authority as a parent over their upbringing. But I didn't mean to derail it, but I was just throwing that in there. Maybe in fact these women do want us to sacrifice in a way to where, yeah, we're gonna sit it down. That's just part of it. And they'll write us letters or some shit, and that's just part of the game.
And I would say that I don't deny your experience, Ty, because I would say this: there's another layer to it, that women oftentimes feel safer jumping in the man's face than men do. So, for example, like that's how women can pick fights with men on the streets. Even though they may fear men, they will still be able to, like your sister would get up and be like, I'm gonna go beat his ass. And be safe to just run up on a dude, smack the shit out of him and all of this, and know that he might not put his hands on her because he may fear going to, well, no, not if he beating on you, then he probably whoop your sister ass too. But like sometimes there's also this innate thing where women feel like, you know what I mean, that men have this understanding of violence between men, but women sometimes don't see that, don't have that same mindset where your sister may be willing to jump up and be like, yeah, I'm about to go put hands on your husband. We about to go over there and show him what's what. And men, we have to be more conscientious about our actions in those situations. So our first thing is to try to deal with you and to try to get you away from the situation before we have to resort to violence, because it can get deadly really quick between men. Because if I show up to his house and we on some, and I don't know if y'all heard about the situation with the guy, he was a ex-ball player, you know what I mean, and he pulled out an AR and aired out her brother and his friends.
Yeah, we heard about that.
And those brother and them friends jumped up, was like, hey, look, we about to go show them what's what.
And
they knew it would get deadly. And that's our mindset a lot of the times, that we know if I go over here, it can go left real quick, getting in this man's face, showing up to his house, kicking down his door. I didn't kick down doors for my sister. One of them I wasn't able to kick down. That was a hardwood door. That shit was I hit that shit with a sledgehammer. That shit was not going. But I wound up getting in trouble for that. Like, they showed up to the school, tried to sue. The only reason why I got away with it was because my mom, the lady came up to the school to press charges against me for trying to kick down her door. And the only reason why that lady wound up never pressing charges against me, because my mama said, oh, would you like to know the reason why my son was over there? And would you like me to press charges on your son?
We're not going to ask you what he did, and I think we know.
And it was
but you make a point.
Egregious.
But I think to Ty, you can agree or disagree. Don't y'all, and maybe this is a position that a brother, uncle, somebody that's directly connected to you would actually do, would lay his life or his freedom on the line to be able to protect you or do some harm, and just because I've heard the saying, man, if that I'm going to go to prison. They're gonna make me go to jail over this. You know what I'm saying? I've heard that term. Maybe is that what you're talking about when you say that you would expect the men in your circle or just any man that just value the women to go out there and lay it down for her if she's violated in any shape, form, or fashion. Is that what y'all would mean when y'all wanted to protect y'all? Because I know y'all don't want to just come cut somebody out.
I think there's different layers of protection, and I know that we usually talk about relationships and that's where y'all jump, but for me, I feel like girls can start, or children period, right, can start not feeling protected at a very young age from their experiences before you even get to the dating market.
Okay.
And it changes, you know what I mean? It changes your perspective and your approach when you start to actually date and actually allowing the man in your life to vet. If I didn't feel that you protected me from an infant to my dating stage, then why would I then trust you now with my dating stage?
You think
and I've never thankfully been in a relationship where I was beat on or had to have somebody jumped on or anything like that, but I've been through things in adolescence, right, that affected me, and that once again the men around me were not my protectors.
On a scale on a 1 to 10, how often you think are women in that position, in that situation, when they're young, and the person that's offending them is the actual relative? How often will women actually contact authorities?
I don't.
Just on a scale from 1 to 10, just your opinion.
I think broadly overall,
Where's
if it's
this
a
going?
family member, then
Where's this going?
Well, once you answer, then I'll be able to tell you.
if it's a family member in our communities, maybe a 5, right? 50-50 chance if they're going to actually contact the authorities or not, because we have a culture where we keep things in home, we'll take care of it, we sweep it under the rug, we don't say anything. And then you have that other side that's like, no, you violated my child, you gotta go. So it's a toss up.
So you think if that number risen to maybe 8 or 9, that this conversation wouldn't even be necessary if the women who were offended would actually speak out? Because I do, and I'm not saying all, but I think we all do hear 30 years later women speak out.
Not speak out, right? Because we're talking about children.
Well, that's what I mean.
Being hurt.
Well,
so
a lot of times the kids don't even know that's what's happening to them. So
and
be very careful with your words right now, Darwin.
If they do,
I thought I was being careful with.
You was being careful, but once they do know, and someone finds out, it's usually that next adult's responsibility to either, say something, enforce something, tell the police, so forth and so on.
What if the kid never says nothing because the person threatened them?
Well, I'll give you that.
What if they don't say nothing until they're an adult? Then
I give you that. So, like, at what time frame does it dawn in on them? Because I'm granting you the argument, and I believe that in some ages the kids don't even know that that's actually wrong, but they do get to a particular age number to where their mind, oh yeah, that shit that happened when I was wrong. So do they wait to their do they wait to their 18 or 20 or some shit, or do they do it at that particular number?
What age should a child be when they realize they're being molested and they need to report it, Darwin?
Okay, basically, I didn't want to say the words because this ain't my channel. I don't want to.
Well, touch what if a child is violated?
Well, that's the question I was actually asking.
How old should they be? No, you tell me as a man, because men are the violators. Men
I think you're coming in with a blank slate. What's the term, brother? You coming in with
the perpetrators of child abuse. So can you tell me as a man what age should the child speak up?
That's the question I was asking Ty.
No, I'm asking you as the man who represents the demographic of the perpetrator.
Can you give me the respect of allowing me to ask the question to Ty? That's what I was asking her.
Go for it.
Because she's familiar with this. She has this experience. She has the familiarity of the situation. So I was giving her the mic to be able to answer the question. Thank you, Ray.
I honestly don't know, because there's a lot of different factors I feel that play into this. Some children go through that situation and they get older and they do feel violated, right? But instead of speaking out, for one, shame themselves. And then they also can be empathetic to the person that even did it to them, right? It's a certain psychological point where it's like, okay, if I speak up now, it was this long ago, I should just let it go and move on with my life, which happens to end up turning out to maybe them being over-sexualized, doing certain things that they shouldn't be doing, going a totally different route. You know what I mean? Or they might get older and decide, yes, now I want to say something, but I don't think there's a specific age to
right. I don't think it's a specific age, and I won't say it either, but just for the sake of answering Ray's question, and even if it's irrelevant, or relevant to her, I believe personally, in my opinion, whatever age you come to, it dawns in on you that, hey, that was wrong. I personally believe that's when you should be vocal about it and contacting authorities. And that could be any age. It can be 5, it can be 3, it can be 7, it can be 12, whatever it is. Once you realize it, I think that's whenever you should pull the trigger on figuring out how to do it.
That's such a simple answer, right? But
it's not that
you have to go. It's not that simple, though, for, I feel, people that actually go through that situation. Because then it's like, okay, let's say they're 12 and they realized it, and maybe this has been happening to them since they were 4 or 5.
Right.
And they say something first, because usually a child is going to say something to people that they trust first. So it's usually another family member. They might say something then.
Can we steer away from kids? It's a sensitive subject. Can we?
I know, but that was my,
and that's why
that
I
was
said
my
everybody
whole
needs
argument.
to be very careful with.
I thought we were having a conversation carefully and respectfully. By the way,
Well, when you say what a kid should have said something at this age, it sounds kind of.
Well, that's the reason why. That's the reason why a lot of people don't know how to answer these questions, because I think we are.
No, a lot of times the men. That's why I say you should speak as a man. Like, how do y'all enforce punishment upon the men that violate these kids, so the kids can feel safe and trust telling somebody, and something's going to happen to the perpetrator?
I thought we made it clear.
Why do you always avoid men's accountability in these situations? Because men are the perpetrators of child abuse a lot of times.
This motherfucker is weird.
I think what you did right now is you delay. We had a.
You can keep avoiding. It's cool.
All right, y'all. We go ahead and get off this one, man.
Okay. My God. But to your point, Todd, I think we had a conversation that a lot of people in this space are not able to have because of the sensitivity. And I would argue that we were doing it very well enough to be able to continue to have it, so that people can see how it's can potentially be had in the future if they decided they want to have it without being triggered or whatever. And I think that if we can do that, and I thank God he came into the space, the gentleman that left, because he just opened up the understanding that we actually can have these conversations where we might be disconnected on because of triggers or sensitivity, and actually be able to flow forward into a solution. Because I think that's what we were trying to do, but everybody bombarded it with sensitivity and triggers, so it dismantled it from ever happening. We might not ever be able to have conversations like this because people don't see the importance of maybe getting to that goal that we were trying to reach. You get what I'm saying? But I think it's important. I think we should not stray away from it. And this can be any matter. It can be any topic that's sensitive or triggering. If we can just lean on each other and go with each other forward in these conversations and get to the goal of trying to figure out, okay, how can we do this better? Because Sweeney was very, I thank Sweeney for bringing that up, because that's how we should have conversations. We don't have to challenge each other or trick bag each other or throw stats down each other's throat. We could just sit here and be like, okay, what's the hindrance? What's the obstacle? Okay, how can we work around it? And I think we were navigating that well, but again, everybody want to fucking fight. So sometimes you gotta give them a fight. Now you see why we do what we do over here. But let me go and pass the mic. Go ahead. What's his name? Ray? Go ahead, Ray.
You don't want to have a real conversation about how the kids got violated. You want to talk about when they reported. So
we can have it.
It's a mute.
But I don't know if we're allowed to have that on the platform, though.
Yeah. Let's just go ahead and just move that into maybe dive a little bit deeper as far as what's going on, Laisha?
Shit.
Damn, Laisha been checked out.
How you feeling? What's going on? Talk to us.
We're gonna hit up HR on you, JR.
It ain't nothing to talk about. What we finna talk about?
Oh my God. You taking off her makeup now. Nah, I'm just kidding with you.
This is the reason why these conversations are so antagonistic.
What's antagonistic about what I just said?
I didn't say you.
Because I was like, I'm not saying nothing. I literally have nothing to say. Like, for a show of hands of how many times we done sat up here and then said what a man needs to do, and men said, we run this, we the gatekeepers of marriage, get on our program. That's all I heard tonight.
That's all you heard?
Cool.
That's all you heard?
But you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Wow. I'm gonna tell you like this, right?
Jesus Christ.
I don't have to get on no fucking man's program on this panel.
Nobody's
like the same way y'all don't have to get on mine. So I don't understand what's the purpose of us getting on here and doing the back and forth repetitively You're not getting on one knee for nobody outside of who you got on one knee for. Who are you trying to convince besides the woman that's in your house?
Laisha, quick question.
No,
what
I've answered all your questions every single week. Answer that one. Answer that one. Who else? What other need do you need to get on? What other woman do you need to get on a program besides the one in your house? So while we're all sitting on here, no. I'm tired.
Okay, then
we
go
sit
home.
on here,
Go
right?
home.
And it's like we want to argue back and forth. Why did it need to be about? Like, I don't need to get on nobody's program.
Nobody's asking you to get on anybody's program. Nobody was talking to you.
You know what's so crazy? Every time I open my mouth, I be the main one getting responded to.
Because you're the one opening up your mouth about a conversation. It doesn't concern you. So why are you so upset about?
I was the whole viral clip.
Because of something that you said in regards, you were the viral clip in regards to a specific topic. Who said anything about you, Laisha, happened to get?
I didn't open my mouth until I was just asked to just now again. Like I was asked to in the viral clip when JR said, Laisha, what do you think? Then my opinion went viral, right? Just now he just asked, Laisha, what do you think? And now I'm speaking on it, and now you're saying something back to me. He asked me what I thought. I just said it. That's it.
Fair enough. And I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, this is JR's platform. This is what we do. These are the conversations
he asked the question I answered.
Wait. These are the conversations that we have. And I was trying to ask you a genuine question. I'm still trying to be genuine with you. What conversation do you exactly want to have up here?
So this is how I look at it, right? It's not a conversation when, let's say we got 5 men on the panel, 5 women on the panel. Everybody literally be uptight ass in the comments until she started to disagree. Then all of a sudden it turned into, this is not a safe space for Ty to express herself anymore. Why? Because the general consensus of what everybody expected her to say was not what she said. So then it turned into attack. Imagine the women that sit on this panel and never say anything that y'all agree with. Are you not seeing that happen? Are we not seeing how we literally sit up here and we pick Bo apart every week? And we tell Bo how she like metrosexual men. And we tell Ray how she ain't gonna never get a man because her opinion don't align with what men that are gonna marry her want. We tell me that I can't possibly be a wife. And y'all are sitting up here talking about some, oh my God, we want safe spaces for everybody. No, the fuck y'all don't.
All right, so all right, fair enough. You're talking about the comments. Hold on, you're talking about the comments. Hold on, wait. We are not treating Ty like that. We on the panel are having a conversation. And the thing is what's interesting to me. I've been on several panels with y'all on TikTok. I've been on several panels on TikTok. When you go into women-dominated spaces, they do the same thing to the men up there. They will pick us apart. They will call us lonely. They will call us incels. They will say, fuck you. They will say, your mama black. They will call us everything but a child of God. And you know what we normally tell people? Stay your ass out the comments, because if you focus on the comments, it's going to piss you off. That's why we leave the comments.
You're sitting up here not defending and not doing anything about anything. What it turns into a lot of is just sitting there and being like, oh, well, let me trip you up on this. Let me tell you this statistic. Be so for real.
Laisha, people in the comments are going to be people in the comments. You don't go out your way to
I'm talking about y'all.
Hold on, wait. You don't go out your way to tell the women in the comments on y'all platforms when y'all on TikTok, hey, y'all need to chill out on these men. Leave them alone. They're coming here in good faith. You don't never defend the men on your platform. And I don't expect you to.
We're supposed to start.
Can y'all bring me on TikTok? I'll defend you.
And the thing is,
I want to be on TikTok.
Oh, you ever seen me get on TikTok? What's the number one thing I go in Darwin's room and say? Yeah, I do promote marriage. Yeah, a man is a leader. Yeah, I believe in all of that. But sitting up here talking about some, oh, well, your man must be up. And this just can't be true. And let me tell you this statistic. And let me tell you how you're wrong about this. And let me tell you what's the definition of a hyena. Like, everybody could go to hell with that. Everybody could go to hell with that. And I'm going to stand on big business about it. Who thought that they was going to bring me on here, ask me a question, and anybody was going to make me back down from exactly how I felt? Oh, yeah, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I really stand on exactly how I feel. And I feel quite disrespected.
How do you feel disrespected because of your opinion? and how we feel about your opinion.
No, let her explain that. Like, Laisha, is it safe to say that the reason why you're saying you feel disrespected because you think we plotted to bring the guy that you challenged or whatever you had
That
to do?
wasn't a challenge.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. Do you feel
Darwin,
like it was?
it's not a challenge. If I was shown a clip, JR came on camera, I was absolutely silent. I hadn't even unmiked myself. First thing that came out of JR's mouth, I caught you on the exhale. And I said, call me on the exhale is crazy. He said, so what you thinking? I think I don't give a damn. And he came, and it was like, then this entire 3 hours for real, what it turned into was a lecture. And then I was pretty much asked, like, okay, well, why do you feel like it's a lecture? Like, jump in there where you disagree. It's not necessarily whether or not I disagree on the point. It's that a man thought it was his place to come and teach me something. I don't need to be taught anything outside of what my husband wants me to know. That's where I'm starting to get irritated. I'm starting to get irritated because what I notice about so many men across the internet in general is like, let me teach you how to be somebody that's going to get chosen. And if you say you already are chosen, that's not good enough because you don't qualify for me to choose you. But I didn't ask you to choose me. I didn't ask you what you thought a wife needed to be. I didn't ask you shit.
What?
I said my opinion, you said yours, and I was okay with yours because I'm not asking you to choose me. So I don't need to change your mind. Sometimes it sounds a lot like every man on here wants to change the woman's mind if she doesn't agree with him. That's all I hear every time y'all talk to me and Bo and Ray specifically.
Well,
hold on
a second,
bro.
y'all. I think we taking it way too personally, right? So
exactly,
most of the
You're
men,
talking about my personal life.
Nobody brought up your personal life.
do that. I don't do
Queenie,
that.
when we got off of here 2 weeks ago, and me and Bo talked to you on Bo's panel, and we talked about, oh, well, we think it's weird how nobody puts their personal shit out there. Nobody wants to be upfront and honest. Nobody wants to say anything personal but me and Bo. The moment we say something personal, then it turns into, let me flip it back on you and tell you what's wrong with you because you said this.
Well,
yeah. So what I'm saying is
that's
this,
a problem.
like, when we have these conversations, right? If you notice, there's a bunch of people who are watching it, right? Who also want to take something from the situation. So it's not about us per se. If I were thinking about me, I technically don't have a dog in the fight, right? Because I know I'm good. I know my kids are gonna be good. However,
that's all I'm saying.
It's bigger than us, right? It's about society. It's about our culture. It's about our people who are obviously struggling, right? We want answers. We want to come to some type of solutions, and we're just exchanging ideas to see how we can get to that. We all have different ideas for it, but
for me,
that's what the goal is.
It's not like, I want y'all to understand the place that I was coming from when me and Sweeney started having that dialect was like, it's not bigger than me, because I'm honest enough to say if it was my man or some random man hanging off of a cliff, some random woman hanging off of a cliff, it's not bigger than my family. So it's like when I'm hearing all of this, like, that's what's wrong with you women. Who the hell is you women? I'm not affecting any single man or any other married man. Why does my opinion seem to stir up so much tension that people feel the need to like try and like change it, correct it, any of it? Because I would never ask you to change you, Sweeney, or you, Trev, or yourself, Darwin. You have a wife that loves each one of y'all. So whatever y'all think on here is cool because it don't affect me. What you eat don't make me shit. So everybody wants to sit on here though and be like, it's about the community.
Laisha, with that, Laisha, real quick, with that, right? People will get upset generally because the way that when you speak, a lot of people will see that as you representing what they feel is wrong with the culture and promoting it, right? So that's what we're saying, because you have influence. We all have influence. So when we exchange our ideas, if we're coming up with something that's probably not going to work for most people, then it's a bad idea, right? And that's even when I tell anybody anything or when I say anything on these panels, I don't talk about things that are necessarily going to work for me. I realize we're all different, but certain things work generally, right? So we're trying to come up with ideas that are at least sort of universal.
And to add on to that, like, Laisha, is and Trev is absolutely right. You were an avatar for the what we see as far as women being what's the word I'm looking for? Careless about how we interact with y'all and how we feel about y'all. It's almost like, imagine if I'm on a platform, right? And y'all are all up here and y'all started to express things that y'all felt strongly about. For example, I would hate to go back here, but abuse. And then I say, man, quite honestly, I don't go through that. I could give a damn what y'all be going through. I can give a damn what women got to say about this particular topic. I don't care about the laws. I don't care what y'all are fighting for. I don't care if y'all ever have women's shelters. I could care less about any of that because none of that concerns me because I'm a guy and I'm living my best life and my wife is good. Like, even if like that may be my feelings, but the overall consensus, I'm sure Bo, Ty, Ray would get a very nasty taste in their mouth about me, or at least the very bare minimum of my ideology, and they will begin to push back against me and say, "Damn, you don't give a shit." And it's men, and then what they will say is men that think like that have us in the situations that we're in to where we have to deal with this type of stuff. Is because if I came out here and said that, I will be a representation of the very men that y'all loathe and that y'all are afraid of. And so that's kind of how you came off, is when you said that you don't give a damn, you basically don't give a damn about what we go through. You became an avatar for the very women that we loathe.
So I said it in a much rougher way, but Bo said the exact same thing that I've been saying for weeks, which is if random men, and I'm not saying y'all, because I feel like I've gotten to know y'all, we've talked, cool. But when random men are sitting on the internet, going to other random women and being like, let me get on this podcast and express what I'm going through. Do you give $1 to every single homeless person you see? No. Because it's not like in the forefront of your mind. Why does that bother people so much that I'm sitting here like, you go figure out you, because I'm a figure out me. Why do you want me to care about you so damn bad? And not literally y'all, but I'm saying like in general, it shouldn't upset people that some random 20-something-year-old girl in Atlanta, Georgia don't give a shit about you.
The same reason why you will want men, even if we're not participating in the behavior, to give a damn about y'all when y'all experience certain behavior from men.
Winnie, do you remember what I said on Bo's panel when you were on there? That it was something very offensive that I kept hearing on this panel. Nobody gave a damn about whether it was offensive to women. They kept saying it because they felt like it's true. It's a statistic. It's not an issue. Y'all will be able to handle it. Now I'm telling you the same thing.
What are you
It's
talking
true.
about?
I don't care. You'll be able to handle it.
What thing are you
Okay,
talking
so
about?
when me, you, Bo, and Papaya was talking, we talked about how men kept saying on this platform right here, yeah, women not being able to conceive and need to hurry up and have a baby at 18 is quite offensive to a woman that is like 30 and may have a miscarriage. That didn't stop nobody from saying it though.
That is
Was
not
I on the
the same.
panel?
What?
Yeah, you're the one that said it.
That is not the same thing.
Hold on. Can you repeat what you said?
You said it.
What did
You
I say?
said that women start having fertility issues, and that's why they need to have kids 18 to like 23 or 18 to 25. And I was like, you realize that could be very offensive for women that are having a miscarriage. And you said, yeah, because that's the point.
No.
You're getting older and you need to have kids younger.
Let me clarify.
You said 18.
Let me clarify what I was trying to convey.
But now I'm sitting here saying that I don't give a shit what a random man is saying. That's a problem. I need to give a shit about random men when I'm sitting here saying, damn, it could be a woman right now on this panel having a fertility issue and you're talking about it.
Can I ask you a question? If I told women to wait till they're 30 to have kids, would it still be the same argument of the women potentially having a miscarriage after 30?
What do you mean?
The same issue or chance or likelihood or whatever of having a miscarriage between 18 and 25 applies to the women between 30 and 40, right?
That's not what you were saying.
I never.
What your point was
Purpose
is
of what I
that
was
when
saying
you
was
wait, the way you made it sound, Darwin, is like a woman having a fertility issue after like mid-20s. That's her fault because she didn't have a kid at 18 to 23. That was your sum of the shit that
that's
you were
what
pretty much
you.
saying.
That's what the way you heard it, but that's not what I said.
I
So
think men need to stick to
what I
men
said
issues
can be
for that reason.
contextualized by the individual who's listening in the way they want to hear it. And you cannot blame me or burden me for that, on how you discern what I'm saying. That's on you. We can have a conversation.
But that's the difference. I didn't burden you
We
about
can have
it.
a conversation.
I didn't check you about it. I didn't say nothing about it. I took it to the chin. Now I say I don't give a shit about what other people feel. They can't take it to the chin. That's my whole point.
What's healthy for a communication is to say, I hear what you said, but based on what you said, this is how I interpret it. Is that what you meant? And then I could have been giving you more.
We did that 2 weeks ago. Darwin, you are always saying something that is highly offensive to women. We did that 2 weeks ago when we had to talk about the 80 versus 20. And you doubled down on it. We told you, is this what you meant? Because it was hurtful. And you doubled down on it. I heard you the first time. I accepted it. Now I'm saying I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about people. And now everybody's like, oh my God, she don't care.
Okay.
Oh no.
Let's try to stick at one. Let's try to stick on one point at a time. We can get to the 80-20 issue. But the thing that
What do you mean what, Sweeney? My point is, if Darwin can say something that is offensive to people, and we have to women, and we have to take it on the chin, then when I say something, now the men are like, this bitch don't care about men. Oh my God.
First of all, I didn't say that you had to care. What I said was, if I can sit there and observe and say you don't care, and I say, hey, look, this is the issue that we have with y'all. Y'all expressed yourselves. If Bruiser said something that y'all did not like, y'all had no issue telling him. He said something that y'all did not like.
And he doubled down on it.
And that was my ultimate point,
So
is that y'all would also, you would
expect
also
me to change it once you.
No, that's all I'm saying. I don't expect you to change it. So why do I need to sit here and have a conversation about me saying I'm not changing what I'm saying?
Who on the panel listening expected you to change your position on how you felt about a particular topic?
I don't know. Maybe the man that came
So
up
why
here
are you arguing
and
that?
said, maybe the man that came up here and said, if I could get Miss Laisha to understand, if I could get Miss Laisha to just see, you can't get me to see anything. I said it last week. I didn't give a damn.
You are the only one in the entire show that felt that you were expected to change your position on this stuff. Nobody else but you thought that.
He literally said, and I quote, if I can get her to change her perspective, if I can get her to see where I'm coming from, if I can get her to, his entire speech started with, directed towards me, saying, if he could change the narrative that I had last week.
But he didn't expect it to be changed. He did leave room to reserve the idea that if he was able to articulate himself and deliver his message like he said he would, that maybe you would change your perspective. But it wasn't expected.
You're stuck on the word expect. I'm telling you how this man came up here with the notion in mind to talk to me about what I said last week. And all I'm trying to point out to Sweeney is how if somebody can say something to me and I can take it to the chin and it be okay, then I don't necessarily feel like when I say something, whether it was bothering somebody or not, I need to be like talked to about it.
Lacey, I'm concerned that you don't. I hear you say you should be able to take it on the chin, but do you honestly, genuinely feel like you're taking it on the chin right now?
I did up until I was asked a question, because we wouldn't be again, last week, didn't have to say what I said if I wasn't asked literally to say it. Y'all could have started having a conversation. If you look back at the last couple of weeks that I've been on here, if you notice, what I actually do is I let y'all start talking and then I'll jump in on a talking point that you have. But when somebody literally asks, Alicia, what did you think about what was just said right there? I'm going to tell you exactly what I just want to say about just that one thing. So that's why we're talking about just that one thing right now. But if y'all would have started having an entire conversation without saying, Laisha, what do you think about that one thing? I would have just jumped in on y'all's talking points, because that's what I've been doing since I've been coming up here.
Offended when someone asked you, what do you feel about
I
that?
felt offended when somebody asked me. I answered honestly, and then it had to turn into a whole thing. Like, just accept it. That's all I'm saying.
That's the thing,
Accept
though.
it and let it be okay.
Nobody has to like. That's the
That's it.
problem. Is that just like you don't have to accept what we say. You're free up here. You are free to respond to whatever is being said up here in whatever way that you're being, whatever way that you want to say it.
Y'all told her to be quiet.
Nobody told her to be quiet. Not one
That was
person up here
definitely
told her to-
like, we're not going to interrupt him. And so then I started to notice when the not interrupt happened, it turned into a 2-hour monologue. It felt like a lecture. Like that man was just lecturing me like he had all the knowledge and the women were expected to just shake our head. And so my response when JR asked me in the back chat, he said, well, why do you feel like it's a lecture? Because this is a conversation that I guess maybe he feels the need to give advice to single women, which doesn't apply to me.
So let me ask you.
So now I don't have nothing to say. So I'm good.
Let me do a check, Lacey.
What do y'all want from me?
Do you think that this conversation or this show could have been better if you were allowed or you felt like you could interrupt or respond to him? Because I agree
because
with
I feel like he came up
with
here
you.
specifically to talk to
some
me.
parts of the show, it was more like a hands off, don't interrupt, let him go.
Yes.
And then it make you think like, well, damn, why are we here?
Because he could have done a one person YouTube is all I'm saying.
It makes you feel like you're coming to be taught if you can't respond.
Okay, you're hearing me now. Thank you.
I'm a good listener. You probably had 100 rebuttals.
And I just shut up and I let him have it.
Because the theme of the show felt like, no, you're not here to rebut, you're here to listen. It made you feel like, well, damn, does my voice even matter? Like I'm the one.
And especially because the way like the way the clip was shown was like, I said something. It was offensive to men. So then Sweeney said, well, you said all of like Sweeney's general point was you said all of these terrible things. And so then I felt like the guy then came on the show to be like, let me educate you on why you shouldn't feel that way. I didn't ask you that though, sir. Like respectfully, I didn't.
You should have been able to interrupt right then and say, I didn't ask you that, sir.
I've already been chosen. I don't need a man to educate me on how to get a man. Like, and that's what he sat up there and did. He wanted to talk to women about how you're gonna get picked and why you're going through these problems in your 40s. And no shade to you, Bo, or nothing like that. But I'm not in my 40s. I've already been picked. I don't need to be educated by nobody. I don't need my opinion changed. My man liked me like this for 11 years. I'm sure y'all's wives feel the same way if I try to come into y'all's home and be like, this is how you need to be a husband. She'd be looking at me like, what?
You know
what?
Hold on, Dom.
Yes. That's why I feel jaded right now because I feel like I was told, sit down, be quiet, listen to the teacher. But I don't need a teacher.
You know what's interesting, and I'm gonna tell you this, Laisha. I get that may have been how you felt, but that was not what was being told to you.
I can accept that then.
You were being told to respect a brand new guest on the show because I don't know if y'all remember this. Do you remember a couple weeks ago where it was like 9 women, where it was like 8 women on the panel and only 2 guys? You know, JR tells the men on this panel all the time, hey, this new guest up here, let the ladies talk. All the time, because it's a new guest, you try to give them the ability to get their shit off. So because he was a new guest, that's what he was doing. JR curates his shows to make sure that the guests feel included in the conversation. So there was a time where some of the fellas was up there was like, damn, man, that show, it was 8 women up there and we let y'all speak for damn near 90% of the show. And White had to drop down several times. Trev had to drop down several times. I think Bruiser had to go in the back. JR was in the back most of the time. And we let 8 women sit up here and rock it out because JR told us, hey, look, let the women rock out. Let them because y'all were all new to this show. I think Bo may have only been here for a couple shows. You may have only been here for a couple shows. And he brought in like 2 or 3 other brand new women that came up on the show. So it's just sometimes you try to give the new guests the respect of being able to speak because oftentimes, if y'all know, when we're familiar with each other, that's why as soon as he left, all of us started talking again.
But Sweetie, I think the problem with what you're saying is to Laisha's part is that's very different from her situation. Those women that came in that was 8 on the panel, they weren't in the clip challenging
Yeah,
the
like
fact that showed up.
what it felt
They
like
showed up
was
the
I
thing
didn't get
where,
a chance to respond to somebody that came on here
yeah,
specifically called out my name and started talking about me and what I had to say. And I never got to talk to
different.
that man, like at all. I didn't say 2 words to that man, like at all.
Because if it was me and I was in a clip and the person that I was talking to showed up in the clip, I'd be damned if y'all told me, let that motherfucker have a
Like
hell no.
the only
I
people that
agree.
talked was the man,
What? I
Darwin,
had to
and
kick me
then
off the
Bo
show.
talked
No,
some.
I
I
I
got
get
kicked
from
off
her,
the
I
damn show.
get from her perspective, but to just so you can understand that, because how you feel and our intentions are 2 totally different things. Saying that was our intentions and saying that's how you felt about it is 2 totally different things. I'm just trying to explain to you that that was not our intentions. He was a new guest, and he said he would love to have a conversation because you had a difference of opinion from him. And he was watching the show at the time in which we were talking about it. He said, I wish I could have got up there, but he was busy doing something and the panel was full. So, and I think JR got to him too late or something like that. So he was like, damn, I wish I would have been able to have a conversation with y'all.
I guarantee you, Lation, this is coming from me. I've been doing this shit for a while now. I guarantee you, he didn't expect you to be so-called, or whatever you want to call it, silenced or withheld from interrupting. I guarantee you he came into the show expecting you to challenge him on the things that you initially challenged him on and interrupt. That didn't happen because maybe, and I'm just winging this, maybe he was shielded to be able to speak as long as he could without interruption, so that wouldn't happen. I guarantee he expected pushback, but he didn't get that.
And that's a testament to being respectful. Before we end the show, and then we can discuss the rest of this offline. JR, could you pull the super chats up? So then let's see what we got. Thomas Ford with the $4.99. Massandra's women want it both ways, delusional at best. HQ reacts with the $5. Oh, this the male victim show with a pander in suit. Jeez. Mills 36 with the $2. Stop crying, Sweeney. You wasting your time. Laugh out loud. HQ reacts with the $2. Did anyone mention X? Yes, Darwin did as you. Oh, did anyone mention Smex? Darwin did as usual. Yeah. Construct icon with the $2. The government became the modern woman's new man. True Asiatic with the $2. DNA is proactive. She is talking reactive. Construction icon with the $2. Other women in society have become a woman's new man. Tiny 2.0 with the $5. It was never the person, it's the behavior that's the problem. Easy fix. Change the behavior, problem solved. Philly the Don with the $5. Modern feminism equals supporting white supremacy on the low. They don't care about fam or community. They're just here to waste time. Construction icon with the $2. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. Ghost Rider with the 20. Shout out to you, bro. In the best interest of the child, DNA should be mandatory at birth. Married or not, the child has the right to know who their biological parents are for future medical history and who their other siblings are to avoid incest. That's a great point. Elkin Ali with the $10. Ask the brother why they can't listen to everyone and anyone but men. The pastor, their bosses, their professor, their doctor, everyone but men. It's not mental, it's manipulation. It's not mental, it's manipulation. Women know what they do. Premier XL breeding with the $2. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. The government knows. Dub Will with the $5. Shout out to you, bro. I think this is the quietest Thursday panel I've ever seen. Harrison Davis with the $5. Salute, bro. Salute. Leslie K with the 10. Doctors, IT professionals, and etc. know that they constantly have to advance their skill set to stay relevant. These content creators, though, say hell no to advancing their messaging. Amazing. Laugh out loud. Abraham Lacey with the $2. As smooth as the brother is, y'all need Darwin. Laugh out loud. Jimmy Devine with $5. Super sticker. Appreciate you. Premier XL breeding with the $5. She a feminist, the kind that's in denial and most dangerous towards black women. Big Mo 89 with the $2. Blame the matriarchy for men not being raised right. Ikene with the $2. The ancients are smarter than us. We are messed up. Zagu Brown with the $2. Ray Cap. Women abuse kids, pets, elderly. Look it up. Time is forward with the $2. Can't save him. Final conclusion. Hink in the basement with the $2. 1-800-TACHEAD, the local hyena hotline. Time is forward with the $4.99. Laisha thinks because she has a man for 11 years validates her insane disposition. Facepalm. You gonna close it out, Jay?
No, why I don't understand why we closing it out when we have so much to say. Like, if anybody
Ray didn't get to speak, shit. Todd, and why you ain't been able to say shit.
I mean, if that's how y'all want to do it, then go ahead. But
go ahead. We ain't got to keep having the conversation about it. Go ahead.
So what? So Laisha, did I? And I'm not trying to pump my chest up, but instead of trying to argue with you, I was actually trying to practice. What the man said. Like, listen. You know what I'm saying? So I think I kind of understood what you were saying. You think that I had it right, or was I a little off?
No, yeah, that's exactly how I felt. Like, I just felt like I brought you making a comment because it's like you'll make a comment that we don't like, but like Sweeney said, me and Bo and Ray and whatever other woman on here disagrees, we get to address it. It has never felt like let somebody monologue for 2 hours. Literally, I looked up at the timer, and at one point I was like, we had 2 hours and 30 minutes and ain't nobody been talking but like 3 people.
Yeah, and that's why
this is out of pocket.
That's why I'm saying we should be me personally. This is not. I don't run it. JR be doing it. He's done it well. He the man. He the mastermind. So I just lean on him because what he's been doing has been working. But I do believe that
happened.
I do believe we should be able to interrupt, and it shouldn't be a matter of disrespect. If somebody's talking for so long, if you don't interrupt and actually rebut or whatever, you can run a risk of losing your whole entire thought process on why you wanted to interrupt if they continue to carry on. And then when that ever happened to you when it's time to, like, yeah, you was about to say something like, I lost my train of thought. I don't even know what. So we gotta have a conversation where we gotta kind of allow interruptions. You know what I'm saying? So we can continue to do what we do. You know what I mean?
And I need, and I want to just put this out there and just get this off my chest and say this, because this is for real, right? Again, I'm going to reiterate, I am probably the youngest person on this panel. I am a different generation. I am from I don't give a fuck about being a crash out. I don't care. Like, I think that everybody comes up here and is all like, let me keep my personal life personal. And let me not admit to certain things. And then it's like me admitting to certain things. Then I get comments like, oh, well, her having a man for 11 years, she thinks that's, if I'm delusional, I'm in my delusional ass house by myself. It doesn't, things like that don't bother me. But what bothers me is a stance of it turned into a attack in the comments. It turned into a we're gonna tell you about yourselves on the panel, and then I'm just sitting here that's crazy.
Laisha, I know it may feel that way, but if we was to go down the line, we all done put our personal business out there, like for real.
And got straight.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the reality is, depending on who's listening, the audience,
they know it all. Yeah. I can tell you, everybody.
So Laisha, do you feel like? Do you feel like for the most part people are being disingenuous or even fraudulent?
Yeah, because I feel like and this isn't to shade anybody, but this is one of the biggest things that pops up in my head, right? So for the most part, everybody on here is married, but it's like when I'm on here, I see the comments always being like, single mom, you're like a housewife, but you act like a single mom. Go make a dinner plate, go do some laundry. Where's everybody's wife? Why is everybody asking me in the comments, where's my ring? Where's everybody's ring? I see people's hands all the time go across the camera and there's no ring on it. I see people sitting on here until 4 o'clock in the morning. You're not with your partner either. But it's like, because people don't agree with my point of view, it's, well, let's say this about her. The fuck? We're all on here. What are we talking about?
No, listen, so I get that.
Comments though, you have to stop reading the
comments.
comments. Especially
She making
while
it
Weird. No, shit
Yeah,
gets
that's
weird
crazy.
on here, y'all.
Laisha,
Shit
do you
gets
see
fucking
the shit
weird.
that is said about me in the comments?
Right,
And I just be like,
I've
That's
never
misogyny.
looked
Come
at the comments.
on, man.
I don't even know it. When you came on and you were like, they were attacking Ty in the comments, I'm like, oh, they were? Like, I don't
yeah.
I
It was
never
no, I'm just
look
like,
at
it
the
gets very
comments.
rude to the women in here.
They're gonna
Like,
do it
and
even
they
more
really
now
are.
that you let them know that you're
Because
listening.
You
They're
remember
gonna
when? Hold on, wait a minute. You remember when we was on?
Girl,
Laisha,
they
you
come
was on
over
the
to
same.
my page and talk stuff to me, and I be on Nate.
I wish
Laisha,
they
you
would
remember?
because I'm actually
Putting
fairly
belts
polite
up.
on here. On TikTok
Laisha,
and on
putting belts
Instagram, I'm a true crash out. I'm a
I'm
real
putting
Baton
belts
Rouge
up.
ratchet baby
Laisha,
sometimes.
Laisha, you
Like,
remember?
people got to learn to watch their mouth.
I'm waxing the
Laisha,
dusties. I love for them to come over. I'm
Laisha,
waxing.
you remember when we was on we was on Bruiser Show on TikTok, right? Me, you, Bruiser, I think Lady O was on there and Bo was on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember one of the things that Lady O kept trying to do was she was on the panel and she would unmute and try to address the comments from the panel. What did I tell her to do?
Let it go.
That ain't what I told her to do. I said, if you got some shit to say to the people in the chat or in the comments, you take your ass down to the comments and you address it. You don't address them on the panel because we're having our own discussion.
You're elevating them to our level. Not saying that they're below us.
I feel like today was the first time I ever really read them though, because it was like, since I couldn't talk, I was just reading. Like I felt like I wasn't talking, so I was just sitting there reading, and I'm just like, wait a minute, like.
So you read all that shit. You ain't see none of that bullshit they said about Darwin in the chat. They was calling this nigga everything but a child of God. They didn't call me everything but a child. Like, come on now. You didn't see nothing. You saw everything that was about you, but you ain't see shit that they said about this nigga.
Y'all, it felt like every 10 seconds I was seeing my name. And I guess what I was also mad about is like, today I didn't even say anything. I got all of this hate today and I didn't even say anything.
I'm getting cooked. That lets you know I'm not.
So I was like, what the fuck?
Second super chat was Sweeney always crying. That was the second super chat.
But look, Laisha, let's ask the more intelligent question right now. Let's somebody be the intelligent one of the group to ask this question. I'll do it. Question: is there anything particularly that you disagree with the gentleman that was here that you would want to push back on now?
Yeah. Like, I feel like when he started talking about how you're older and what you have to do to be a woman to get the man you want, I don't know, y'all can say that that's because I am younger, so I haven't been in that space of where I'm like crunched for time or whatever, but I just really feel like the way I see men talk about, oh, you have to be this way and you have to be that way, and yeah, you should lose weight. Or like, oh yeah, if it hasn't worked out for you yet, then you need to get it together. Like, no, because at the end of the day, being a divorcee is still better than being a baby mama. That's still way higher than being somebody's baby mama. You know what I'm saying? Like, that type of rhetoric to me is like telling a man, we tell men, oh, they get better with age. They age like fine wine. Oh, he's going to reach his financial prime. Oh, he's going to be sought after by the younger women. No, he's the joke for the younger women. He's the trick for the younger women. Like, I don't understand why we only tell the older women that, oh, you get older, your clock's running out. Oh, you better get in line. You better act right. No, tell that to them old ass men too. Like, it gets weird to me when we keep making it about gender when it's simply this. The simple facts of the matter of this. The average lifespan of the United States person is 73. If you're 40 something years old, you've got one foot in, you're probably not on nobody's radar. Oh well. That's both genders. That's cool.
Right, so you
Like,
think
I don't
it's the
understand why
same
we
for
gotta make
men
it
and
about women.
You think that's really
how it
okay,
I
works?
volunteer. No women won't be, and you're right.
Hold on, what?
What you say, M. White?
He said no woman wants him, and she's right.
Yeah.
No, but I
didn't say you. I'm just saying in general. When we're talking
Well, he's
about
in his
like
40s.
oh,
I'm
if
talking
you're-
about me too.
But you're also married. Y'all are both married. Everybody keeps saying a single person that's in their 40s, if it's a woman, oh my God, it's over with for her. But if it's a man, he's still got great options. No, he's halfway to the grave too.
Did you understand the context on why he said that? Did you
Just
understand
say
how he
it.
broke it down?
ED, clinically and statistically proven, men start taking ED pills at 32.
They going in the comments. They
Did
said
you
niggas is 10 years
understand
away from
the
ED.
context he
Stay out
gave
the comments.
when he elaborated on why that is?
Yeah, because she was saying, like, you know, she's just
Ray, you
living
being messy.
her life. She was talking about how she was just living her life as a regular human, and she doesn't want to be presented as masculine.
No, not Boheme. I'm talking about the man that made the claim.
Oh, okay.
Did you understand why he made that claim? The context? Did you understand the context behind it?
Well, that when I heard him say it, what the part that I was talking about was when he was responding to her saying she doesn't want to be called masculine because she has certain hobbies or something, because she still, you know, she'll build something, but she does it in a cute way. She's still a woman. She's still feminine. That doesn't take away from her femininity. And he responded with, well, it's about results. So if it hasn't been
What about
working.
the traits you take on whenever you're doing that consistently. Do you understand that if I, as a man, do feminine things or womanly things consistently over years and years, I could take up feminine behaviors that would cause people looking on the outside to, you know, they use the term, oh, he a little sweet, or he got a little sugar in his tank. You ever heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Can you understand the concept? And,
Yeah.
and I can sit here and beat the hell out of this death saying I don't want to be called that. But it's not about whether or not I want to be called it. It's about what is the perception of what people see.
Yeah, facts.
You get what I'm saying? So I think if you try to understand it that way, you would understand why some women are looked at or perceived to be masculine. It's the traits that you take on that shape your character and personality and what you give out. The signals it's all about signals that you're expressing. And we're looking at the signal, you're signaling a masculine behavior. So how are we wrong for being able to accurately associate the behavior with the trait?
And then he even went further to explain that he was like, and if you notice, he also gave it the olive branch and said, hey, look, a man can only see what you are upon face value. He said, but once he talked to you, do you not, and he recognized who you are, and that those traits don't, because he said they're not upset with the job or the position. It's the traits that it come with. And if he talks to you and he has a conversation with you, you don't display those traits, then he sees a different woman. He even told her that right after that. I don't know if you heard that part.
Yeah, I did hear him saying that it would take a conversation. I guess it's this narrative that like femininity and masculinity is very much so a box. Like, okay, perfect example, right? You know, a joke that me and my husband have all the time. He laughs, like we'll watch shows like Love Island or like Below Deck, right? And it's a lot of like YT people on these shows. So he's like, them men be looking like they're having a great time. Like, and they'll like say something that in the Black community, a Black man will be like, oh no, we can't act like that. We can't say this. We can't do that. It seems like our community is the only community that is obsessed with, we gotta fit into the box, or I don't like you and you're never gonna get picked. And it's very disheartening when, if you decided as a man today or tomorrow that you like sewing, so now I'm going to call you gay for it, or like she brought up power tools. I don't think that those are the things that should define femininity and masculinity. Like, we're talking about bullshit hobbies that people pick up because they're like, oh yeah, one day I realized I didn't have a wife yet and I needed to know how to sew my buttons on my shirt. And now we're gonna like tell that man like he's not man enough to ever get picked, or we're gonna tell that woman because she doesn't have a husband right now and she knows how to change her own tire, she's not feminine enough to be picked. That's what it sounded like to me.
Has it occurred to you that what the market, and when we say market, we're talking about an overwhelming majority of the people that you want to position yourself to be a desirable mate for, do you think that their perception counts in you being selected, or it even matters and you being pursued as a suitable mate?
Well, I guess that I can admit that I don't have the ability to give that answer because I was 18.
What if I told you is all
So
it
the
takes?
last time I knew what the market
What if I
was.
told you all it take was, because you claim you're the most educated, the most degree. It just take the same amount of effort it took you to be able to learn how to use a power tool in the garage, to be able to study the market, to figure out what most men want. And if you study it and learn it, you can use it as a cheat code, as a blueprint to optimize yourself for the person you desire. Would you believe it?
I believe what you're saying, but what that also sounds like to me is that I have to cheat code the person that I want
It's
to
the
want
same
me.
thing. It's the same thing on ZipRecruiter, on Monster.com, on LinkedIn. When you look at the job position, I think this is the same example he gave. You could actually look at the qualifications and requirements to be able to win the position, and then go and get those qualifications and
But
meet
what
those
if that's
requirements.
really not who you are? What if you aren't
Well, then
Susie
you don't get the
Homemaker?
job. Then you don't get the job.
Yeah.
So you're
It's almost
telling
like with
me
men.
that
Like,
there's nobody out there like that is the 200-pound woman's never gonna get chose, or the woman that
No, we
likes
didn't
to
say
do
that.
mechanic
we
work
didn't
is
He
say
said
never
that.
gonna get
that they
chose.
got
No.
chosen. You know why they did? Because they recalibrated themselves. They optimize themselves for the man they want. That's why they can have these 600-pound life shows and have a man. But it's not the man they want. The thing is, I think that this the argument is, it's not about the man. Anybody can get a man. That's not a flex. This was his words, because I'm not trying to steal his
Yeah, he
point.
said anybody can get a man. It's
But it's
about getting the man you
about
want.
getting the man that you desire. Can
Mhm.
you do that? That's the whole argument a lot of times on these panels.
But it's the same thing that men have to deal with, right?
Yeah.
If I know, like, okay, I'm just gonna be working at ShopRite or, just your random supermarket, whatever.
AC.
I'm capped out as to what type of women I could obtain. And most of you women probably not gonna date somebody who's
girl.
working at the cash register, right? And I won't blame you for it, because you probably want more for your life. You probably want somebody who's going to be able to provide better, so you could have a more relaxed, soft, whatever life you want, right? For you, yourself, and your children, right? So if that's what I do, then I have to recognize that I'm gonna have a much smaller pool to choose from. It's the same type of thing. If we don't prepare ourselves, just like if I'm fat as hell, if I decide to get fat, I'm going to have less of a pool of women that I have access to, and I'd have to accept that. I can't get mad at the game and then say, hey, y'all got to start liking fat dudes, or y'all got to start messing with broke dudes. Like, it is what it is. Females want what they want. Men want what they want. We're not trying to shame people for their preferences, unless it's just completely unrealistic and you're not doing anything to put yourself in a position to obtain that person. That's the problem.
And that's why you see a lot of DEI hires get dropped, because a lot of those people were put in position because of a organization or some type of funding allowed that to happen. But those people would not be in that position if they weren't qualified for it, which is the reason why they were dropped. So many of them were let go. So we gotta start embracing that. I mean, you don't have to. Remember, Laisha, you don't have to change your position on this. You're a married woman. It don't apply to you. Fuck it. But we have to start looking at everything, the same. It's the same thing if you're trying to accomplish something. In all things that you do, if you're trying to achieve something, there are steps, there's requirements, there's qualifications. It can be the same for the man you want. And to Trev's point, vice versa. It can be the same for the woman the man wants. And we would argue early, we're faced with this reality much earlier than y'all, which is why we have a cemented understanding of it, because we were faced with this as early as 17, 18. We had to start off as young men embracing this. Y'all don't have to embrace this until y'all down on y'all peak value. That's when it hits you. You done went through 20, 30 years of not having to deal with it, or not having to look at it as an importance, because it never really applied to you, because you came into the game already at the top. Us, we had to come out of the fucking mud. y'all are going into the mud, and it's a hard reality. What's up, Casey? I know you got to say something.
Hey, you guys. Hi, panel. How are y'all doing
What up,
tonight?
Casey?
Hi.
I miss y'all.
Welcome back.
Oh man. I've been supporting in the cloud or however they say it. I watch and keep up with y'all, but no, I just wanted to tell Aisha I started watching late, so I missed the clip. I did not think at all the conversation was like directed towards one person. So I just wanted to say I didn't, me being a person in the audience and I miss the clip being played, me listening to the whole show starting a little bit later, the whole show didn't seem like it was based on one person or one conversation or it just seemed like it was based on ideology. So if you feel that way personally, like I respect it. I just wanted to say, like, from a person watching in the audience, when I heard this come up, I just wanted to give you my perspective as a person in the audience. I didn't think it was
I mean,
directed towards one person.
I can respect that, but respectfully, like you said, you weren't there for the beginning. When
Yeah.
when the clip finished, which was a clip of me talking from last week, and then after it finished, he literally said my name and said, I would like to be able to see if we could come to a different agreement or change your perspective. Or that is how he opened up this conversation. He opened it up, calling out my name and saying, can we talk to get you to change your mind, to get you to come from a different perspective than what you had last week, because maybe you weren't understanding what I meant when you saw my clip.
And let me ask you something. Me listening to exactly what you just said, that statement that he made, that was offensive to you, is what you're saying.
I didn't say it was offensive. I said the part that became offensive was when it started to feel like when we got to the 2.5 hour mark, I hadn't talked. I didn't talk to that man at all. So that's like me saying, hey, Casey, this is what I think of you. And then I talk for 2 hours and then you never get to respond. You never get to contribute to the conversation. It's like you came on here to almost like refute what I had to say about your opinion. And I didn't get to talk. Like at the 2.5 hour mark, only 3 people had spoken. And one of those people included him.
So did you feel like you weren't able to speak? Because
yeah,
I talked to Sweeney and Marcus, and I literally was like, why? Bo was talking, Darn was talking, and it seemed like they were talking freely. It seemed like everyone else was being quiet out of respect. It didn't come like I'm not out of respect, like just saying, okay, there's a guest, I'm letting them talk. But other people who were having a conversation, Ty was talking too, it didn't seem like everybody was told to just be quiet. So why do you feel
that literally was like, oh, we have a new guest, make sure you don't interrupt them, period. That was a sentence that was said to all of us on this panel before we started this live. Are we going to act like that wasn't said?
But I think when the okay, maybe that was like in the beginning, but when everybody started like chiming in and the conversation was flowing, like
It
Bo,
never
like
was flowing.
Darwin,
That's what I'm
Ty.
saying. He talked. Even that's what I'm saying. When we got to the 2.5 hour mark, I want to say that was the first time I started really hearing him and Darwin have like a back and forth at 2.5 hours. Other than that, it was very much so like being in a classroom of him monologuing and lecturing, and then maybe like Darwin asking, oh, well, like, at one point Darwin said, have you heard of the frontal lobe theory? Then he said, yeah, and he talked for another 30 minutes. And then Bo said something and he talked for another 45 minutes. Like, at what point? Because to have a conversation, there's pauses, there's breaks, there's points where it feels natural and comfortable for other people to interject. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not how he was talking.
Okay, so I understand that. I understand your point. The passion I'm seeing right now and that I see watching you on the show, I wanted you to start to say something if you felt this passionately during the show, because I say that to say I started coming in and being a part of the Lapeef Network 3 years ago. JR would have, from what I know and the moments and the back chats and stuff that we've had over the history, if you felt like you were disrespected, there's no way that he would have said, Laisha, shut up, because he values each and every one of his guests, no matter what credentials that person has, right? Every person that takes the time to come up on the network or the Lapeef experience has always, from my point of view, whether it's publicly or privately, been shown the utmost respect, right? And I feel if you didn't feel that this was somewhat of a safe place, I wouldn't be seeing you on however many shows I've been seeing you on, because you're here, right? You feel like this is a place where you're able to be yourself, whether you agree with everybody or not. That's a different situation, right? But you feel like JR has carved out a space for you to be here when you come, whether that's a Wednesday, a Thursday, or Sunday, or whatever, right? And you have passion behind your thoughts. You have passion when you speak. And so I'm not trying to speak for JR, but I'm saying, as a person who's been a member of the Lapeef Network, I feel like none of us would ever want somebody to sit in a place of disrespect or um a place of being uncomfortable, right? Because if that's the case, what we do when stuff gets too heated, people just log off, right? But never have to be subject to it, like, okay, you can't leave and you got to shut up. That right there just doesn't say, that's not the Lapeef
It
Network,
wasn't
is what
that
I'm saying.
it
You know what I'm
wasn't that I'm
saying?
saying that, like, I don't place blame on necessarily JR. I think even when I was hearing him talk, he
Yeah,
was saying
I
that,
think
like,
it's JR
he
fault.
was new to the podcast space. So I think maybe
Hey,
he
Dar.
is used to having a conversation
Free
where it's
range,
like him and a
free
chat,
range. Hmm.
or yes, versus like, if you notice when if you watch this back, he's not giving room for pause, room for interjection. And I'm not trying to be rude and like cut him off, because
But
I'm
that's
not
probably
gonna lie,
Laisha.
a part of me
That's probably
feels
also his
like,
job title too.
yes, like
Yeah.
he even his tone was very like preachy and teachy. And my thing was like, okay, like who exactly are we talking to here?
I didn't
Because
take it as preachy or teachy. I took it as like therapist session, kind of, you know?
and I get that. That's perfectly fine. But when we're in like, you have to have a space for like separating. You're in your home doing a podcast and you're at the office in a therapy session, because my entire time I'm thinking like, I didn't ask for a therapy session. I didn't ask for a monologue. And so like the space that I was in was like, okay, I like when I get irritated, me as a person in general in life, I start to disassociate. I do. Like, I'll just be like, that ain't got nothing to do with me, what y'all talking about. So blank stares. That's what it turns into, because I'm like, you came up here, it started as one thing, and now we're like, you're not even like talking to me like I'm an adult with my own perspective. You're talking to me like you were brought here to teach. And that's also why I never necessarily interjected, because I'm not going to lie. This also kind of goes back to like what I think people came in here to see as viewers, is even something he called out. He was like, I wasn't going to come in here and be combative with her and yell and scream, because that's not what I came here to do. And I'm like, I think that's what people thought that it was supposed to be. So I'm like, I'm not going to say anything, because I kind of already feel like I don't have room to say much. So I don't want to start talking and then it comes out like I'm trying to be rude. So I just didn't say nothing. But I'm not going to lie, I was upset. I was upset. What, Sweeney? I was upset. I was upset because I felt I did. Okay, you know what? We're gonna talk about it in the back chat of why I felt that way for real, and like when we get off, we'll talk about it. But I really feel kind of like plotted on.
Bohem, do you feel like you
Oh
get
no,
plotted on
I
too?
don't.
Wait a
no, we
minute.
ain't gonna do that now.
I don't
We're
think
not
you should.
going.
I don't think you should feel that way.
I feel like it was an ambush.
That
I
clip
feel like
is
I didn't know the clip
Yeah.
so
went viral. Nobody told me
pointed.
it
Yeah.
went
See,
viral.
him being on that show
No.
is like a
Yes,
We can
huge
hear you. We
topic
can hear
all
you.
over YouTube right now. So I don't to take it that personal, Aisha, I don't think you should.
No,
I
Did the
really
clip
don't
go
think you
viral or
should.
did
our
his
clip didn't go
No,
clip?
viral.
not
His
no,
clip
not,
went viral.
I didn't say his clip. I said
And
that
I was talking to
show.
Laisha.
His
Oh yeah.
show.
No, he
His
said
His
clip went
show went
viral.
viral. So it's like for
Not the
Lapeef
no,
show
I
he
to
was on.
know.
capitalize. Yeah,
Not the show
so
he
for
was on.
Lapeef to be a content creator and not take advantage of somebody being on a show and then being willing to come to his show, that's like, I mean, that's
No,
like content
I'm
creation,
not
like
blaming
it's a
it
going
like
misunderstanding
that.
right here. Listen,
not
I'm
her part,
saying
not her
that
part.
you said
I'm
the word
saying that
fire.
when that
I was
man
trying to
came
say
on
Lapeef
here
talk, Jason.
and
What'd you
he
say?
oh,
decided to direct it directly towards me,
you
if
wanted
that was
to.
going to be his stance of like, let me try and change Alicia's mindset, it should have been like,
Oh, damn, it
hey,
did go
by
viral.
the way, um,
10,000 views.
this is
Right.
what we're going to be doing,
Discussing.
and
So, Lace,
it's mostly based off of what you said about his clip.
I just want to give you some clarity. The clip that you reacted to with you in it did not go viral. The
I'm not
clip.
saying that's what went viral. I'm
Oh, okay.
saying him going viral, right?
Uh-huh.
And then him being like, oh, I wish I, because even JR said, he said, I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk to her last week about what she said last week. He said that. So my thing is like, I didn't know that was his intentions on coming up here today. If he's saying that he wanted to come up here today specifically about what I said last week, and then when he did come up here, I didn't even get to respond. Like, oh, shut up and listen, little girl.
No,
But you
what?
That's
could
crazy.
have,
That's
Laisha. You could
nuts.
Yeah.
have.
That is
You
nobody.
could have. No, I'm sure
I'm saying,
nobody
I'm
said,
not, yes, I
listen, little
understand what you're
girl.
saying now, Sweeney. I understand what you're saying now. But what I'm saying is like, I didn't know who the guest was. Mind you, we were all there. Okay. JR said, give the guest the opportunity to talk. Don't interrupt them. Da, 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 da. I didn't know who that guest was. So then when he comes up, I felt like that was like, Alicia, you don't say nothing back to
Laisha,
that
you
man.
gotta
You just shut up and
communicate.
let him
This,
talk.
this all JR
Laisha,
fault.
That's how it
you gotta
sounded.
take that communication, Laisha. Laisha,
Like that's
you
what
gotta
I'm saying. That
you
is how
gotta
it's.
take that on the
If
chin.
somebody's saying don't interrupt, and you don't
Mm-mm.
know who this guest is, but then the guest comes up here and says, "I came here specifically because I wanted." Well, he didn't say specifically, but I came here because I wanted to address what you said last week. But then in the back of my mind, directly after he says that, it's still in the back of my mind. Don't interrupt him. Don't cut him off. Let him talk. Da 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 da. And he's not giving any natural airway for me to say anything back. It came off like, little girl, don't you say nothing back to him. That's how I
Mm-mm.
felt. I'm not gonna
When
lie. That's
when
how I
everybody
felt.
else started chiming in, if I felt as passionately as
Who
you, I
was
would have
everybody? It
started
was
chiming.
two people chimed in,
I
Cassie.
No,
chimed in.
it was a lot of people chiming in, Laisha.
Ty
Nah, it
chimed
wasn't.
in. Poe
Like,
chimed
I ain't say
in.
nothing.
I felt like
Ty
it was
and
Bo,
no, Trev and
Darwin,
Marcus was
and the
quiet.
guy was
Okay,
talking.
Trev and Marcus didn't
They
say
tried to
nothing,
silence me. You
but
saw that, Laisha? They was trying to silence me. I'm like,
But
damn,
that's,
nigga.
hey, Casey, that's what I was gonna say though. The reason why she didn't feel safe to chime in was because we actually sat there and got quiet. Nobody actually said
Okay,
anything.
yes. I'm not, yes.
That did not mean that you couldn't say
couldn't say
If
anything.
y'all
anything.
was
Right?
talking,
Exactly,
because
Sweeney.
I'm so
Exactly.
serious. Like I still feel very new to this, right? This is like what, like my
Yeah.
5th week. So it, like I said, if you notice, a lot of when I start talking is I let y'all lead the conversation. I let y'all talk. And then I'll hear one of y'all say something and I'll be like, but la da 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 da.
Man, nah,
I
I thought
talk
you
off of y'all's
you was
talking
just
points.
scared.
Laisha,
She was
you
I
gotta
was
take
scared.
this one on the
not gonna
chin.
interrupt
Jalen
that
was
man
You
scared.
gotta take
first.
this one on the chin,
No,
Laisha. You gotta
and
take
I
this on the
did. I
chin.
took
Yeah,
it.
but
I
Laisha,
took
No,
it.
at the
I
end, you
didn't want you to
definitely
have
had an
all of this
opportunity
heat.
there, right?
Yeah, I didn't want you to have all of this heat for the rest of the
Because
They was
panel.
here for
When the
straight.
guy you felt a way about, you didn't say nothing to.
I wasn't even
So
mad at them. Literally, that's what I was telling Darwin. The only reason I brought up his point was because I felt like Darwin will say something that is like, will make everybody want to jump out of their freaking skin. And then we say,
Hey, look though, but I don't.
but
But
then we respond and we let it go. But it's like when I said something that made the men want to jump, they tried to be like, she doesn't care about men.
how dare
That's
you?
not true.
You just so
I
happened to be the
didn't give a
one to come up
shit
here.
that like at
at that time about that topic when I'm sitting here saying, do I want to hear random men complaining to me like I'm causing strife in their life? I'm not causing strife in nobody's life. I'm not. Y'all heard my man. He said, but mine.
But the thing is, to acknowledge, if you say I don't give a damn about y'all, and I say you don't care about men, how is that an inaccurate statement?
Because it's not like, because then it turns into like, oh my God, she can't have a son. I do have a son. I care about men. I have a husband. I can. If something were to happen to y'all, I would care.
If I said some wild shit and said I don't give a fuck about what women are going through,
that's not what I said though.
You mean I'm just saying,
Sweeney, that's not what I said.
You said you don't give a damn. Keep it
that's all
I
said.
If I said I don't give a damn about what women going through, why y'all come up here telling me about y'all issues? You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me? It
doesn't relate to me though.
You wouldn't tell me, man. Or you wouldn't
Sweeney, I went into depth about it last week though. I even said last week when Lady Di asked me, I said, you know what? I can accept that I might be coming from a place of like that Thursday, I had to tell myself I was not getting on TikTok because that's all it was. It was a gender war on TikTok every single day. And I had been on there trying to like monetize, get a following, So that's all I was hearing. And then the first thing I heard when I got on this panel last week was, we're going to leave if y'all don't act right. We're going to go to another country. I was like,
that ain't the question I was asking. Do you hold on, wait. Do you really believe? Would you be surprised if the chat told me that dude should not have daughters? If I said I don't give a damn about what y'all going through, I don't care about y'all issues, why are women coming up here trying to talk? Would you be surprised if women in the chat was like, this nigga got a daughter? Like, are you serious? Somebody like there was a dude that the dude wound up having people call, like he tried to have the dude doxxed because it said you need to have your kids taken away.
But you don't.
Okay, Sweeney, I'm gonna tell you what my man just said. That makes perfect sense to me because that's really how I am. If somebody got on here, right, and was like, "Oh my God, my grandma passed away. My condolences. I'm so sorry that happened. If you want to talk about it, text me, call me, whatever. Let me know." But is that gonna stop me from going out? Am I gonna cry in the bed with you? No. That's what I'm saying when I'm like, I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn that your mama
like,
died.
Cool.
Your grandmama died. Would you tell him that? Would you tell him that? Would you tell him I don't give a damn that your grandmama died? That shit ain't got my grandmama's still alive. My grandma sits right here. Your grandmama
You're
dead.
trying to make it so bad, Sweeney.
That's how
but I'm being so for real.
It was that bad.
I'm just being so for real. If I said right now that like, oh, my kid has the flu, that doesn't mean your kid's got the flu. That doesn't mean you're gonna not go to work tomorrow. That's not going to affect you in the real world. And that's how I look at it. I look at it like I got a man, I got kids, my bills are paid. I don't have to take this so like.
I don't care that your kid got the flu. I'm over here in Texas. My kids are good. They gonna go to
exactly. So like when you started fussing at me, I'm like, Sweeney, you don't have a dog in the fight. What are you fussing at me for? We both good.
No, we get it. We get it, and that's what we was talking about with the we're taking it a little bit too personal. But you wouldn't perceive that as being dismissive?
I wasn't. But that's what I owned up to last week. I said when Lady Di called me out on it, I said last week, I was like, you know what? I can accept the fact that like I have been overstimulated and overloaded by like. It's been a constant attack. And a lot of times when people are talking, they're not talking generalized. They're saying, it's women like you. You're the problem. And I'm just like, you don't know me, sir. Like, I'm not affecting your house. I'm not telling your wife to go and do something. That's crazy. So it gets very like aggressive and abrasive when I'm on a panel every single day. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm hearing. So when I got on that panel last week, it may not have been literally him. It may have just been like, I'm hearing his talking points. And yeah, they sound very much so like the same talking points that are used as an attack every week. And I admitted that. I said, this just may be a week that I am tired. I am fed up.
Experiencing
but
fatigue.
then exactly. But then it didn't help that it was kind of like when I got on it this week, I was fine. but I was like, okay, new guest, don't be rude, don't interrupt. And then when I found out it was him, and he was like, oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, I done got ambushed. Wait a second, god damn it, what the hell going on?
Cool? You know what would have been really cool though, Alicia? But you told me the moment he would have addressed you, your husband would have came on and were like, you can address me.
He's right here. There he is. He's been sitting here the whole time. Literally, he's been like, literally one of the first things he said, he was like, why unmute yourself? Like, what are you doing? I'm like, no, babe, I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be. And he's like, no,
even he understood you can interrupt, but somehow so straight. And I guarantee he was there when you was in the back chat before the show started. He heard what JR said. Even he understood your ass could come in and say whatever you got to say.
No, I did read it to him. He read what JR said, and he was like, JR said it, so fuck that shit and unmute yourself. And I was like, but I don't want to come out
because you had a good hour. You had a good hour to speak your piece before he left.
I can respect that, y'all. That's what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily mad
because he was muted.
I came off like, what the hell?
Muted towards the end of the show.
I apologize. She was already done. She was already done after the 2 hours and a half.
I told y'all I disassociate. I was disassociating already. I was already in a space of like, this shit, I done lit up my hookah. I done started pouring up a drink because I'm like, I'm stressed. Why is this man doing this?
Can I ask you a question? I think this is the elephant in the room question. Is it beyond the realm of possibility that perhaps maybe you were intimidated?
Absolutely not.
Hell no.
She ain't had no rebuttal for that, man. She was scared. She ain't had no rebuttal for that.
Intimidated, Darwin. That's diabolical for you to even say. Intimidated?
You know what it was?
I'm very intimidated.
Darwin, you know what it was? She saw the way he handled June. Was like, oh shit, I can only imagine.
First of all, let me tell you something.
That nigga sitting out there like this.
This was where my mind was. I was at a place where I was like, I was reading. I was like, I already told y'all, I was sitting there in silence, so I got bored. I started reading. I'm reading the comments. I'm like, I'm not gonna go in on this man or say nothing crazy because, like, the comments are already super disrespectful. I don't know if anybody else saw it, but I was like, damn, they're aggressive. I don't want to be aggressive because I truly feel like a lot of the viewers think that that's what I'm gonna come in here and do. Like, they think that I'm gonna come in here and be like the raw person because I'm young and because I'm this or whatever. And I'm like, I'm really not like that for real. Like, I just be talking, like, I'm super chill. And so in my mind, I'm like, well, if it doesn't feel natural, I guess I'm not gonna really say nothing. And then by the time an hour or two had passed, I disassociated and I was just like, you were done. I'm good. I don't even need to say nothing no more.
She went and made me a plate.
You know what? Hold on, wait. I'm about to pull a you move on you, Lacey.
She went and finished cooking my shit.
You heard me? I'm about to pull a you on you. Yo bad. Congratulations. You played yourself.
It was your
okay, and I accepted that. I accepted it. I should have said, y'all are right. I should have said something because it bothered me, and I have an issue with that. I do. I have an issue when people make me feel like I can't talk, because if I can't talk and I can't get it off my chest, it festers and it will explode, and nobody wants to see that. So I should have said something. I should have. I can take accountability for that.
I ain't gonna lie. I was expecting you to say, first of all, with your tie wearing, suit wearing ass, ain't nobody finna take your ass serious. Nobody give a damn about your license therapy.
I didn't give a damn. Y'all, I was saying all of that on mute. Like, to my head, every time y'all saw me laughing or like covering my mouth, that was what I was saying to my husband. I was like, I don't give a fuck what is going on right now. Like, fuck that shit.
To come alive, but I was like, where is she at? Did somebody bury her somewhere? Like,
I was talking shit too.
We was literally on mute, and he's sitting next to me, and I'm talking shit with my man, and he's like, just go off of mute. I'm like, no, because I don't think I should say this.
I'm the same one that say the only reason he get.
That man thought he was gonna get some smoke. He like, man, I ain't going back to Lapeef. I just cooked everybody over there.
Y'all, okay, y'all gotta tell. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I feel like because I'm still new, I don't know what are like the rules and regulations and what y'all expect. Like, do y'all want me to come on here and be the girl that y'all met on Darwin's panel? Because I could be that girl 24/7.
I think you,
Be yourself.
yeah, I think you
Do
just
that.
should
Be
have text
yourself.
JR and say,
Because
hey,
I'm
JR,
not
can
gonna
I
lie, a lot of
respond?
times I feel like
And it's
everybody
all
is
it
on here
took.
saying the politically correct thing. And so I
No.
just be
You
like,
lied.
oh,
You
it's
just
that kind
said
of
I
panel.
said something the most
Listen.
Except you.
no,
Not you, Darwin. Not
So
you.
look.
No.
What
no.
politically correct stuff
Not
I
me.
be saying?
Nah, you said I be
No,
saying
M White,
politically
you
correct
do.
stuff.
M White,
Shit.
it's
M. White
not
is
that I
politically
don't feel
correct.
like I'm not even saying it like I feel like y'all are being fake.
Hold on,
I'm
okay.
just saying that
You
y'all
called us fake earlier.
no,
Yeah.
I did not. I did not. I said it feels slightly disingenuous because I feel like everybody isn't as forthcoming as me and Bo might be about our lives.
Like who?
But like you said,
That's
I'm new,
probably
so I
just the
didn't see those
shows. Yeah,
episodes.
that's probably just because
Let
of
me
the
say
shows
this.
you've been on.
I
Yeah,
said
like I haven't seen those episodes and I accepted that.
wait,
But my
hold
thing is the way y'all word stuff, a lot of times it sounds like y'all are coming from a place of like this is like the
hold on. Let
space
me just
of where okay, the
obviously
views matter, so we don't want it to come off because
man.
let's be for real, the only people that say radical shit is like Ray. That's it.
Hold on. All right. Can I
Right.
Nobody else says anything else radical besides Ray.
Well,
Oh, you said
You
go
some
ahead,
came
radical
on
shit
Marcus.
here and
last
say some
week.
radical shit.
Darwin,
I
stop
say
me on
I
the
feel like what I say is
What?
not radical because I could say some
lane.
really off the wall shit. I say what I feel like is normal shit
What
to
do you
say.
define as radical then?
Wait,
Just
Marcus
all you
sound like
gotta
he
do
far away
is
from the
Okay,
mic, y'all.
like
Can you hear me?
Marcus
oh
trying
go
to
ahead,
talk.
Oh, go
Marcus.
ahead,
I'm
man.
What I
Go
was
ahead.
sorry.
saying, I didn't admit it. I didn't admit it to having
Marcus is
multiple
taking a
women
piss in the
throughout my
bathroom
life.
trying to talk
I
over
didn't
me.
admit it to polygyny. I didn't admit it
Hey,
to
Marcus, we can't hear you, bro.
Yo,
We
Marcus, you
can't hear
can't hear that
Marcus,
shit.
y'all.
You gotta get close to your phone.
hold
That
on.
man is in the bathroom shouting down the hallway, taking a
No,
shit.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say I didn't admit it to cheating. I didn't admit it to polygyny. I didn't admit it to violence in life. I didn't admit it to all type of shit. How's we like playing it safe?
Yeah,
Darwin,
nah, I definitely
you
ain't
know
play
his
it
whole
safe.
life story from his
Hold
first
on.
marriage to the second. Sweeney's situation with his kid, bro. We know all of this. Everybody that talked about their life.
Yeah, he right. We done spilled the beans, man.
Yeah.
See the thing
we
about
did.
us, Laisha, we don't care if you go out and get somebody on the other side that had a viral clip and invite them to challenge us on our position. We're gonna stand strong.
Yeah, I wish.
But we don't
I
get
wish.
that. We're waiting on it, and we're gonna interrupt. We're gonna challenge. We're gonna
Ask
stand
Prince
10
Hella.
toes, and we expect all of
You
y'all
know who
women to
Prince
do the
Hella
same.
is, right?
Okay, so but this is the point that I feel like I've been put in. And before y'all say it, I know what y'all are gonna say. Y'all are gonna be like, leave the comments alone. But it's 50% the comments, but I also feel like it's 50% kind of like some of the responses I'll get on the panel. I try and like really
Marcus
come
mute.
off like a certain way because
Okay.
I really do feel like I am the younger generation and that's what I'm here to represent. I'm here to represent like because I can tell most of my talking points aren't the talking points of like the stay-at-home mom. I get it, fine, whatever. So I've taken on the matter of fact point that I'm here to represent the Black girls in their 20s. Cool.
Tell them how much you taking.
But I'm gonna go to hell.
Talk to them.
Hey, tell the truth, Laisha. Has your boyfriend ever like if one of us, and I'll just use myself as a puncher bag,
Ain't no boyfriend.
have said something that was
Ain't no
outlandish to you,
boyfriend.
Husband.
and your husband was like, "Man, I'll beat that nigga ass if he say that shit again." Did that happen?
Fuck no. No, I ain't
Oh,
never
okay.
said
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying. Know your place, brother. No, I was just kidding. I'm messing with you, brother. I was just messing with you.
Y'all see what I'm saying? Like,
I'm messing with
but
you,
see,
brother.
that's the difference. It's the difference in y'all being able to crack
Listen,
jokes
listen.
and like everybody else. When it's like when it comes in so heavy a certain way, it's also not like he's not in the public eye. I told y'all what he does. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm on
a
TV.
part
I
of
don't went
me,
viral, 3 million
a
views.
part of me is like
Yeah.
when people are seeing me, it's
Sound
like
like
I
Yellow
don't
Beezy.
know who could be
You
on
think
here.
Yellow Beezy?
That
You
nigga
think
scared
Yellow
like you
Beezy?
talking to him.
Because
That
you
sound
know
like
what's
Yellow
crazy, right? When, like, for instance, I laughed it off when you said that, but when you brought up how, like, oh, you made that comment about Drewski, but if he see this, he gonna fire your ass up. It's not like my husband hasn't done security for Drewski
I
before.
know his house.
So that made me be like, oh, let me like maybe shut my mouth for a second. Because a lot of times I'm always thinking in the back of my mind, what I'm saying isn't that bad, but I'm still getting crucified for it. God forbid that like affects him and his livelihood and our kids. So I take it personally when people in these comments are saying stuff, because I'm like, it's not like people don't see him every Sunday on TV, or they don't see him on these live clips that like are going viral from like baddies and shit like that, and like Young and Reckless. They know who he is. Like, and I don't want that to affect him. So I get very defensive about it. I do. I'm not gonna lie. Like, because like y'all know I don't work. That's not my kids eat.
One of these it's my birthday. So we can get some clout out of this motherfucker.
Oh, y'all want me to?
Happy birthday, brother. Happy birthday.
Yes, he is 30 today. And y'all got me up here mad as hell drinking.
We don't want to mess up his credibility though. You know what I'm saying? This might not be the NFSW.
No, I ain't gonna mess with my credibility.
No, he is like
much. I get blacklisted.
He knows that I'm like this. It's just the fact that like people attack me for just being me. I be thinking to myself, once they tie us together, then like what if they judge him or they try and attack him? And everybody be sitting up there being like, she can't love men. Yeah, I love my man that much. Like, that's how I am.
It ain't the fact that they attack me that I care about. It's the fact that I get counseled for the shit I say.
Yeah, because he doesn't care. Like, he'll be like, I don't care that she said that. He'll respond. He'll say whatever he wants to say back.
I say shit to get your panel took.
But I'm just like, no, you can't be saying that type of shit. Because he said worse shit than I do. Like,
that man got that country. That man from the woods. I hear it.
He is Georgia. That's the Georgia baby. Yeah. Like, and so y'all, I don't be mad. I don't like. I just get frustrated, and it don't even be with y'all. Y'all right. I gotta say out of the comments, because I be looking at people and I be like, I ain't even say nothing fucking crazy for real, because I really be on here keeping it like my definition of cute and demure is what I be doing on here. And the way people be acting is like I done said something super off the wall, but I don't be. Usually when I'm on mute laughing is when I said something off the wall.
Casey, you be missing the shows. Well, I'll be like, man, sometimes I'll be like, man, if Casey was here, she would put up this cook. But you be gone, I'll be like, man, well, maybe when she dropped that baby.
That's because I'm cooking a baby.
Ray, why are you so silent over there?
Huh? What'd you say?
I missed a lot of it. So what Laisha was referring to, I mean, I know what she's talking about dude that was on here, him talking the whole time.
You agreed with him, right?
Yeah, a lot of stuff he said I did, except for the part when he was like, the only thing I don't like, it makes me cringe so bad with y'all sometimes, to be honest, when y'all speak on women, like y'all are women. And I'm like, I wish y'all would speak on the male perspective.
What did he say about women that you
let me finish my statement. I wish I would speak from the male perspective on a lot of stuff to give women more insight on things. Like y'all are asking women like, what would you say about this? Something pertaining to a man. And I'm like, why don't you just speak on the male's perspective on that, since you are actual male?
So Ray, why don't you ask us those questions specifically if it's something you wanted to know about?
Like when he was talking about this, what I wanted to ask you guys, because Darwin was saying that if a man stepped in for a woman or defended her, came to her defense, that he could maybe end up in jail. And I was thinking like, wow, there's the main demographic of people in prison right now are black males. So why are they going to prison? Because it's not to protect women. So why are there so many in prison? Black males? Why are there so many? Let me finish. Why are there so many black males in prison? And then as a black male, what could you maybe say to other black males to prevent them from going to prison so much?
I would say if it's around the point of protection, I would say if it's around the topic of protection, I would say for the most part, a large, maybe overwhelmingly large amount of those men are in prison because of a woman, either by a woman or protecting a woman, or just doing something stupid for the sake of a woman and not their own personal interests.
Oh, so you saying the majority of the black males that are in prison is because they were protecting a woman, maybe?
He didn't say there was a majority,
that.
But there, like, we know that the majority of people that are in prison are for victimless crimes like drugs, right? But a lot of times, I don't think a lot of people see that sometimes a lot of the instances where men go to prison for violence is oftentimes because of a woman. She may have put a battery in his back, sent them over there to crash out for her. Like, there's a lot of times behind a lot of male violence sometimes is a woman.
But not because he was necessarily protecting her, though. He could have been violent towards her too.
You're right. It could have been in spite of violence from her. It could have been protection. It could have been him trying to do something stupid so he can get the money to take her on a date. He's hanging with a crowd of guys, breaking and entering somebody. Like, it's a variety of things. What?
I'm pretty sure
But you
every
were saying
one of
that
us on the panel.
You were saying they should have been trying to stay away from prison. I'm like, but they steady going to prison, and
well,
but Ray, it's under 2% of black men that are actually in prison. Under 2%.
No, I was saying out of the actual prison population, who makes it up?
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that's yeah. Well, Sweeney went over that already.
Well, yeah, but when you talk about, so the thing is that you're talking about a small minority, even though we may make up a majority of the prison, I think it's a large minority, because I still don't think we're the majority of the prison population, but we represent a large capacity of it. Does not mean that the majority of black men are going to prison. As a matter of fact, that's the reason, like, most of us are law-abiding citizens that ain't interested in trying to go to prison for any reason. So it's just like what we're asking y'all, what I'm asking you is for the men, because we know crash outs gonna be crash outs. Most men aren't crash outs. We're not trying to be crash outs. We ain't trying to go there. So that's why the last time you asked that question about the men and what we should be doing, I'm like, unless there is policies that protect vigilantism. So for example, you heard about the woman that shot the two dudes, right? For her brother, right? Her brother was two dudes was jumping her brother, and she shot both of them. Guess what? She in jail right now on a $2.5 million bond.
Can I say something?
There's no protection for vigilantism. So when I ask you, like, what do you actually expect of us when we're trying to protect? Not only are we trying to protect our lives, but the ones that we take care of in our lives, like our children, our women, like, well, our women, like our wife, our girlfriend, and our kids. Like, y'all expect us to go out there and start being crash outs with no protection that protects people who would go out there and defend your honor. It used to be a such thing as frontier justice, where if you did some bullshit, the community come in and fuck you up for it, and then everybody will be like, okay, we'll let that slide. That ain't the way it is no more. They said they frown upon vigilantism. So I don't know what you expect us to do besides call the police for you, or you call the police. We got a whole system in place that says if you call these people, they're going to show up and put that nigga in chains, so to speak.
Sweeney, I want to say something.
Sweeney say something,
I
though.
don't want to miss this point, Sweeney. I don't know if y'all noticed or not. I'm a YouTube head. I listen to YouTube all the time, and I listen to different, creators. I don't know if y'all know how big this broadcast is. 2 times I've only been on here a few times, but out of the few times that I've been on here, 2 of the topics that we spoke about on this panel, I heard 2 other big platforms talk about it. EYL, do y'all know that platform? They talk about financial. Yes. And then there was another platform, Grits and Eggs podcast, and Deontay Kyle. He specifically addressed this topic. He talked about it on a Don't Call Me White Girl podcast, and he talked about how that men should have a code and be on code to have that system that you're speaking of, that vigilante.
Pandora channels, or am I wrong?
They're way bigger channels than this, so you can look them up.
No, I know they're probably big, but I'm asking,
listen to what I'm
are they
saying.
pandering channels?
You may not realize it or not. People that have a bigger platform than you all still may be listening to these conversations, and they do. I don't know if they're directly responding, but you guys, whether you know it or not, may be giving other content creators topics to speak on. It ain't about pandering or not. And like JR told me, yeah, we all do need to give different perspectives from different people, because this is how we're going to grow as a community. You need to be able to listen to different people's perspectives, even if they don't agree with you. So Sweeney, Deontay Kyle was talking about how men should have a code and be on code to put in work when things are done to women and children. And if there was a code, and he talked about a situation where his life was almost put in danger. So he saw it from both ends, but he did speak on that. And EYL talked about how Black men need to stop making an excuse for not owning homes, talking about they waiting on wives because everybody else is owning homes.
So
why should we own a home in this market?
Wait. So the thing is that first of all, is like we can all talk about what should be. Like, it should. Like we talk about. You notice how we talk about what women should be on these platforms all the time. That ain't changing what y'all are doing.
Conversation, Sweeney. We're just having a conversation.
So it's like, and if they were being honest, because I'm gonna be honest with you, the Earn Your Leisure platform, you know the type of people that they come in contact with on a regular basis.
Oh,
I think Earn Your Leisure has been on what's the name of Diddy's platform? Revolt TV. They've had whole seminars and stuff where all these celebrities come in on their shows and stuff like that.
Now, yeah.
They know what goes like these be the same people that know what goes on behind closed doors, and they ain't busting a grape in the fruit fight. They not about to risk their money, their future, their livelihoods on what's going on in somebody else's backyard. They call the police. They won't even call the police for them. So when they come down to
EYL was speaking about the home ownership.
Okay.
Deontay Kyle was speaking about men being on code, and he's not one. And he is really like that.
But I think most of us on the panel have put ourselves at risk at some point behind protecting a woman. I know I certainly have, and will continue to if it's me and mine. Any female around me, if it got to go down, it got to go down. That's just what it is.
He was just talking about a uniform code where it's just like
we got a uniform code. It's called the law. It's a uniform code right now.
He's talking about talking about boots on the ground like grassroots. He's not talking about having to involve the police, but you could go watch it. He articulates
the only problem with your issue, it's not wrong to have a want for a boots on the ground type of code aside from the law. Like us as a community do something. I understand that. The only problem with it is it's going to require the people that we're protecting to adhere or abide by a specific standard that we're, as protectors, are going to overlook.
Can you tell us?
And if they're moving in a way that they don't give a fuck about nothing we say, or we can't tell them to do anything, it's going to be really hard to come and lay our lives down for those people. You get what I'm saying?
But can you tell us as women what that code would entail of? Because, like, I remember saying a few weeks ago that if we did have like a vigilante type of system, I would support helping to bond men out, because a lot of times I think us as women, we want to see direct action. Like how one woman said, men don't correct men in front of women, they do it in private. But I felt like the women would feel heard if you did something to those men in front of us, or if you shun those men and you were like, oh yeah, you don't take care of your kids, bro. Hell no, you can't come hang out with us. Hell no, you can't come to the basketball game. Hell, you know what I'm saying? So like, what do you need from the women for y'all to feel comfortable doing that type of stuff?
You got to go back to history on how it used to be, how the societies used to be structured before there was a need for any police. We used to be able to police our own selves in our own communities, and most of the women and children abided by their households or their communities. We used to be able to lash out or bring consequences upon each other. But because of autonomy, the rise of autonomy, individual freedoms and stuff, now we had to enact a law enforcement agency to protect them, because they weren't going to be protected by people that wasn't covering them. So this is when like societies like the Roman Empire came to create.
I got the solution for you.
Like you had. Go ahead.
Not to get in your husband's business. He owns a security company, right?
Oh, this nigga done derailed the whole conversation.
Right. How much do he charge an hour to secure?
He doesn't get it hourly. He gets a day rate, and that's usually about like $8.
I do hourly. It's just I do a 4-hour minimum.
Oh, it starts at a 4-hour minimum, and then if you want longer than that, you can do like a day rate, which is probably like $800.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that is the going rate right there for protection. You want to go out there and tell your husband, like, that's the going rate. Motherfucker, you go out to pay for that 4-hour block to have motherfucker walk around you and be your protection outside of.
Damn, that's what you want from the women.
That's the going rate. God damn it, you ain't about to have people out here.
You know what? I'm not even mad. I can't do nothing but respect it.
Protection comes with a cost. It either costs you to adhere to a specific rule so you can be justified to be protected in those, or it comes with a price. You have to pay some type of monetary item to it.
But at that point, we insured.
Hey, ask your husband, am I lying? Ask your husband, am I lying?
Look, he said, well, no, I'm not going to even ask him because he tell me all the time. We talked about it the other day when we was watching the show. We was like, because he said how he be telling the women, he be like, I don't care. Like, leave me alone. And I'll be like, you know what? You probably say that to them because I've used up all your patience before you went to work. So I get it. I get why married men, you're right, Sweeney. I'm gonna give you that. Married men probably don't want to be out here protecting single women because their wives used up all the patience.
It ain't got nothing to do with being married. It's just right? Being it's just a woman out of order. If you look at anything like your insurance or anything like that,
no woman take me away from my family because she want to be and put herself in jeopardy.
Yeah, he does say that.
And he does this shit for a living.
He does.
This is his job, and he's telling you.
But you know what's crazy? Me as a girl's girl, I still do get on him sometimes, and I'll be like, "No, babe. Like, if you see a woman in the street hollering, do your due diligence. Like, I'm not saying necessarily like do the most, but like do help because we have daughters, and one day that could be our daughter, and you're not there when she's an adult away at college or something, and we're gonna want some guy to help her. I tell him all the time, I do believe in karma. But I'm not gonna lie, he does say that though. He does. He says
bullshit. She gonna keep her husband safe at home and go tell us to crash out. He get to be safe because y'all got daughters. Gonna tell us we gotta go. And that's his job. He actually does this shit for a living. He's
aside from the humor,
but
aside from the humor, can't you understand that a group of or a community that's so far out of order is it's very difficult to try to render some type of protection. It's like even when I was in the military, so long as I played by the regulations or anything, I was untouchable by anybody outside of the branch. I could do whatever I wanted to so long as I abided by the regulations. And if I got in trouble, I was protected by the armed forces. But the moment you start going outside of the mission and you start doing whatever the fuck you want and you violating Geneva Conventions and all this other shit and rules of engagement, they're going to make sure your ass get fried and they're going to say that you weren't on military business. It should be the same for people in general. If you're not about your family's business or the rules in which y'all operate, it's going to be hard to protect you whenever you're out of order. You got women out here participating.
But that is essentially, that line of thinking that you just said is essentially what made me feel like I felt last week. Like, it's random people. It's not affecting my family. It's not affecting y'all's family. So when I sat there and was like, I just don't have the bandwidth. I don't give a damn. Then I was made to feel like I was wrong. But that's how y'all feel about protecting women. The same way I feel about listening to like men complain on the internet. Like, I don't know y'all. I don't have to listen to that. Like, I didn't do nothing to you. I don't owe you that.
Who's trying to bury you or push back against you preferring not to listen to people you don't want to listen to?
I mean, that's how it came across when I'm sitting there and like, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying like, okay, I just don't have the bandwidth for it. I just don't care. And the first thing that I'm hearing is like, damn, what you mean you don't care? I'm like, I just don't. The same way that like men can turn their back and be like,
I think I understand it now. The reason why you probably getting approached on that is because a lot of us have activated ourselves in a way to where this is a part of our way of giving back to the community or so-called being within the trenches. And instead of talking about what's going on in the community, we actually utilize this space as doing work. Like, what are you doing for your people?
Well, you know what? When you put it like that, I can respect that.
We're not actually literally logging hours, but we look at this as logging hours and time out of our lives to be a presence on the side of trying to fix it. But so when we hear people come into the space and say they don't give a fuck about it, it actually goes against the overall mission of the
And that much I can respect, because the way when you put it like that, I can see it as like, okay, this is like current day and age activism. But and I'm not gonna lie, that's not how I was looking at it until you just said that. Like me, I'm in a space where most of my generation is doing content creation, and they'll talk about the same thing that you're talking about. But like I said last week, if I come on there and I try and be solution based, the viewership drops. So they're not coming on there to be an activist, they're coming on there to be combative. And so and that's what I was saying. I had been at a space where like that whole week, that's all I was hearing was the purpose of combat, not the purpose of solution. So by the time I got to Thursday night, I had been like bombarded, fed up, overstimulated. And I was just like, this isn't fixing nothing. I'm irritated. I'm done. And that's why I said I can admit that might have been like a personal thing for me.
So,
job of mixing
who is
both of
that?
those
Marcus
things
talking?
together
Go ahead, Marcus.
is Darwin. Can you hear me? I was saying
Go
the
ahead,
person
Marcus.
who do a good job of mixing entertainment and still trying to give some decent information is Darwin. Like when he says some random wild shit that kind of everybody be looking to want to slap his ass, that's his way of keeping it engaging and bringing something to the conversation. So, I give him credit for that. Me and Trev don't do it as well.
But he
I appreciate you giving me my flowers then, white man.
You know,
Because it's not like I was literally saying like, oh, just fuck the conversation. When I think about activism, I maybe I do think about it in an old school way, because so back home, I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
No, you're not.
Are you? What'd you
Are
say?
you really?
I
Are you
am.
really?
I am.
Shut up. Shut
No,
up.
for real.
Get off. Get off the
Are
panel
you
right
from
now.
there?
Yes.
North 23rd by Capitol High School. I'm from Easy Town.
My parents graduated from Capitol.
Yeah, I went to McKinley and graduated from Woodlawn though. Yeah.
I went to Broadmoor.
So and that's what I'm saying. Like, remember when the Alton Sterling situation happened? And like people like Gmo and Richie V, and like I was a part of like blocking off the interstate and planning to get around the police station, and we like protested and stuff.
But
That's
there's
what I
different
think of
ways.
when I think of
There's
like
different
activism.
ways. There's different ways.
And you are right.
You started off the what you said, the comment, by saying this is new. There's new in the new age. There's new ways to of activism, right? I can't tell you, coming into social media as a wife, as a mom, especially in the mom space, right? Instagram, I'm not a TikTok girly too much. I'm on there, but I'm when y'all talk about the TikTok spaces that y'all on, I'm like completely in the dark. But the help and the private DMs that I've received from like motherhood tips, schooling, Facebook chat groups, resources, like this is community work in a different sense. It really is creating like different ways to learn and educate yourself on different topics, to really get people to empower you in different areas that you may feel that you don't have a community in, right? And so this space may not feel as like, being new to the space may not look as intentional because it's not like a block and a it's in the title of like actually the forum and what we do and what we talk about every single week. But overall, the large umbrella is the Black community, right? And just even from being on these panels, I can't tell you how many people have reached out on Instagram through just reaching out, like, hey, I watched Lapeef show the other night. What you said really did something. You being on here, that you inspire me. What I see, okay, now I feel like I can do it, or I can overcome stuff because y'all talked about this. That is community work. It is, because sometimes in people's own community that they can reach out and touch, they don't have examples of what they want to be. They don't have examples of what they think is possible. And they come to Lapeef Network and other platforms to actually see people real people, right? Not characters on a Tyler Perry film or, Netflix, but actual people that have real lives, um, and giving their opinion. And like Marcus said, sharing bits and pieces of our real life and having a real conversation. So look
But
at it.
that's why I feel like I'm also here is like a small part of it does transition into I want to be able to speak up for the women that are what men are saying will be the girls that don't get chosen. Because I'm literally still, even though I'm married, I'm still that girl that everybody's screaming at the top of their lungs when they see me on social media or on TikTok or on Instagram. Like right now in my TikTok bio, it literally says living proof that a stay-at-home mom can still be a pretty party girl. Because it's like, you don't have to put on the turtleneck. You don't have to stop being you. You don't have to stop being who you are, because my mama always taught me, like from little growing up, I've loved love. I've loved marriage. I've always known I wanted to be a wife and a mom. I've always known that there's somebody for everybody. Period. Like it is okay. And it's just the rhetoric that like, oh, if you don't change, if you don't act accordingly, if you don't hurry up and like literally last week it turned into everybody was saying they were married, but everybody acted like they had never seen boobs. I'm not saying on the panel. I'm just saying like,
could
come
you
on
ask your
now.
husband a question about the statement you just made, that you could still be a stay-at-home mom and all that? Could you ask him to genuinely answer? Is that majority of men? Because I would argue that it's all based, it's contingent on a particular man you with. But if you look at the market,
But we're also saying that the majority of men aren't the ones that are even like the women are going after. So it doesn't even matter, because I was also the main person on here saying I'm one of the only women that believes in polygyny. Cool.
Can I say something?
Like, I don't, I just, like, that's all I'm saying. Like, when we're talking about, is it the majority of men? I don't think majority of women want to be chosen by the majority of men. To me, what y'all are saying when I'm listening to the information y'all are giving me, right? Because I always acknowledge I'm not in the dating pool, so I don't know. And y'all are more abreast about the statistics. When I'm listening to the information y'all are giving me, it sounds like if we just convince the women maybe to be polygynous, we'll be fine. Because it was never about the women getting majority of men. Because the women aren't even liking the majority of men. Y'all are acknowledging that they only like the top whatever percent anyways. So cool. If we all become okay with sharing them, okay, great. Now we don't have this issue. Now all the pretty party girls come to Laisha's house.
How many?
They could be a wife. Come to Laisha's house. Like, it's simple.
What percentage of women you think is okay with sharing a man?
But that's the same. That's what I'm saying. Why is it easier to have a conversation with women about changing their entire perspective about religion, marriage, the way they dress, the way they wear their hair, the way they wear makeup, whether they wear nails? We'd rather try and change all of that than change one thing, which is, sis, can you become okay with one man paying for all of our lifestyle? I feel like if we talked about that one topic versus talking about 6 topic, it would be easier.
I get that. But if let's say we had the same panel of women we had.
Okay.
How many of those women do you think would agree that, yeah, I think we all should share one man?
They don't agree until they find a man that's worth agreeing to. So it's
Exactly. A man has to meet all those
y'all
standards.
changing the question whenever y'all do that. Well, I'm just saying.
But that's true though. I agree with M. White though, because I've had other men talk to me like on panels about polygyny, and I be looking at them like, you are not you are not the representation or the poster child that would like get women to agree to this versus like
y'all are making everybody has a price argument. What I'm just asking simply, if let's just say we had a panel with like 8 women on here. I mean, you ain't even got to use this panel. Just women in general, period, in today's society. On a scale from 1 to 10, how many of them would agree initially to whether to be with to share one man.
6 out of 10.
Two out of 10 would say it, but 6 out of 10 would actually do it.
Exactly.
My man said 6 out of 10.
Okay, well, I mean, that's your belief.
But I'm not gonna.
It's
I
interesting.
feel like
never thought you
the
would-
reason that he can say that though is because there aren't a lot of women that we run into that like.
But
if I wanted to take them home, we couldn't take them home. They're fully on board with it.
You think the response is a little biased? Because I'm asking people who would actually subscribe to it and champion it. Do you think it would be the reverse effect if I asked a woman who actually is not in support of that? You think she had the same answer as you?
You have to be one of the 20%. The 30%
But that's what I'm
men
saying.
Let me actually choose.
So like for example, KCB. Would the KCBs of the world agree to share one man?
Why are you bringing this? Why are you bringing me into?
Well, I'm just trying to see if I can substantiate my argument. That
first of all,
if you ask a person that's not really subscribed to that type
Well,
of
quantify what position you put KCB in percentage wise before you make that.
If it's based on your response, because you put a bias on the percentage. I don't know.
Okay, so here's the honest answer to that, right? The same women that you are telling that like should be getting married and should have kids, that same age range is the age range that has never turned us down. Ever. So that's all I'm saying. Like that it becomes like, I think that may also be the same way that you say it's an age range about certain things. I think that's one of them. When we get to like
robbing cradles.
No, they don't be like 18. I'm not gonna lie. I don't do teenagers, but like 21 to like 27, it's not like they're sitting up there being like, hell no. Like they will definitely come over, stay over. Like they want to. A 21 to a 27-year-old will indulge in the lifestyle of like, I don't mind sharing a man. It makes perfect sense because I know I don't want to have kids. So you already had the kids. I know I don't mind doing laundry, but I don't know how to cook. So since you know how to cook, I'll do like, I've had these conversations with that age range of women. So I'm saying that instead of talking to them about changing the fact that they wear lashes, changing the fact that they take off their nails, changing the fact that they wear micro mini skirts, it would be a lot easier to advocate to those women. Just go for the 20% that you like, but be okay with having 5 other women around. And it's not like they're not agreeing to it already. Look at the futures and the NBA young boys of the world. They're already agreeing to it.
So you telling me these women wouldn't prefer to have the NBA whatever, the rich guy to themselves? You're telling me that?
That's a different argument.
With your knowledge of how selfish, I'm not going to go on the record and say they selfish. With your knowledge of how women are, you're saying that these women that get a LeBron James don't want them to herself.
That's a different argument, but it ain't enough of him to share. So I think the issue is because I got the same belief that broke him. It's not enough LeBron James for them to share. If it ideally, it would just be one person per one person.
LeBron James opened up his door and said, "I'm allowing 500 extra wives." You're telling me
he'll have 500, and he have a line around the corner.
Exactly. But if you told those same 500, one of you get to be the only stand up who wants to be. You don't think all 500 women are going to stand up?
Yeah, but that's like saying, do you want a Bentley or a Toyota?
Well, I'm just saying, I fundamentally believe, regardless of the paycheck or the salary, a woman is going to desire. Even if you go back to days, I think there was envy. There was cases in the Bible where when men had multiple wives, there was always some type of issue. I think the woman genuinely want to have her man to herself, but she will make concessions or she'll make some exceptions depending on how this situation is. I know there is a small portion of women, or there's a group of women that love to have another woman around, and they actually, typically those women actually like women. But I'm saying the women who don't, they strictly dickly. If they had it their way, they would want to have the man to themselves, and they would only see the woman addition to help with bills or a doula.
Darwin, that's like asking if a man could have a perfect 10 who was extremely submissive and was rich and was gonna get him all the money. Like you creating a perfect scenario that everybody gonna say yes to. She
Well,
talking
I
about
didn't. I took away the riches. I just
what I'm saying, even no matter what that quantifier is for that top 20 to 30% that you find yourself in, what like my experience and as far as understanding people that's acceptable to or even pitching themselves is similar to what they saying. It be people that be with that, like they don't be just adverse to it, like how y'all probably may seem or how you may think about it. That's why when I answer, I'm saying 6 out of 10.
And I would argue, I would also argue it's a matter. The reason why women are indirectly sharing a small percentage of a man because the genetic lottery is scarce. I would argue that because of
that's the same argument.
One of the strongest reasons for 54% of men not having is it 54% of men not? Oh, that's childless. I'm sorry. 30 or whatever, a third of men not having sex is because maybe due to economic or genetics. And the reason why those women are flocking to the guys that have those things is because of scarcity. But if all men equally had it, then women wouldn't even bat an eye at or wouldn't even try
they still would. It's just the metric would change. If every man turned out to be 6'5" and that was the average height, then height would no longer be a selector. Then it would go to something like personality. This guy has much better personality. We all like this personality. There's going to be differentials between.
So let me do it. Let me give you a scenario, then you tell me if it's true. Let's say everybody had all of the traits and qualities and physical spirits in height. Everybody was 6'7", but 11% of those men had green eyes. Are you saying most of the women are going to flock to the 11%?
If that is the selectable trait for women, then yes, that they would get a larger portion of the women. Okay. It's how, and the irony of this is, if in a hypothetical ideal world, if women were allowed to just genetically procreate with the men that they selectively wanted, everybody would be the same size.
What is the term to represent?
Because within one generation, all the genes that are struggling would be removed. Because they would just have babies with the men who have the traits that they want to have, and everybody would be attractive or everybody would be intelligent because they would be selecting for traits they want indiscriminately of being limited by the amount of people that exist.
So by your logic,
next generation,
by your logic, women are wired to want what most women can't have, or it's not an equal the dispersion of or to be able to ration out everything equal. They want the what most people can't have or can't get. By your logic,
by my logic, I wouldn't phrase it like that. I would say they want a select thing, and because that thing is select, it's scarce, and the scarcity, then it appears that it's just women want what they can't have, but it's really they want this thing, and it's just not enough of it. It's a difference and a distinction between that.
Well, you just argue that the moment something becomes equal across the board, but then it shifts. You said it would shift to whatever is the last
the
thing.
New exquisite.
If it came all the way, if everything started to equalize out, and the last thing on the plate was the green eyes, you're saying that everything will shift to the green eyes.
Yes, the majority. It'll shift towards the green eyes.
Or if it was bigger biceps. So like
whatever that thing
is basically no matter what it is, if there's a small percentage of men that got a specific trait or thing or quality, it's gonna just make women flock to that.
Yes, because that's what we see.
Women want. So the argument is that women want what most women can't get, or it can't be equally distributed amongst all women.
I think the distinction you're making, because you know how you said they ideally will want a man to themselves as LeBron James, whatever that example. Given the scenario, yeah, everybody would pair off 1-to-1. But in a scenario where there's a scarcity, it's not about them wanting what other women can't have. It's they all would want something, and because other women can't have it is a consequence. Not they only want it because other women can't have it.
All right. I guess I ain't gonna fight you on it, but I do understand your side, just so you say. But I do want to kind of shift it for the
so
sake.
Let me tell y'all something. While y'all was talking, my man said something really, really interesting that like made a lot of sense to maybe where I get my mindset and where he gets his mindset and why it works. And you said, what you just said?
I said I was in the streets.
Right.
And couldn't nobody control me.
Okay.
You was in the club and couldn't nobody control you.
Right.
So at the end of the day, we both gave each other a chance to allow one another to be in a relationship with each other and actually grow to a point where we compromised and chose the way we willing to accept from one another.
And I think
so now y'all can both control each other because you started
exactly.
It's an even playing field. Nobody feels like they're taking losses though. And that makes more sense. Like, at least to me, that makes more sense than you thinking you're in a happy marriage, but your wife's somewhere on TikTok crying and complaining about you. Because a lot of the women that's on that side of TikTok, that's not single women. That's married women being like, my husband's this, my husband's that, he's an asshole, he don't do this, he don't do that. And you thinking you're doing a great job because you're being a leader and a man. But that's real. It's like, we all remember that feeling of waiting to get out of our parents' house.
Us as men, we take pride in having control. We take pride in leading a woman.
I get it, but I'm saying like you specifically, and I understand you completely, but for the sake of perspective, in these spaces, people would question like, how do you feel being controlled by a woman? Because
I'm not controlled.
He's
well,
like,
I thought we just said that.
We take satisfaction from certain things that make us feel in control.
Like that's the difference in him acknowledging that, like for instance, how he could not be good at like one thing. Like, I know I'm not good at the finances, so he absolutely has 100% control over, like, I know that this is when this bill needs to be paid. I know that this is where I pay it to. I know he is about responsibility, right? So he has that, and I appreciate him for that.
Well,
but then he'll also look at me and be like, I am really good at being a people person. So I bring him in new clients.
Okay.
I'm in control of like being able to talk to new people that need his services. And he appreciates me for that. Versus there are some men out here that are like, I'm a man, I'm in control. I'm in control of it all. Even though you know you're not good at it. That's the difference.
Well, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, of course.
Because you sound like because Laisha, you sound like you're a team player as a wife, as a helpmeet that men want. You handle the clients and he does the security. You're taking that load off his plate on the clerical side. But let me ask you, brother, if you were a doctor, you got your doctorate degree, and you open up a pharmaceutical business. Your wife is a lawyer, and she's about to partner with this firm. But the whole point of you going this route with your purpose as a doctor to open up this pharmaceutical business so you can create generational wealth for your namesake passed down to your kids and your kids' kids. Would you be offended if the time you say, hey, look, babe, I need you to go ahead and cash in on whatever you got going on with the law firm. Come over here to the pharmaceutical side and work for the name. And she said, well, I want to pursue my own dream. How would you feel about that?
I won't feel no type of way about it because at the end of the day, my path is mine and hers is hers.
Okay, that's a good response.
And I, honestly, to be real with you, it's like if she wanted to, she would already.
And you know what's funny?
She'll see why I'm stressed out at. I will bring that up to her. She'll hear me talking when I come home or where I need assistance at. And if she wanted to help me, she would.
And the funny part about that is that when you asked that question, when you asked that to me last week, I told you, technically that is my situation because I did leave my job. And then I did become responsible for like the paperwork and the clerical side of like his business, right?
Yeah.
But it was literally like when you were saying it, it didn't feel good the way I decided to do it when I decided to do it. Because when I decided to do it, it never made me feel like, you better. Look here, woman, I'm telling you. It was like a, baby, I see that you're great at this. Just come do this for me. I got us. And that made me feel like, of course I'll do it for you. Like, my man. I'm gonna do that for you. I got you, whatever you're asking for. But a lot of times when you put it in that scenario, what it felt like when you gave me that scenario last week was like, damn, like my dreams and aspirations don't matter. You would deduce me down to being a receptionist, and you know that I have all these high goals and these dreams. And that's what hurt about it when you said it. But when he asked me to do it, I knew that it came from a place of, and mind you, like, you know, I don't know the ins and outs of you emotionally, so you might have not meant it like that. But I
Well,
know
not
that
as
when my man said it to me, he meant it like, baby, I got us. All I need is your support to like boost this business forward. We gonna take off. And I did it. So it's never like I'm necessarily denying what y'all are saying. I've always been the person to come from a space of, how you're saying it, it really does matter to me because I am a highly emotional person. I take shit personally.
I understand. So basically, what you're saying is, and this might answer a question that I've had, is that a man these days can't really be authentic in himself. He has to.
You got to know to be gentle with your woman, not aggressive. Most
get
men
it.
are aggressive with their woman just like they are with the world because of the world has beaten them down.
I agree with that.
I understand, and I wouldn't say a man who's asking his wife to, hey, look, come on over to work with her. I wouldn't have placated or created the scenery as if it's an aggressive conversation or him like, yo, get your ass over. It would have been more like, you know, he would just say, hey, look, it's time to come over here and work. You know what I'm saying? This is the plan that I've been paid out. Now it's time to go ahead and get on board. But the fact that she's saying the delivery matters because of her feelings.
Exactly.
What it does is indirectly creates a society where men have to finesse,
manipulate in a way.
It's a sort of trickery. So
Yeah.
women can't turn around and get mad when men.
It's not trickery.
Well, just
don't get bit of a mind play. It's a mind game.
Just try to follow me, the overall idea, and not play. Well, don't worry about it. We can change the words later. But what I'm saying is, you got to kind of understand why men are starting to be more compelled to game or use finesse, because we know that nothing else matters but the woman's feelings. So long as we play on those and we conform to those in a way to where we can get her to do it, the bottom line or the outcome that we want, it shouldn't be seen as toxic or manipulation, because we're buying into the way your language, the way you move.
So maybe view it like this: women and men speak different languages. You got to put your language into her language if you want her to understand what you're saying. So it's like running it through an English to Spanish filter.
Exactly.
Once you translate it, it's good.
It's like using a thesaurus.
Yeah, but
like, I don't think that there's anything wrong with saying like, okay, yeah, I know that I'm the man. Yeah, I know that I lead. But me taking this extra 10 minutes to explain this a little bit further to her, to let her know, like, I'm not trying to discredit you or discount you. That doesn't take nothing from your day. And I hate how men make it seem like it takes so much for them to take their woman's feelings into consideration. It doesn't. You just being like, oh, let me explain it a little bit more. It's going to take 10 minutes from you. And that's okay. And that's what makes me feel accounted for, cared for. And that's what makes me feel like I would never leave him, because he gets it. He gets me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a good
y'all
thing.
are making my point though. Like, and it's not really specific to one matter. It's just globally, like overall, like men. I can make the argument that men cannot be truthful about how they really feel, or say how they really feel. They have to push it in through a filter. Like, if their wife or somebody is fat or somewhere or whatever, don't do that. Just say she look good, and that's cool. But don't ask a man to be truthful.
No, I learned it from an old head. It ain't what you say, it's how you say it.
Well,
you get what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I want her to do this, but you got to persuade her to do it as well. You got to make her feel like she want to hop on that train and actually give it her all, instead of just doing the bare minimum of what you're telling her to do. Like, the thing is, like, people do what you at what they want to do at the end of the day. People do what they want to do. And if you convince them to want to do it, then you get the best results out of it.
Well, yeah, I get it. I understand that completely. But do you understand how men today?
Yeah, they feel like they can't express themselves, but a lot of us are aggressive.
Not even
because,
it ain't even necessarily express yourself. It's you cannot tell the truth about what's actually taking place. You have to curate in a way to where it
curation ain't a lie though.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I can't. It doesn't relate to me.
I would
so
say
I
I would argue
understand.
that you're better off lying and telling the truth in most cases when you're speaking to women.
That's gonna blow up in your face. You just have to present the truth in a way that you're not trying to offend the person.
Okay,
it's
so
not that hard to do.
No, some women don't want to hear the truth. He's right.
Let's speak
Some
to
women
that.
don't want to hear
Let's
the
speak
truth.
to the fact that he's making a claim that it'll blow up in my face. So let me paint you a scenario where I personally don't think it will blow up in my face. I'm using my wife. My wife is, everybody see my wife. She's completely fit. She don't even look like she had 2 kids now. But let's just say she was 250 pounds. I'm still gonna love my wife. I'm still gonna be with my wife. I'm not walking away from my wife. But if she told me how do I look, guess what I'm gonna say?
Babe, you look great.
Thank you.
I wouldn't say that.
It's not gonna blow up in my face. You know why? Because I'm gonna continue to say it because I know that it makes her feel good and it's gonna make her get up and start her day and feel comfortable.
But that's where the manipulation comes
even
in.
Even if it's to push her in a direction.
Exactly. That's where the manipulation comes in.
Exactly.
I don't know, y'all. I mean, y'all having this conversation, but every woman is not the same. Like,
I'm glad you're speaking on that.
yeah, Go ahead, when I ask my husband something, I need the truth. Okay, like Marcus knows me and my husband. Like, I need the truth. Like, it comes. I want my husband to be happy and be honest. I don't like sugarcoating, but that also goes with how I was raised. Like my parents didn't sugarcoat anything when it came to us. So for me, if I feel like you didn't put some sugar, some powdered sugar on something you saying, it's gonna bother me to no end because I feel like there was more that needed to be said, or I feel like you didn't say everything that needed to be said, or you left something out that needed to be said. Like I'm the type of woman, y'all know, like I was an ex-professional dancer. So me being in fitness, I know how to play around with my body a lot, right? It came to a point where like I was getting I've been more slender, I've been more muscular, I've been a little bit on the slim side, I've been more curvier. I literally asked my husband, like, because at one point, I was getting super, super lean. Like, do you like this? Like, do you like my body like this? Like, am I getting too muscular? Or, do you like, from the babies, I was losing weight, but I still had some curves. I'm like, do you like this little bit of curve? Like, I want to know because I want my husband to be happy. I want my husband to be attracted to me. And frankly, I don't like, I do the work. I love the gym. I know how to eat. I know how to play around with my body. So I like feeling good. As long as I'm fit, it doesn't matter if there's more curve, muscle, slimmer, whatever, as long as I'm fit. And that fitness can look, and it looks different ways, right? So I want my husband to be happy. I want the truth. I'll make a meal, I make something new. Did I put too much salt in this? Is this good? Like, I know what I like. Do you like it too? That's just me. I like us to be on the same page. I'm a very inquisitive person. I don't like to guess anything with friendships, with my parents, with anything. That's just how I am.
And I'm glad you
So
said that because just for the record, I do not tell my women lies. I mean, my wife lies. I actually tell her the reason why the biggest reason why she got in the fit is because whenever she was pregnant, I told her she looked like shit. And
you did not say that like that.
I did.
No, you did not.
He probably did.
You heard me talk. You know I
Wait,
would say some of
what?
the craziest shit. I'm the same person off of camera. It says you look like
See,
shit.
yeah, I would need to
And
know
this
you
is
out of the
right
network.
before, intimacy and that. But I was like, I'm still gonna do you, but damn, baby, like,
Shut up, bro.
and then she felt some type of way about it. But then it made her activate. Because my fear is that if I would have lied to her, she would have never lost. She would have never took the
No, that's not
time
true.
to go and work on it.
No, that's not true. I don't believe that.
I don't believe it's true, but it was just a
I
fear.
believe
It
you
was just a
married her
fear that I
because
had.
she's a self-activated woman. Like, let's be
Yeah,
real.
I give her
You
that
know what I'm
credit too.
saying? Yeah, like I don't know your wife personally, but I feel like I'm a person who picks up on vibes and like energy. It's some women we don't need nobody to say nothing to us. Like my mom is one of them. My mom is in her 60s. My dad wouldn't ever have to open his mouth about what she's gonna have on when they leave the house, how she carry herself, her weight, because we want to be our best for ourselves first.
Yeah.
Like we don't it's not about nobody else. It's about how I feel, and I'm gonna challenge myself to be my best regardless of who I'm attached to. Then we gonna go ahead and go, okay, I represent my husband, then I represent my kids, I represent my family, boom, 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 boom. But you gotta have that inner self-esteem first. You gotta have that inner reflection. You gotta be able to self-reflect and challenge yourself. You have to have that self-awareness to be like, okay, I'm slipping, or I'm not doing this, or let me just do a little self-actualization and see where I am in life. And that's just spiritually, emotionally, physically. That's everything. You have to be a person who's always like self recalibrating what's going on and not just coasting through life and just living. You have to actually be alive in your body. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And
I'm
some
glad
women
you
are
said that.
some
I'm
women are
glad
like
you
that.
said that. I'm glad you said that. Y'all had me scared for a moment. I'm like, do not
What?
validate.
Where?
Y'all had me scared for a moment. I'm like, don't let other people tell y'all how to feel or how y'all look or how y'all should feel about yourself. Feel like that about yourself. And as long as you know you're working out, then you will be good.
Oh yeah.
But y'all do understand
Because
that
people could lie. They could lie.
some
They could
women
say you
do.
look good. They could say you ugly. They could be lying either way. You got to know for
Oh
yourself.
yeah, for sure. You have to be in tune with who you are and who you represent. You represent yourself first.
But
Regardless
it is a
if they
such thing
say,
as validation, though, right? You know, a lot of women do.
yeah, parking validation, absolutely.
No, I'm saying like seriously, like
Parking. That's the only
there's a lot of
validation.
women that seek validation from external.
And that's why I teach them how to love themselves, Doran, because I agree they do. But that's a mess. And they always get dragged when they look outside of
But
themselves.
listen,
Validation.
I would argue that it's fine to teach them how to love themselves, but
That's so necessary.
it shouldn't be
So
conflated.
necessary.
It shouldn't be conflated with how you generally appear to the market specifically. I
No,
feel like you
loving
can
yourself
still
don't have
love
nothing to do
yourself
with how you look.
and understand that maybe you got something to work on so
Yeah,
you can be
reality.
attractive. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because what I think some people are blending it too hard to where love yourself means I don't need to change a thing.
That is not what it means. It means love
Well, I know
yourself.
you don't think that, but I'm saying there's people. I think body
Baby, Ray
positivity.
be in the gym too.
Every day.
Yes.
And people can't play with me like that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
I don't even gotta
Yes.
ask people. I already know. I asked the mirror. So that's where we gonna leave it right there. I don't gotta ask somebody. I know what's up.
JR should have had the period.
Well, that sounded like it was your voice.
It didn't know.
That ain't her. That Sweeney on the phone with somebody. That
You
sounded
know
like
what's
your
going.
voice.
You see what's going on, Dora. Well, you see what's going on.
There go JR.
You see what's going on.
Well, hold on. What you mean? Man, you ain't better get me in no trouble on here. Ma'am, I'm glad you in the gym. Good for you. But I do need you to teach some of these sisters to get in there too, especially our black sisters. We
You know
struggling,
I don't
man.
play.
We struggling.
They accusing you of having a BBL?
Oh,
Did I miss
Ray?
something? Right, yeah.
Oh.
They did?
Yeah.
Thank you. Who said that?
BBL allegations.
Who said that?
Oh, is it true?
Who is it?
Well, I mean, if y'all really want to know,
Y'all know who
have to. We could do it like a private subscription.
Do y'all know who T? Whoa.
What happened?
You always.
Whoa,
And
Ray.
then if I be like, well, shit, let's set it up. Then I'm
Lapeef at the door.
She over here plugging her services.
Oh my God.
Hey, look, if Lapeef's okay with you doing that,
No,
I can't even shout
why
out my
y'all
damn
asking
channel
me? Y'all trying to body shame me?
I can't even shout out my damn YouTube channel without letting
You
JR
getting
know.
you
Hey,
see
look,
you getting these people started in the comments.
who?
Now I want to test out Ray. Who
Mm-mm.
posted that comment?
Well, who pulling? Yo,
Y'all about to
Who
get them started.
posted that?
it ain't me. This is my hands. It's right here. It's not me.
Y'all out of pocket. Don't get these people started in these comments. It's too late.
Well, anyway, I think all women should have some type of time allotted to.
Not clout. Not
There goes
clout.
They
Clout
said
So
I got an
Jones.
OnlyFans. Hey, y'all, I need to start an OnlyFans probably.
There's Clout Jones on her. Well, listen. The only thing I can say about it, since the topic is about BBL,
what?
Yeah, Drizzy.
I will say that a number of women,
What's wrong
You
with
gonna read these,
BBL?
Darwin? You gonna read these?
bragging about being ratchet, so low class and sad.
Who is
Oh,
bragging about being ratchet?
hold
Who was
on.
bragging?
Somebody taking shots. Why you give advice but think you are not supposed to listen to others? You only listen to your spouse as if you don't need outside advice. Sounds hypocritical. Ooh, I think
I
that was
don't need outside advice. Is the outside finna pay my bills?
Laisha. Listen to older men and you will learn. Ooh,
He is older. He's
I do
older.
not
He's
have
30.
OnlyFans.
He's
I
30.
don't
Today.
He's 30. Ah.
happy
Today
birthday,
I'm
man.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
But look, man, listen.
Happy
One thing
birthday.
about those super chats, they be
I
coming
don't
for me on
need,
those
she
super
don't need
chats.
to listen to y'all because she listen to me.
They talking about who got a BBL. Y'all said BBL. Everybody
Somebody
said
look at her. Somebody said y'all a dope ass couple though. That's
Thank you.
that.
I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I like
Thank
y'all.
you.
1 out of a million. Eh? That's
Yeah,
what's up. Y'all
trying to
don't
tell
need
you
no
we're a rare
validation from
couple.
nobody. Y'all don't need no validation from nobody. Y'all good.
We really don't. If people understood when I say trenches to we done great together, we
And White,
good.
Because
please
I
ask
live how I
Laisha how
want
old she
to,
is.
but I live how I want to
How
live.
old am I? You want to know how old I am?
Laisha says all the time how old she is.
You want to know how old? You don't listen? You don't listen? Are you serious? Seriously, you guys. I'm 29. I know. And you know what? So nobody can come back and try and clock me later. I see it in the comments all the time. Everybody thought I was 22, 23. I get it. I'm youthful. I've got a glow. That's what
What's your
happens
sign,
when you get the
Laisha?
D and your bills are paid and you just go to Pilates. Start doing that for your women, and your women will start looking young too.
Simmer down,
What's
Ray.
your
Simmer
sign,
down.
Laisha?
Simmer down, Ray.
What's your sign?
My sign,
Yeah.
I'm an Aquarius.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm an
Y'all
Aquarius.
still do that? I thought we stopped doing that in high school.
It's for girls. Dang
No, it's
it.
for girls. It's for girls.
Don't do us.
You want to be a baddie so bad.
I'm a
Damn.
man's girl. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Damn.
I'm a man's girl. You mean?
I'm
So
talking
I understand.
about.
I entertain certain stuff. That way gets me the leeway with women. That way
You
gets me
smart.
ahead
You know,
because I'm not.
they do
Go ahead.
say I'm the what's the male version of the female baddie?
Incel.
No.
That's crazy.
They be
Nobody
calling
said
incel,
that.
Darwin.
Nobody said that, Ray.
I don't know what Ray talking about. She over here. No.
Ray said instant
Ray, what's your sign?
immediately.
Gemini.
I'm gonna let y'all guess. Oh, she was born in
Scorpio.
Are you a
Aquemini.
Libra, Darwin?
Aquemini.
Am I who?
Are you a Libra?
Why would you choose that one?
He's a Scorpio.
You're a Scorpio? Are you a Scorpio?
Why would y'all
He
choose?
give
Why
me
are y'all
cancer
choosing? I don't
Well,
even,
he picked Scorpio. I picked Libra.
I don't even know what. I don't even know what they mean. Like I don't even know what it means.
Because you're very reckless at the mouth, like me.
Is it based
and
off
air
like
signs
when
are
you were
very
born?
reckless like
When
that.
you're, I mean, not
Hey
what year
Ray,
you were.
what you think my sign is?
Month you were born? Ain't it?
You kind of
based on-
smart. You could either be a Leo,
Virgo.
a Sag.
Ain't it based on like the month you
He's
were
smart.
born?
M. White gives Virgo.
Yeah,
I'm
the
a
month.
And why
Libra.
act like a Capricorn?
A Libra.
Hold on, you can act like a certain way.
Woo! Yes, that's what it's all
That's
about.
nice.
Your personality traits aligning up with
I'm
how you
afraid.
act.
I'm afraid to tell y'all what
He
I
act
am.
like a Cancer.
Okay, please tell us, please.
I'm a
Don't
Cancer.
say you a Cancer, Darwin.
I'm Cancer.
When your birthday?
No, wait, Darwin did say his birthday was last Thursday.
No, it was June 26th.
Or two, no, okay, so two
Come on.
Thursdays ago.
Man, you both
He
Cancer.
a June
Yeah.
Cancer.
But see, that's why he
But
listening. He understands
but
what
I
he's
don't act
listening
like a
to.
Cancer though, do I? Do I act
No,
like?
yes,
I
you
knew
do,
you were a
because you
Cancer because
actually
you
listen.
emotional.
You
You
listen and
emotional like a
understand what
Cancer.
you're listening to.
You say things that make me want to crawl out of my skin, just like he says things that make me want to
Cancer.
crawl out of my skin.
Period. I knew you were a Cancer because you emotional, Darwin.
What?
Ooh.
Yes.
Is
Yes.
that
Look
true?
at you, emotional.
Am I
We
emotional?
sensitive about what we want to be
He's
Emotional
sensitive about.
sensitive,
damage.
yeah. That's how I knew he was a Cancer.
Am I the Carl
Okay.
Thomas
They the
emotional?
stop. They the most his sensitive sign out of the zodiac.
Oh,
We
That is-
sensitive what we want to be sensitive about, what we allow people to get us in our feelings about.
Y'all significant other. Y'all
Oh,
feelings about women.
I thought I was stoic, like a motherfucker.
No.
No,
Ray,
Casey,
No.
Casey,
Stoic is crazy.
Casey, why you doing that? Don't do that.
Jake, how they say that
what?
on the comments don't mean it's true.
No, I don't agree. I
Ray,
don't
what's the
agree,
Libra
Bruiser.
thing?
I don't
Libra's
agree.
messy. That explains a lot about you
I'm
in
not in
white.
your shit.
Oh,
Libras
that
are
was more
very
messy.
messy.
I'm drunk too. Why am I talking?
They're
Well,
very
y'all do it.
messy.
I ain't never done
Darwin, I
nothing.
don't think you're emotional.
I thought I was the last one to crash out. I done got attacked so many times, and I'm able to.
I thought I was
let
the
me
last
go
one to
ahead.
ever be called messy. That's not me. Nah.
No.
Yeah, M White the one. Yeah, M White messy.
He is.
Y'all,
What?
Marcus is not messy, y'all.
All y'all messy low key.
I'm gonna tell you why M White messy. Because M White will hear some shit and he'll ask a confirming question, like I think we did with if somebody like the lavender. I think Laisha brought up the lavender marriages on Bohem or some shit. But it was because M White asked the question. He said, "Would you still be with a man
Oh.
if he was such and such?" That man would get messy.
I was trying to get a psychological profile.
He was being messy.
So
No, what it was M. White
Marcus
was
likes to
asking
connect the
Bo,
dots.
did she
Yes.
want a lavender marriage? And some people in the comments was like, what's a lavender marriage? And I was like, a lavender marriage is normally a marriage just based off of emotional connection, which means a lot of times it's a gay man and a straight woman because they align emotionally, but like sexually, I don't know if I can say the word on YouTube. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you can say it on YouTube.
Oh, sexually, they get like other partners. So a lavender marriage is just emotional and like friendship and supportive marriage. That's all I was saying. I was saying me and my best friend joke around because my best friend's a gay guy. We joke around all the time. We're like, we're lavender married because
Hold
that's my
on,
best friend. We
whoa.
locked in.
You cool with that, big dog?
A gay man,
Oh, because listen.
a gay man.
No, pause. Because gay men still have sex with women. Don't get me wrong. And I understand that. But I know the person himself. I know him. I built my own friendship with him. So I know who the person is. Like I met him when she met him.
Pause.
No Diddy.
We know.
No
We
Diddy.
weren't even gonna say nothing, but I sure
Ray.
Ray did that shit. That's Ray doing that.
Nah, we
Pause,
don't do that
okay?
around
No,
the way.
they ain't saying
Look,
that.
we don't do that around the way. But still, at the end of the day, I fuck with my guy, No Diddy. In a way that I can understand.
You know what?
But it's like it's the same thing as like guys are friends with like studs all the time and nobody bats an eye. Like
They be
but that's the
smashing
thing.
too.
It's like when you
You
have
know why we friends with them? Because they won't. No, I'm just kidding. I ain't gonna say that.
that is
No,
And
not
then I
it.
like to know whether a male is willing, because I don't know what I can say and what I cannot say. I like to know whether
I don't.
I get close enough to know whether you still willing to interact with a woman enough. So I know whether my woman is in jeopardy when it comes to alcohol and people being inebriated. So at the end of the day, I still have to play my position, but still not try to control her life to what she feels like she's
I
neglected.
never said he was from Atlanta, by the way. I said we live. in Atlanta. From Atlanta. He's not from
and then
Atlanta.
Most of people that say they from Atlanta just moved here and been here for a little minute, saying they from here.
Did you ever run security for my brother and them?
You from Tennessee?
Who your brother?
You from Memphis?
DJ Darrell, Amigos.
Nah, but my folk are closely associated.
Well, now they just.
Y'all probably met in some.
No, we probably met in the room or two, some couple birthday parties or some celebrity birthday parties and shit.
Yeah, that
entertain what? Talk about what would I entertain? Entertain what?
That's crazy. Like, you can't be friends with somebody of the opposite sex, even though they like their own sex, just because I'm a woman. That's wild. Like, I don't think that men and women can't be friends. I just think that it requires a certain level of sexual discipline, and it's a lot easier when you're talking about like one gay and one straight. That sexual discipline is usually like there, unless they're like of the bisexual realm.
All it took for me to hear is a woman call her best friend of 7 years and say, "Hey, look, I've been doing some thinking, and I know we're friends. We've been friends for a long time, but I was really thinking about you, and I want you to come bust it down."
All right.
Pause.
Listen here real quick. Let me say something.
You know what he said? He said,
"You rather be
on
in
my
the
way."
room than not in the room." Cause listen, at the end of the day, you rather know your woman. You rather your woman feel comfortable enough to come tell you what she got going on mentally and physically, versus her go out somewhere and hide it from you. Yeah, you can say like, yeah, I'd rather not know, but at the end of the day, women can hide stuff better than men. So if she really wanted to hide something from you, yes, women are better at hiding stuff than men are better at deceiving men. Like at the end of the day, with my job, I know at the end of the day, men give up their location. They give up, they're vulnerable more so to women than men. Men know other men's nature by interaction. Women, you'll never know their intentions until it's too late.
Yeah,
that's a part of my job and my career.
I was watching. Me and my wife just started this TV show called Divorce Sisters or some shit, and we're on an episode where they about to go to like a church banquet or some shit like that, and the man that came in the house 6 years ago, he was sleeping with this dude's wife, and the dude that came in the house, he actually still wants his woman. He got out of his divorce, and I think he's there to try to get her to break up with her husband. And she came down there with the 6-year-old, and he met the man's daughter and all that stuff. And then the man took his daughter in the back, and the woman and him was talking. And he was like, "Is she mine? She got my eyes." I'm like, "Yo, this dude, the husband that's just interacting with them, he's oblivious to the fact that she was getting bussed down by this dude and could potentially."
Yeah, that's crazy. I think that there's like a level of extreme that like men hear about because it's so extreme it gets publicized. But I think it's also a healthy level of communication that needs to be happening, because it turns into just being able to be like, okay, like I remember last week I was talking about a lot of divorce, I feel like, comes from women getting uptight and a man feeling like they can't actually express themselves for real to that woman. I feel like that is vice versa, because a lot of men will be like, oh my God, well, she said this or she said that. And a lot of women will be like, oh my God, he said this, he said that. So now I'm running. Versus, this is your life partner. That person should be able to open up to you 100%. And you don't have to worry about no backdoor, backhanded sneakiness, none of that. I think it's very important to advocate in your marriage wholehearted fulfillment, completion, happiness, and all of those things. If you notice, I'm always coming on here talking about the emotions in a marriage, because the emotions is what keeps it together. And at least in my perspective, like on days where you've had your worst day, you can also say like, but that was one bad day out of 90 other good ones. So at the end of the day, that's the shit that matters. And everybody wants to be like, oh my God, because I can't believe. But if you can believe it and you can do it together, then you'll stay together. And
But
that's just on period.
I will say this. It
Pause.
helped me
Because I don't
understand.
like how she said that. First of all.
I feel like I said it in
But
a very general
No,
manner.
because you said if we can do it. Nah.
Well,
Now
I
look.
wasn't saying anything and everything. No.
I
Now
don't
look.
like that. So
These
go ahead,
situations,
my brother.
These situations helped me understand something that was brought up to me, and I'm not going to even say it was brought up to me. It's just something that I came upon. Pause. But I found
Y'all
out
gotta
that
chill out.
when a woman is a woman a woman is more compelled to cheat when she's most fertile.
So
That-
ovulation.
right, and that is the reason why a lot of I ain't even gonna say illegitimate children, but there's a lot of men ending up with women that have kids and the kids is not even theirs because she's more compelled to cheat when she's ovulating. And I was like, damn, that is crazy. So she's more of a risk taker.
She is
at that time. So that means that men need to be more cautious,
attentive,
or even be more knowledgeable. And if your woman is
it gets to a point I can smell it. I can feel it when she ovulates.
If your woman is ovulating,
I know it.
Right.
My spidey senses be tingling.
So let me ask you this,
Mr.
Mr. B. I'm gonna just say B because that's probably his last name.
What happened?
Mr. B.
Biggs.
If your woman's ovulating and she's saying, "Hey, well, we going to girls trip in Jamaica," that's probably a red flag, right?
Huh? What? Girls trip in Jamaica without me?
While she's ovulating.
Listen here, man. We ain't even going, man. Listen, if I gotta pay the way, I'm going to.
I'm not gonna lie. I've never really been on a trip without him, but it's not like I don't go out. Like if I'm at home, like in Atlanta, and like my best friend or one of my homegirls want to go out, we go out. But he'll come.
Let me say something. All right, so at the end of the day, we don't build a relationship to well. I understand like she wants her certain freedoms to be by herself, and I have to trust her and put faith in her. But at the end of the day, like certain situations, I would not allow her to put herself in because I feel like it may jeopardize us in ways that I may feel uncomfortable, whether it be not infidelity. It doesn't even, because I don't even feel like it gets to infidelity. If anything, I may falter before her. But the thing is, I'll come forth first. I'll come forth first about any woman that is trying to talk to me. She can see the text messages, anything of the sort. Like we met a little woman, like whatever the case may be, but I'm not even interested in her. Like you get what I'm saying? Like we text, but ain't nothing crazy. But I feel like
She don't ever give you
I
like
built a relationship with her. I've been with her 11 years. So at the end of the day, we had to build a friendship. We had to build a foundation. What was your question again?
She don't let you get like the hall pass every now and then?
Ain't no hall pass needed, my brother.
Hall pass is
shit.
crazy.
It can come home if I really want it. If I really want it in the mood, right? You feel me? Ain't no hall pass needed.
Crazy. Hall
Ain't no
pass.
hall pass needed
When
because I take care of my business.
When I hear hall pass, that insinuates that my man is sleeping with a woman unbeknownst to me, and then he just comes and tells me this information later. That's what I hear when I hear hall pass. That's not happening.
What do you think a hall pass is?
Because I already told you, I am not retired. I am a current crash out.
No, pause. I
would never do.
She is a crash out, but a hall pass is her giving me
No.
permission to have sexual interaction or some type of interaction with another woman. But at the end of the day, I don't need that anymore from her because I can come to her and be like, "Hey, babe, this girl trying to talk to me. You want to see what she's talking about? Let me show you her Instagram. Let me let you talk to her. Whatever. Listen." She didn't even know, and I didn't even set it up that way. The girl texted me at like 8 o'clock in the morning. We're at my friend's house. We haven't went to bed. Like right now, it's an all-nighter thing. So like at 8 o'clock in the morning, the girl texted me like, "What am I doing?" I said, "Come over. Come on. Come on. We're at my friend's house. My girl's with me. We're all up. We're all drinking, whatever the case may be." And the girl came over and I introduced my girl. She didn't even know I was in a relationship. And guess what? It didn't even get awkward. But
if she would have been like, you know what, I don't like how she looked, so no.
And I said that, and then guess what? She left.
Oh.
Wait, that's a different female.
No.
Oh, which one you talking? Because I'm talking about the last one. Because I was like, Wig was kind of
Okay, so that's the
crusty.
future of the world.
Wasn't really feeling it. She left.
And so at the end of the day, I'm not
Your
gonna show
husband
more
sound like
interest than
Kevin
I have
Gates.
for my girl.
What'd you say, Ray?
He sound like Kevin Gates to me.
That's my dream. Okay, let me tell you something. When I describe my man to people, I'll be like, he is a mix of Kevin Gates and French Montana. Because, like, if they had something right in between.
Pause. Don't say French. Leave him out.
He does look like French Montana, but he talks like Kevin Gates. That's what I'm saying. So I'll be like, you see it. Okay. Yeah. I did my big one then. That's just been my dream. I just wanted one other person to see it besides me because I'm like, yes, that's the dream.
And also back to the conversation. What was his name? Jeff?
Y'all might
the
have
guy
to look
who
at
the guest
y'all might have
speaker
to
you
look at
had.
Ray IG, see if she qualify.
And
I don't want no man. You already know. I don't.
No, Ray says she
Leave me out the chat.
okay. Ray says she don't need a man. Ray says she is
outside.
well kept and provided for, and she good.
She look like she got a plethora of men in her phone.
Not a plethora.
In her phone.
She is well kept.
Most definitely.
I have options. I'm just not on the market.
Pursuing, yeah, exactly.
She said they gotta have a house or some shit like that.
She living her life. That's it.
I mean, we got all of the stuff Ray saying they need, but Ray
You
also
gotta come out to the
saying,
West Coast. Y'all gotta come out to the West Coast, man.
I don't know nothing about the West Coast. I'm an East Coast baby.
But Ray, do they qualify though?
If they came to the West Coast,
What part of the West Coast?
LA.
LA, Cali? Okay. I got people's out there. We might slide.
oh my God. You know what I hate? I'm going to tell y'all what I
Come out there
hate.
for the food festival anyway. What's the name
I
of it?
do. I want to come to Foodie Land. So all jokes aside, I really might be in LA or like the Bay Area soon because I want to come to Foodie Land.
But that's not LA. You know, that's up north. The Bay is up north. That's like San Francisco.
Yeah, because I know Foodie Land comes to 3 places in California. I just got to see which one I want to go to because I really want to come.
My folk from Moreno Valley and shit. So
Like next month, I'm trying to see what these tickets looking like for Las Vegas. Because as much as these people in the comments like to be like, she doesn't do nothing for her man, I'm trying to plan a trip for my man. So fuck all of y'all in the comments.
She don't do nothing for me.
All right, well,
I do extravagance. I do very cutesy. I love my man, because I don't know why people keep being like.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen.
I do. I be like my man.
Tell them the truth now. How you get your money?
Oh, I do lawsuits.
She sue a lot of people.
I sue jobs.
So her money
I get a job, then I sue them.
Yeah, her money, because a lot of jobs are, they always make mistakes. And so she always find a little loophole and she sue them. It's news articles and everything on my baby. So her money comes in lump sums like once a year or whatever. It doesn't matter. Regardless.
Like once a year, I make like 80K. So he'd be like, no, baby, you don't have to work. You're fine.
Yeah, do some.
And I feel like a lot of people don't understand that when they look at a stay-at-home mom, they think to themselves like, what if you don't have him, or what if he left you? I would be fine. I'd get a $100,000 check a year, like, but
she wouldn't be fine because she'll blow through that money so fast.
I would be sad, but I would be fine.
She's gonna share it with you though.
Oh, definitely. She gonna let me dictate over the money. That's why I say when in relationships, most men want control, but it's how you take control. That's what I be saying. Like with her, she lets me take control of my own way. Like whether she goes out tonight or tomorrow night or she want to go out, she's gonna ask me. Like it's certain stuff like I have control over. Like men, we want control and we just want to be satisfied with the certain control because we feel like us having that control makes us feel more of a man.
Do y'all feel like I'm a bad person for getting my wife or not getting my wife, but me and my wife don't agree to, like, if we go out together. We don't hang around.
We do too. Most times, 99 times out of 10, me and her go out together. I prefer that. That's what I want because out of sight, I don't know if she's protected like I am. But that's why I say she's cool with her gay best friend because guess what? I know him. I know what type of person he is. Like I can feel a lot of person and I can understand them because that's what I do for a living at the end of the day. People can manipulate and, try to trick me. But at the end of the day, I'm not going for anything strange. And if I feel any type of way or any inclination, I am there full-fledged in the flesh.
No,
Well,
it's
yeah,
because
I'm
I also feel like a lot of people misinterpret the fact that, like, if I'm on here saying something, this isn't my first time saying it. It's not my second or third. It's like something we've talked about, and he's like, "Oh, well,
One got into it so much.
if you're saying it from that perspective, I get your point." Like when I'm saying, "Oh, I'll go out," da 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 da. In his mind, he's like, yeah, she goes out. But at the same time, like I brag to my friends. My friends love me. My homegirls love me because they know if Alicia's coming out with her husband, and her husband's card is the one that's like on the tab. So he's getting the bottles. He got us in. He like the parking's paid for. Like
it wasn't always
that's
sweet.
fine.
It's a